What's going on, everybody? Let me know if you can hear me. Let me know if you can see me. I was doing a little, I was getting ready. So hopefully everybody's doing well. I'm a little late, but we'll live. We'll live. We'll go maybe a little longer, like 5 minutes, a little bit longer. But I see Ambi, I see Rouster, I see Vet, I see Geek AO. I think I did see Vet. And I see Cowboy. Oh, did Cowboy do a stream today? I didn't see. But let's see. Rest in peace, Xbox. Microsoft isn't backing down. Or we're going to talk about that. Microsoft lost Xbox, gave up on their Xbox handle because they couldn't compete with Valve in this Steam Deck. Maybe, or just they make business sense. Evening, blah blah blah. AV good. Thank you so much, Ambi. So we have some stuff to talk about. Obviously, last week we had a lot of big ones. We'll see if we'll get to any big ones today. I don't necessarily see. I do have a lot of articles. And I have some game trailers, so we'll definitely talk about those. And let's make sure. Yep. I got a couple of game trailers, just a few, not too many. Hey, how's it going, Ovi? Just doing a little Thursday Shades of Purple. So we're gonna do that. But yeah, just want to see how everybody's doing. I actually started a game today. I'm going to show the trailer here in a second, but I did start it. Hey, Wit, what's going on? So we're going to showcase that. Haven't got too far in it. I think I'll probably finish it by next week. Doesn't seem too long, but y'all know I like pretty horror is what I call it. I actually said that today at we were doing an introduction call for like a team initiative. And so I said, I like pretty horror. And they were like, what is that? And then I explained it and they were like, oh, we get that. So yeah, I like pretty horror. So we're going to showcase that. Then, like I said, we're going to talk about some stories. Some of it's in the title. Some of it's not. Some of it's like things that people have brought up in the Discord. Like I said, if there's something you want me to talk about, just let me know. I'll dig into it. I don't think there's been any like major gaming news this week. There's been some. For sure, there's been some, but I think there's been a lot of like conversations about the fallout of it. Some stuff about gaming journalists and deceptive practices and blah 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 blah. Some of that. We got some Metacritic scores coming in for some games we've showcased before on the channel, so that's kind of pretty cool. And yeah, and my little nightmares video is my second most popular video. So I'm pretty excited about that. But yeah, hey Mel, what's going on? So with that, let's start with what have I been playing? All right, so we'll do this little trailer, talk about it a little bit, and then we'll do some news articles, some more trailers, some news articles, maybe some trailers, and open it up to y'all, and just go from there. All right, let's go with this. So what has Purple been playing since earlier today? All right, here we go.
carried by the wind.
So yes, that's goodbye. What was the disclaimer, Neos? Yeah, and it is like a Disney horror. So that was actually the inspiration behind it. Is the art style is very much inspired by like that classic Disney art style. They're not trying to shy away from that. You know, they wanted to lean into that. The subject matter is a little deep, though. It does talk about like this friend who's missing, who's like murdered. You know, it's suggested takes place during like the women's suffrage movement. So there's definitely some interesting like social commentary going on in the story. And by all accounts, most people who've reviewed it, who've already played through it, I have not, just started it. Most people would say it is like if you're into kind of that, it's simple gameplay. There's some decent puzzles in the game, but for the most part, it's pretty simple platforming. It's nothing gonna like new game mechanic or anything like that. So, from like an actual game standpoint, it's nothing new. But from like an art standpoint, everybody is pretty much saying like, yeah, it did what it wanted to do. It did that well. And so, if it's something that you look like you might like, it's not that expensive. It's like 20. But if you want to wait for a sale, that's totally also okay. It was done by a very small team. And again, once again, shows like the power or the ability of a smaller team. So yeah, that's what I probably will be playing that kind of in the background. I thought I'll show you that. So I'm protecting my shell, folks. My shell. What the? Hey, the Toronto Blue Jays sent me here. Is there still Toronto? Yeah, Montreal Expos are the ones that are no longer there. I just thought I would put that my comment above. I didn't see that. I didn't see your comment above. It didn't come through. Maybe it'll come through on this other one. Hey Zig, just popping up. Yeah. Oh, you're at PAX. Super cool. Oh my gosh. Well, Zay, like I missed your stream. I'm so upset. I missed your stream on Monday. So I definitely need to pop in tomorrow. But congrats. Yeah, I know that's super cool. Zay looks at PAX. So doing her thing there. That'll be super cool. I'm sure she's gonna give us some like insider stuff on her stream tomorrow. Which, if you want to catch her, she streams for sure Friday and Mondays on Twitch. So that's super awesome. Say like, all right. So where do we want to start? All right. So obviously, goodbye or bye, sweet Carol. That's what we just saw. Just showed you the trailer. It's out. That just said October 21st. It's actually already out. I have it on Switch. I think it's on all platforms. Maybe that was like the physical edition, October 20. I don't have it physically, so that's that. I am excited. I hope to see more stuff like this. Unreal just made the 2D animation tool Odyssey free. Nice. Hey, Lo-Fi, what is going on? Simpleton, how are you? And welcome back, Lo-Fi. I know you've been dealing with some health issues, so awesome stuff. Glad to see you. I just tried the Sims Adventure Awaits pack. Ooh, let us know how that went. So that is Goodbye, Sweet Carol. Now, before we get into stuff, I do want to bring up another article. You know, we've talked about IP, we talked about lawsuits, we've talked about all the big gaming companies, but I want to talk about like what an insider thinks about this. So, and this one is from one of your girls' favorite companies. So here we go. Nintendo sues Reddit mod for 4.5, says it's nowhere near enough money for harm caused. So this is kind of interesting. You know, they're suing this Reddit mod. You know, so more stuff from Nintendo suing people left and right. That's their MO. It's been their MO for a while. But let's look at what someone actually had to say about this. Nintendo is so wrong, it hurts USIP experts, says Nintendo claiming mods found invalidates Pokemon patent is just a loser argument, a Hail Mary in its ongoing legal fight with Power World. So that is actually, you can go check this article out on Games Radar. So you had an insider say that their lawsuits aren't worth it. And so they, you know, I think we've talked for. I don't think Nintendo's their full goal is here to win every lawsuit. I think their goal is to see where's the boundary, right? Like at what point is something copying versus what point it's not. And in a world where there's AI, in a world where there is now more game creators than ever before, because like I I want to like emphasize this point. Like we live in a time where it's easier than ever to make a game. There's more platforms than ever to make a game. There are platforms within platforms to make a game. So think about Roblox. And if we look at like the journey, like gaming IP is taking, similar to like YouTube or anybody, like I can have a podcast, people can have their own channel, in a world where anybody can write a book, right? You can get a book self-published. In a world where anybody can basically have their own radio station, anybody can have anything. You're going to hit a world where anything's free game as far as like gaming IP. And so my opinion, Nintendo's just trying to see where the boundary is on that. Again, I don't think they're going to win on everything. I do think Battle World did copy some things. So I don't think Battle World is like, oh, we didn't know. You know, I think Battle World is like, someone like whether or not where they are, I don't know. I think the Reddit mod argument there is also an interesting one. I'll have to dig a little bit deeper into that. But yeah, I think platforms are starting. This one isn't against Reddit, but I would imagine Nintendo might have a better argument against Reddit, just like Nintendo would probably have a better argument against YouTube when I stream. That's why YouTube gives me like copyright strikes and stuff, and that I have to take down. I actually got a community strike. I got a community warning actually for breaking a policy. So your girl got in trouble. But yeah, so that's what I think Nintendo's doing. I don't think it's about the fight today. I think it's about the fight tomorrow. And we'll see. I think you're going to see them do more of this coming up. I actually had another thing about Nintendo. Let me see if I still have it. And here's one where I think you will see something in the future if they have not already negotiated. So my last little one about the IP and Nintendo, it kind of was its own segment here. So with that, Nintendo doing what Nintendo does, that's all I'll say. Hey, Neil, sorry, Nintendo needs to be humbled. Which policy? Yeah, it was the one. It was kind of a weird one. It's the one where it's like on about 200 videos. It's the policy I got a community strike on, or community warning, was in regards to a URL where I was giving credit to the people I got the music from. So the previous music, I got from something like breakingcopyright.com or something like that. It says breaking copyright. And that's what I got it on. Like, and they only did it for one video. It's like a Diablo video from this year. And so, but I think they're just warning me like, yo, we're about to like take all your channels down. And this has been like an ongoing fight for about 3 to 4 months. It's not just me, it's a bunch of other people. But yesterday they were like, no, you lost your appeal. This warning sticking. So yeah, so now I'm like going back and trying to erase that URL from the videos. But yeah, that's what I got it for. It's because it wasn't necessarily the web page as much as it's the idea that I'm promoting breaking copyrights. So that's what I got it for. It's like you're promoting illegal activity. So yeah, I don't know if they take down my channel, you'll know why. So you can not see that Diablo playthrough now. They totally got rid of the video. Alrighty, so that's what it is. Yep, there needs to be. That's what I thought. That's what I think too. But here's the last one. All right, so here's a new thing. Animal Crossing Interior pops up on PlayStation Network alongside a Last of Us lookalike. So this is what I'm talking about. They are already, and so you kind of can see it's kind of interesting how we have the power, we have the Reddit mod emulator situation, we have the Palworld situation, and now we have the one in which they are creating a lookalike clone on PlayStation. And so I actually have to go, I've only read this article, I haven't actually seen it, but the people who have seen it, so someone sent me this, the people who have seen it say it looks very similar. And again, now you have to ask the question, like, at what point is this copying? You know what I mean? Because if you remember last time what I talked about with some of the other copyright? Is it on the same platform? Is this same consumer base? Like when you're talking about something on PlayStation, you can make an argument like those are not the same consumer bases. Like someone on PlayStation would not be looking at it. But then you have to start to look at some other ideas, which is of that idea, right? You cannot patent, trademark, or copyright an idea. It's the expression of that idea. So that's where Palworld has some like leniency because they're like, hey, we're just showcasing kind of like this survival sim in a different way. That's not Pokemon, right? And so they have some leeway. Nintendo keeps altering their patents, blah, blah, blah. Y'all know that story. This one is kind of the same gameplay. So we're going to see how this plays out. This has been going on for quite some time, just other companies copying other things in other formats. But I think in gaming, with the prevalence of AI, with the prevalence of like these platforms on platforms, especially if you did not see Google law, the Supreme Court is going to enforce Google opening up its Play Store to other payment methods. So you're now starting to see like even the distribution nodes, like right before there was only like a few distribution nodes. Now you're like anybody can basically be a distributor, right? I think this is going to be really interesting. That's all I'm saying. Like, I don't think the current law is set up for this situation. And if the current law is not set up for this situation, who's there to protect the original IP owners and artistic vision? That's what I think this is about, right? And in that regard, I somewhat empathize with Nintendo. But at the same time, is this the right way to go about it? I don't know about that. And is it something that you should even fight? I don't know about that. Like, I don't know. I don't have the answer to it. But it is going to be interesting. I think you're going to see all the companies kind of engage in this as their key IPs start getting copied. So that's what I got to say about that. How did you like the Palworld joke video I posted? Oh, Zay, like I saw it. I did. I liked it. I watched it twice. And I thought it was funny. I just thought the whole setting, if y'all want to go see it, it's on the Discord. They like posted this video about like the Palworld clan. Palworld, it's not that much of a clan. I just thought the whole scenery was funny. It takes place in this RPG world. I thought everything was funny about it. Like, I thought it was funny what people were doing in the background, actually. So yeah, no, it's super, super cool. So that's what I got to say on that. That's what we got. That's what I got. Those are all the Nintendo IP stuff. I try to make IP stuff isn't really exciting. But it can if you're into art and if you're into like owning your own IP at one time, or if your favorite IP comes around, like I think it can be kind of interesting to see what is actually protected versus what's not protected, and how on both sides people are abusing the system, whether that's in enforcement or if that's in getting around it. So I think it's kind of interesting in its own right. So with that, here we go. We're going to show you the game I also played yesterday. I played Goodbye Carol today, but this is the game I played yesterday. It's probably going to be the game I'll play on the weekend. If you know anything about me, I already know what this one is. But I got to show it. We got to celebrate. Let's do it. And we're going to show something a little bit different than what we normally show. All right, here we go. So with that, there we go. It is Little Nightmares 3. We are only a few hours away from it. I may already be playing. I haven't checked. It is preloaded on both the PlayStation and the Switch. Next week I should get in the ultimate like physical edition. They call it the Spiral Edition. I got it for Switch 2. But yeah, that's Little Nightmares 3. It's right there. I thought that little, I guess, 2-minute segment is kind of interesting because it was like took this like paper drawing type of situation into the universe, and it kind of mapped out at least the first two biomes in Little Nightmares 3. I'm going to be really excited about this. Now, if you can see, Little Nightmares 3 Disappointment is part of the title. And look at this. Can you believe it? It's a 73 on Metacritic. That's what it's holding right now. And if you know anything about Little Nightmares, it's actually always around like a low 80s to like a mid 70s. So this one's slightly below, but I think I would expect that, right? It's kind of the first time that Supermassive has been leading this effort as far as leading the game, not the game. But if you know anything about me, I don't really like some of my favorite games are not really critically hits. Looking at you, Outriders. But regardless, this is kind of like one of my last big games that I'm looking forward to by the end of the year. And I had a ton of fun showcasing doing that video. If you haven't checked it out, I really, really would. And you've been in the Little Nightmares universe or you've played Little Nightmares, I would love to get your feedback on the Little Nightmares video I did, which was about like really an iceberg. So digging pretty deep into it. I am going to be playing the full game throughout the weekend, seeing if how my theory measures up to this new one. I can already tell you some of the things. The color palette's very different. The fact that you have a friend. So if you watched that video, I said like the idea almost to having someone else like in this world, like the world wasn't really built around friendship. And as you can see them drawing, that is also something that's kind of counter to the narrative I had done before, or the theory I had completed or I had thought through. So yeah, I'm going to be really, regardless. I don't really care about Metacritics like the Ghostbusters. Y'all know I'm a big supporter of the entire franchise, and some of those don't get rated as high either. So yeah, I'm just I'm excited. I don't know how to explain it, but let's see how excited are you? I'm this excited. And thank you, Amy, for the gifted We know Bulls for Life, Mr. Beckenridge, Legend, Wicked Woozy. We know Wicked Woozy, and Reaver the Beaver. Yeah, it worked a full 5. Yeah, it did work for a full 5. So thank you, Ambi. They did not take away our gifted right because of the community warning. It stays on there 90 days. 90. So yeah, but it's not a copyright warning, it's a community warning. That's actually kind of worse in a way. But I am, like I said, Little Nightmares 3. It's launching in a few hours, and it has co-op ability in it. It does have it. Yesterday I was kind of running through it. It's weird because I had just put in probably a combined 10 hours of Little Nightmares playing to do that video I showed you all, like as far as like the puzzles and just playing it again and just being in that pacing. So like I was able to pick it up like pretty fast. Like I was just like, all right, here we go. I do think it's a little bit, I don't know. It's still the beginning. That's like what the demo gets you. It's still the biome area. And there are a couple of different mechanics, like you're floating, the umbrella that you saw in that drawing. There's also the character I'm playing. They have like this big wrench. So that's like some differences in gameplay, but the overall puzzles, very much recognizable. Getting keys, unlocking doors, like kind of having to figure out that like sometimes going forward isn't forward. You have to go back. So I'm going to be interested in a lot of things, like regardless of art style, what is the story doing? What is the gameplay looking like? What is the puzzles looking like? also what was released yesterday. So, also within the Little Nightmares world, the first comic of like this new generation. So I have the old Little Nightmares comic, Descent to Nowhere, or not Descent to Nowhere, the old like hard, it's like a hard copy of the comic, which get this. I actually bought that comic 2 years ago from, I think it was either eBay or like some used like online bookstore. And I bought it for $12. Like I recently looked for that thing and it's like $200 because it's like super rare. So, and I have a copy. But yeah, the new generation, the Descent to Nowhere, that released yesterday. So if you want a copy of that, you have to go to a local comic book store, ask them to order it. Also, the next one is coming out next month. So they're going to be doing, I think, 4 or 5 of them back to back to back. The novel, which is more like a young adult novel. So for y'all who are like really into dark, creepy novels, it's not like that. It reads more like, I would say like a Goosebumps. Like that's kind of the level it reads at. So, and I have 2 copies. So if someone wants to borrow it, let me know. I don't know why I have 2 copies. I guess I ordered it twice out of excitement. That's coming up. And then the podcast, and there's going to be like a short anime thing. So this is actually like super exciting for me as for someone who's really into this franchise and just seeing where they take it. I'll be a supporter and you will catch the updates here. So more to come on that. So yes, that's Little Nightmares. Oh, and sorry, I didn't show. We do have a little thumbnail. Thank you. That's the thumbnail of the new game, by the way, that's on PlayStation that I was just talking about. That's Animal Crossing. That's the thumbnail. That's Animal Crossing. That's the thumbnail. So it's kind of similar. Yeah, so that is Little Nightmares. It is coming out really, really soon. And I am really, 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 really excited. All right, so we're going to get into one more thing, and then we're going to talk about probably our biggest story. And then we'll end on some smaller ones and $2. All right, but before we get to those last 2, let's do this one. So this is Shout Out to Jeff. This is a shorter trailer, but here we go.
It's almost your first day at Power Wash Services, so please settle in for employee training. Please note, if you watch in 2x speed, we will know. Please review the rules of the company in your own time, and feel free to just skim our extended privacy policy. When power washing, you can choose between our Prime Vista, Urban X, or new Swirl Force surface cleaner model. It all does basically the same thing, but it gives a false sense of progression, even though you've really achieved nothing. We expect you to keep your home base clean and feel free to decorate it how you like. Just make sure you're not dragging in filthy stuff off the street, okay? Ulysses and her new kittens, Bubbles and Squeak, can be found in the home base and around on jobs. They don't really do much or contribute to the gameplay, but they perform highly in our market research focus groups. Keep an eye on the office in the back for your memento trophies stacking up, and try and piece together what on earth is going on around Caldera County. We have a feeling you might get wrapped up in some of it. Whenever you're ready, we'll be waiting for you. You'll get your van, power washer, and keys to the home base on October 23rd, 2025.
So, Power Wash Simulator 2K. I'm so excited to play the Janitor Simulator game. That's Power Wash. It's not Janitor. It's Power Wash. It's Power. Do people actually play these? Yes. Yes. Have you not seen Jeff Janak's stream? I think it's like Jeff, SPG's wife. He has like a whole group of them who play that game. all the missions in one are unlocked, so you can practice for two. See, I told you Jeff plays this game. I've actually caught Jeff playing this game a couple of times. Actually, like a bunch of times. So welcome, Jeff. How are you doing? I actually saw it was on Nintendo. I'm not gonna lie. I was like, I actually might get that just because it seems like there's a story to it. There's a story. And so I'm like, what is going on there? So maybe it's darker than I realized. I don't know. Like, I have logged many hours and one with Crow, Sierra. Yeah, see, I told you Sierra Rose, and Paul. I told you he has like a whole crew. Is it crossplay, Jeff? Hey, Kubini, Power Wash 2, I'll play it on. See, there goes Kubini. Many hours in the first one. My son loves it. Told you, hey, welcome, Kubini. How are you doing? So he's going to be playing it. Purple Janitor Community Service Sim. Got it. No, wait. There's a Janitor Community Service game? Really? I wouldn't doubt it. But I don't know if it's crossplay. I might get it. So I could play with people. I don't know. It seemed like there's a story. Y'all know, like when there's a story, and I was like, I kind of liked that trailer for some reason because it seemed to be hinting that there's something darker, and that could have just been marketing reasons, but it just seemed like there was something darker behind it, which I think is cool. I don't know why. I think that's cool. But yeah, I told you there's other people who play that thing. It's a thing. It's a thing. I was playing Roller Coaster Tycoon 3 on Steam yesterday. My save game was from like wow. No, that is the game. Oh, you're saying this is the game. This is not it's Power Wash Simulator. It's also a shooter. It's like a shooter mechanic. That's what Joe said. So, but yeah, I don't know. Maybe we'll see. Maybe I might. Like, it may be something I get on like on sale, but it's probably I would be lying if I told you I was not about to add it to my watch list later tonight. I probably will, especially since I saw that it's on Switch. So we'll see. What's wrong? What, Neos? So that's what it is. All right, let's get into the big one. The main thing we talked about here. Let me see. Oh my goodness, I don't actually have the article I wanted. I actually have the article I wanted. Let me see if I can pull this up. Let me see if I can pull this one up. Give me a second, y'all. Give me a second. Let me see. I don't think I see it. Yeah, I don't see it. All right, hold on. Let me see if I can pull this up. Here we go. So let's see if I can share this. There we go. Game Pass prices not going up for everyone. And I don't know why that thing's moving. Let's get that out the way. So if you want to go check this out, you can just put that up there. Game prices are not going up for everyone. However, and I do mean this, if you're in the United States or UK, it's still going up. If you're somewhere else, primarily in the EU, it is not. So there is going to be a limit of it going up, but for probably the vast majority of Game Pass users, let me not even say the vast majority. The majority of Game Pass users, it will be going up. Game Pass Ultimate. If you have Game Pass Core, it does not go up. Right? Game Pass Core does not go up. But Game Pass Ultimate, it will be going up. So that is why I said they are backing down, but they're kind of not. And so if you're asking, well, Purple, why aren't they backing down? Why aren't they backing down? Let me see. That's probably triggering people already. I'm going to use AI program a gentleman's club, and we dispense. I'll call it. Oh, do it. Do I bet you it'd sell from Double Fine. Good releases coming for Xbox the rest of the year. Awesome stuff. So Janner's got Power Wash Automatics now. I knew it was tough in the, but not that tough. But they have Power Wash. I didn't know that. No, they don't. I don't think janitors are power washers. It's still less than $1 a day. Plenty of value, but I only have Game Pass PC. That's cool. That's cool. It's a value if you play them. Check my price goes up for Ultimate is going up, so I'm downgrading to Premium. Well, Simpleton, was there anything you play? Like the only thing I think is if you play Premium. So let's get to this. Like, why is it going up? Why is it going up? Well, look at that. Xbox lost over 300 million in Call of Duty sales in 2024 by adding Black Ops 6 to Xbox Game Pass, according to Bloomberg. I always wondered, like, how does Bloomberg know that? But let's continue. The lost sales are one of the main reasons the Game Pass subscriptions prices are increasing to price spikes, and they would not increase the post-merge back in 2023. Yeah, girl, called that. That's all I'm going to say. Like, yeah, I'm going to keep bringing it up because, you know, when I call it, I call it. But yeah, so 300 million. I would not doubt that this year, this number is actually going to probably be larger than 300 million. This, unlike Black Ops 6, that got pretty good reviews, and especially coming off of like Modern Warfare 3. Don't ask me why I know those names. All right. I just know them because of news cycles, not because I actually could tell you what those games actually do. So Decoy, if you're out there, I have no idea what the difference is in those games. But I also understand that Modern Warfare 2, Modern Warfare 3, Black Ops 6 were some of the most well-received titles. In Black Ops 6, is that what's coming out? Why is there so many? Like, anybody who plays Call of Duty, why is there so many? Like, isn't there a point where you just need to remake the name? I digress. But it's going to be interesting. It's going to be interesting to see. I've always said I think they're going to create a new tier, like a new like add-on to Game Pass. I totally expect that to happen just because, in my opinion, the people who are, it's just easy to see. It's and let me back up. To me, it's similar to like cable TV, right? Eventually you had add-on channel packages, or like Netflix, and Netflix has like pay-per-view, right? That's like how like the boxing match was shown. So like I just think that's what's going to eventually happen, is they're going to have like an add-on for some of these marquee titles, because that's how the entertainment industry is, and I don't really think they're that creative to think of something else. So we'll see. We'll see. I'm sure the Call of Duty story was debunked by Matt Piscott pretty quickly. The game actually sold better and made more money because of Game Pass. We'll see about that. Then why did it go up? Why did it go up? I'll tell you why Game Pass. I mean, I would, to tell you the truth, I would. So I know, you know this, right? I actually talked to Matt Piscatella. Like, I'm going to be very honest with you. When people debunked by Matt Piscatella, and then you have a counter argument from Bloomberg, right? Which one do you want to take? Right? Where's that article? Versus Matt Piscatella, right? They're both business analysts. It's probably somewhere in the middle. You know, like I've used Matt's numbers before. You can go check on Blue Sky. Like he and I do go back and forth sometimes on certain things. Bloomberg, when you have Jason Schreier. So if you don't know who Jason is, he's the one who wrote like Blood, Sweat, and Pixels. He's also wrote the most recent story on Blizzard. I can't think of the name of it. But so you have competing narratives. I actually still think that, and when I looked at the Matt Piscatella's numbers, he actually had only done it up to January. So that's something to keep in mind. More to come on it. More to come on it. The bottom line is, regardless of if they broke even or if they didn't, the price is still increasing. So I don't know what to tell you after that. Like, you could actually probably convince me more if you're like, oh, the article came out and the price isn't increasing, but it's increasing, and it increased 50%. Like, they didn't just do that because they're like, oh, let's give you like a better deal. A matter of fact, they didn't just increase the price, right? Let's look at what else they did. They scrapped their discount program. Now, this doesn't mean everything's scrapped. It just means that they're going to give you more rewards. So if you had Game Pass and you wanted to buy a game, a lot of times you could get 10 to 15% off, maybe even more sometimes, like 20. I never saw more than like 20%, but usually it was like 10, 15% off. They're scrapping that. They're giving you more rewards points. Depending on how you look at that, depending on how you look at that, I'm waiting for convenience. Matt does have a decent direct quote, but I don't think I have it with me. I'm okay with Matt having it. Like I said, I'm okay. Like I think my business analyst, as I told Matt Piscatella, and he agreed with me. Matt Piscatella has numbers. Matt Piscatella doesn't have business knowledge as much, right? Jason Schreier has connections, and Jason Schreier reports on what those connections say. I put my business acumen against any one of those any day of the week. Like, I put my money where my mouth is. Like, I've given so many times on this channel, I've given you exactly why I think something's going to happen. And virtually every single time it does. The only time I was really wrong, and it was at the very end, was the APK deal. And the reason why is because I thought Microsoft would realize at the end of the day it was not worth it. And I can almost guarantee you, they're kind of like looking at that deal now being like, it's not worth it. But everything else on business, and that was at the very end. Everything else of that deal I got right. I got the extension. I got the, they had to restructure the deal. Everything else was right, except for that last part. But when it comes to business, I say what you want to say about it, but I caught the price increase. Tell me about the exposure of it being on Game Pass increased sales on PC and PS5. So what? I would have to look. I might be saying the wrong, but it was something like that. So did you see Lena Khan's recent comments on Xbox? I did with it. I was just saying that. I saw the news only saying the same thing regarding friends when they were trying to stop the merger. Yeah. She took a lot of hits. I don't blame Lena. I did not blame Lena. I just hope Microsoft does go away, even though I'm a Nintendo fan. Cherry Man, you're a gamer. You're a gamer, Cherry Man. I think you used to be a Nintendo fan, Cherry Man, but I think you're a gamer because you game on PC a lot. She said a lot and nothing because she's trying to protect her image. No, I think she called it. Kubini, for someone who's on PC so much, you protect Xbox so much. For someone who's supposedly like a PC fan, you are so in the trenches on your Xbox commentary. But no, I think the amount of heat Lena Khan got, and I just want to be clear about this. She took a ton. Like, there were like death threats to that chick. For what? She called it. She literally said, we're defending it. And she said it numerous times, right? We're defending it because we're pretending there's going to be price increases. So there's going to be an impact to consumers. She called that there was going to be layoffs. She said there's going to be layoffs, right? And she quoted every single time that there's been layoffs after a merger. And then she said there's going to be a lack of innovation, right? And then what we see is that in gaming, what's a lack of innovation? Well, lack of innovation is like evolving past the core gameplay loop. A lack of innovation could be also like no longer putting out new IP. She called every single one of those things. And everybody else said no. So when I look at the facts, like, I don't care what type of spin is out there. Which one of those didn't happen? And now some people are going to say, Well, there are going to be price increases already. Okay, or they're going to be this. Like, it's going to be very hard for me to see historically when consolidation does not lead to more price increases, when consolidation does not lead to less innovation, and when consolidation does not lead to less firings. It's just hard. Like it's not like it's kind of a proven case. Like that's why you consolidate. Like businesses don't just like, oh, let's consolidate because we're going to give a better deal to the consumer. No, businesses are like, let's consolidate because we actually think we can actually make more money like this. Like there's like this, I'm not saying it's not a good value. As y'all know, many of y'all still have it. I'm not saying it's not a good value. But in this regard, she was right. Hope you're well. Anyway, Purple. Hey! Excited for my little... Yeah, I am, Paul. It's right here. We're super excited. Super excited. Microsoft has plenty of innovation. They have released many new IPs this generation. But would they have released more new IPs? It's not about how many. It's would they have released more? That's the question. How was it? Where's Zalik? I don't see Zalik. COD is try too hard to compete in Fortnite. That's the problem with COD. It could be. Probably the whole problem of the entire industry. I don't see Zalik. Zalik's comment. Oh. Let me see Neos's comment. I didn't see your comments, Neos. I'll tell you why Game Pass is going up because no has humble little Phil. Because no one has humbled little Phil. He's not that little. He's not that little. That name is too long. I just say Xbox Ally X. Yep, that's it. Pretty good graphics look sharp, and I got to sit in a massage chair while playing. That's where Xbox money goes. Zaylik, are you gonna get it though? Are you gonna get it? I'm currently playing Little Nightmares Enhanced Edition on Switch 2 at the moment. The first one, yeah, I played it. I thought it was better. They opened the lighting up. Yeah, I actually played part of because PlayStation did that. If you pre-ordered on PlayStation, they dropped the enhanced edition like in June. So I played part of my review video on that, and then I didn't, and I kind of wish I had because some of the parts of Little Nightmares 2 are like really dark. Little Nightmares 1 are really dark. I really like the Little Nightmares 2. I thought they did a really good job on that one. Little Nightmares 1, I don't know. They also did the DLC, the kid, the Maw. They did that one also. So if you had any issues with some of the dark areas, it actually plays better. It's not one-sided conversation with the expectation you need to put on all the players. It's not. I don't think it is a one-sided. I think that's the problem, though. I think it's past facto, right? You know, I don't. Well, actually, break down what you said there. How many new IPs has the other guy released? You can't say Xbox hasn't. No one's saying that, Kubini. No one's saying that. So I think this is a great opportunity to explain what you just said versus what I said. Right? How many new IPs has the other guy released? This isn't a PlayStation Xbox, a Nintendo Xbox. The conversation, when you think about that right there, what you have to do is like Xbox. That's the thing. There is no PlayStation. There is no Nintendo. Like if we're doing a console argument, that's where those other consoles. I think that's a really good point about rhetoric. The conversation about law is about would Xbox and would ABK, would those two have more innovation / more IPs combined if one hadn't joined the other? Would more people be employed, and would prices have been less up had they not been joined together? That's the conversation. That's why when you say the other guy, when you say it doesn't, that's just all misdirection. That's actually a very what's the word I'm looking for? That's a disingenuous conversation point because that's like that has no bearing, right? But when you do, what we have is a post facto situation. right? In which you can like say like, no, like they canceled before the deal. We saw that there was certain IP coming out, Contraband, for example. We saw that was coming out. We saw Perfect Dark. We saw that was coming out. We saw a couple of them. They were coming out. And now they're not. That's the conversation. If you want to have that conversation, go ahead. Like if you want to have, but I need to go pick, oh, no hurries, roster. But if you're not, but if you're not, it's not picking on it, right? Like it's just like next time, potentially just understand sometimes people aren't trying to make this like, oh, an anti this company or anti that company or anti this idea. It's like this idea is going to hurt you, right? And or it's going to hurt more people than it's going to help. That's kind of the moral of the story. All right. You're saying the ABK merger is stopping innovation from Microsoft. Clearly, they are still doing that, but letting the other guys not have new IPs or innovation. No, I didn't say stopping. It's less. It's less. Understand the difference between stopping and less. The law says if this is going to hurt consumers, is this going to hurt innovation? Right? When you have less innovation, that is hurting innovation. When you stop innovation, that is stopping innovation. When you have price increases, that is raising the price. It doesn't mean like it's infinite dollar, but it's an increased price. Usually, when we talk about hurting consumers, it is an argument about price in economics. Hence the reason they argued we are not going to raise the price. I don't understand how that can be any way misconstrued as like, but they did. Now there's an argument to be made. Well, everybody's raised the price. And I think that's a legit argument to bring up. But now you have to then say, well, did everybody raise the price because of inflation? Did everybody raise the price because of covering costs? You can make all those arguments. But the fact is, within 2 years of the deal closing, there have been 2 price increases. That's the thing. And for someone who is so adamant about defending this or like trying to pivot, what I would probably tell you to do is try to like understand like the same scrutiny you're doing. Scrutinize what they said versus what actually happened. That's all. More games, but nobody seems to care because they didn't say they weren't. That's the problem. They didn't say they weren't. You get what I'm saying? Like Nintendo, PlayStation, EA, Ubisoft. Like they didn't go out there and make a whole public campaign and say they weren't. You know what I mean? Let's look at something else. Right? Because we're kind of getting... Xbox dedicated handheld was canceled because it required 10 million units, it's claimed. Now this one, I think this is actually not true. Right? I think this is something else we called, right? We called this on the show. I made an entire video about this. Made an entire video that there was going to be no Xbox first party handheld. I made a whole video about that. It doesn't make sense to me, right? Is that because of a lack of innovation? I don't know. You could maybe. I don't think so. But when you make an entire deal about nothing's going to change and we're going to keep changing forward, it's misleading. You wanted something else? Let's look at the other thing I had up here, right? Let's look at the other thing. Here we go. Xbox co-founder. Now, I don't think she was the co-founder. That's kind of like, come on now. Laura Fryer, she has YouTube videos. I've shown her a couple of times on this channel, but I kind of mix opinions about her. But she says she feels betrayed by the price hike. Betrayal. You know what I mean? Like all these things after the fact. No, these aren't people who were, these were people who were cheering. Like, I don't understand. Like when someone says they did something, I can't be like, if I tell you, yo, my company isn't going to lay off people, right? If I tell you that, then it's me who owes that relationship. Like my competitors don't have that they didn't make that claim. Like that's the ridiculous thing. Like, so it's like, well, they didn't do it. It don't matter. This isn't a relational thing. This, like, certain things you could be like is relational. Most console war things are like relational, but are, yeah, it's in relativity. But when you say, I'm not going to do something, the onus is on you. This isn't us. I'm in South Dakota. That's crazy, geek. How many years past the deal being closed? Were they, hello, hey, Rebecca, were they supposed to promise for reading price? I can't understand if it's like 6 months, but multiple years later. Come on. It's been, it was less than a year. It was less than a year. But that's not the point. The point is they said they weren't, that's the point. How many years? It wasn't years. It was 9 months. How many? It was less than a month for layoffs. Right? So you could definitely make an argument to say like, hey, after 2 years, which by the way, would have probably not held up. Like, right? But most likely the argument would have been 3 years, just like, hey, they signed we're going to give everybody access to Call of Duty for 10 years. Everything was 10 years. So now you're going to be like, oh no, it's 6 months. That's good. That's long enough. Are you kidding me? That's not even enough time to get like legal paperwork. Like in certain countries in the world, you have to give more than 6 months notice to lay off people. That's why I'm saying like, you're kind of being disingenuous here. You're kind of looking at this extremely one-sided. And that's why people are like, dude, you kind of are showing your own either A, ignorance, or 2, extreme bias. And that is like what we need less of. Right? We just need less of that. But that's it. That's one. That's it. You know, man, you actually let me get through almost all my things. I actually have one more thumbnail, but we're going to show a couple more games. And with that said, I want to show this game because y'all know I'm a fan of like you reutilizing an IP to make a video game. So these people did that. So here we go. The next thing. We were just talking about this IP too not too long ago, so I think this is kind of cool that a video I didn't even know this was coming out. So this is kind of cool that this video game is coming out. Yeah, so that is a Winnie the Pooh dungeon crawler, if you did not know that. But I told you, Zaylik, I told you, or who was it? It was Audi. I was like, why spend money on IP? There's tons of other IP out there that you can do. Now, whether or not Winnie the Pooh dungeon crawler makes sense, I don't know. But they did it. They did it. So, but yeah, shout out to that team. I don't know if it makes sense. I don't know if it makes sense, but it seems interesting. No, I think I don't know. It's a visual version of Winnie the Pooh, of Winnie the Pooh Dungeon Crawler. I just played some Sims at PAX. Oh, Zalek, let us know how it is. Let us know how it is. In Geek, why are you in South Dakota? What's in South Dakota? You know what I think is interesting is I always meet people, which Sioux Falls. Where's Sioux Falls? If that's South, I always meet people in one, but I never meet people in the other. The thing is, I always meet people in South Dakota and I never meet people in North Dakota. I think that's how it is. There's like certain places where I'm like, and I already told you, these are all like South Dakota and North Dakota is like the biggest scam of two states. I've said that I haven't made this point in a long time, but South Dakota and North Dakota are the biggest scams for a state. If you haven't looked at it, like they created these two states. Mind you, there are 4 senators spread across these 2 states. 4 senators. There are more senators spread across South Dakota and North Dakota than there are members of the House. It tells you South Dakota and North Dakota have way, like their vote matters way more. In these 2 states, it wasn't like there was a war, right? These 2 states were created literally on the same day. Biggest scam. Biggest scam. I mean, it is like, there's no reason why there should be 2 states. None. But I'm here for it. Oh my God. Well, they don't want people to go there. That's where Warehouse 13 is hidden. Warehouse 13, what is that? Is that a video game? Is that a video game? I don't know what Warehouse 13 is. Is that like Area 51? I don't know. I'm always like, I know Sturgis is there, like the motorcycle thing. There's like some stuff. There's like some cool things. There's some interesting indigenous communities there, right? I just am saying, like, there's no reason to have 2 states. That's all I'm saying. It's a TV show. Oh, it is? I'll have to watch it then. That's all I'm saying. I just don't think there's any reason to have to. And I think I told SPG this. I think SPG's up there, right? I think I've told him that. There's just no reason for this, man. I'm always just like, why do you have 2? It's like the biggest, like, and nobody would question it. That's my thing. Like, no, people will question Puerto Rico becoming the 51st state. No one questions why do we have 2 states that literally, like, why? I'm telling you, it's like random political power plays that no one questions. I seen part of the same universe as Eureka. What? I haven't even seen that one. I need to watch that one. I haven't seen that one. I'm about to drop this link here in a second. But we got a little bit more gaming news things. And then we got one more trailer and then I'll drop a link. Here we go. Big news there. Over 60% of US gamers only buy 1 or 2 games per year via Circana. If you did not know who Circana is, that is Matt Piscatella's group. Only about 14% buy 1 game or more per month. I don't think I buy 1 per month. Did I read that right? Only about 14% buy 1 game or more per month. That's kind of crazy, no? 12 games a year? That seems so high. There are 14% of gamers who buy 12 or more games a year? Wow. That's crazy. I didn't read that second sentence until now. Like, I didn't actually digest that second sentence. 12 games a year? Did you see the Halo TV show from Paramount? It's on Netflix. I'm doing very well. Is it the same one that's been out there? They're getting ready to drop season 2 shortly. Interesting as a new life on Netflix. All the hate. I think the TV show got a lot of no DLC count. Or Abolica, you would be doing. I thought the Halo TV show is doing well. I know I had a colleague who was watching it. I didn't know. I thought the Halo TV show did well for TV. Like, I don't think the Halo TV show is made for gamers. Like I don't think adaptations, like, that's why when people are like, yo, the book was so much better than the movie. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, because you're a book reader. You're not a movie watcher. Like, or like the TV show was the book is better than TV show. Game of Thrones, right? Everybody said like the book is so much better. Yeah, because you're not yeah, but do you realize like TV show people don't read books? Or like, yeah, so I believe it. I believe like it's doing well. To me, it would have done well. It would have done well. Because from my perspective, people who watched it thought it did well. Hey, granted, but maybe I'm wrong. I very nice. Yeah, I could imagine, Paul. Y'all have a lot. Eureka was made too good. Old days of the Sci-Fi Channel. I've not seen Eureka. I have not been watching TV. You want to know what I've been watching recently? And it's, let me know what y'all think of it if you've seen it. Okay, because I have mixed opinions about. I'll be very honest. I have mixed opinions about this show. Task on HBO. Mixed opinions. Some people really like it. I have like. So this is the same person, showrunner who had done Mare of Easttown. If y'all seen that also on HBO, I really like Mare of Easttown. But Task, I don't know. Let me know if y'all like it. Let me know if you like it. Oh, I agree. I enjoy it. I don't care about the small things that game we're complaining about. I didn't even see. Yeah, I've owned the last time I played Halo. It's a true story, Kabini. It's not because it's just you never hear me talking about games like Halo. Like, right? The last time I played Halo was a long, long time ago. That's all I know. And I know Master Chief is like the guy on Dark. A little figurine for Dark. That's it. And I know Halo Tactics was supposed to be like Age of Empires. Only reason I know that is because of one of the Jason Schreier books when he was talking about Ensemble Studios before they broke off to form Ensemble Studios. The only stuff I know about it. But from what I understood, Halo was is supposedly a good one. And so I didn't know Paramount. Who owns it? You said Paramount? Did you say you went to Paramount or you say you went to Netflix? I did not give a flying egg that the showed his face. People were so... Why wouldn't you show the face? That's what I'm saying. Like, it's not meant for game. Like, be excited that the IP is it's as if I would have been upset because Little Nightmares did a podcast and they talked. You know what I mean? Because Little Nightmares, they don't talk, right? In the game, in the podcast, that's all they do. So it'd be like I think, and y'all are. I'm not. This is. I think Kubini understands this. I think Simpleton understands this. I think everybody in here, this because y'all are mature. For the most part, Kabini kind of gets a little console worry, but I think as we get older, right, we need to be supportive of like when things take a different form. Like it doesn't mean like it's not the same. It doesn't mean. I think I made this argument on Cowboys channel before when they were talking about the Little Mermaid situation from a few years ago. It's not like our memories are invalid, right? Or our experiences are invalid, or they're like, oh, we're taking Halo that you enjoyed, in this case, Halo. Because I'm just thinking of that one, because y'all both mentioned it. Like, we're taking it away. I don't understand this. Like, this is actually a human emotion I don't quite understand. And I do a lot of psychoanalysis, like on like My Little Nightmares, right? I went super deep in that. I don't understand why people are so hung up on things evolving. Maybe you can help me. Y'all can be like, well, purple, it's easy. It's all. But for me, I just don't get it. I'm like I'm excited. Like, cool. Like, I can still enjoy what I enjoyed and remember it, but I also understand to make something like continue to live, it has to evolve. As I told you, like, a lot of politicians don't, they think they have to do it all. But no, you have to let some things evolve. Like, that's how it's going to stay in consciousness. You should be excited for that. Translation, you played Halo, got into a lobby with someone and they made you quit. No, it's not. It wasn't even that. This was like the first Halo. This was literally in 2002. So this was like one of the first games on Xbox. And I thought it was interesting because it was like GoldenEye was probably the other only FPS, what we call it, FPS. That was the only other one like I had played. And so when I played Halo, it was like a little bit more advanced. You could like the guns are a little bit more advanced. The map, the area, do we call it a map? That was a little bit different. And of course, it was like 4 years newer and on a more powerful system. But that was it. Like, this stuff about lobbies, there's no lobbies. This was like everybody in the same room playing the same thing. That's what I'm talking about. Like, I don't know if you know that. Yes, this is a little bit. This is actually like the experience, not something else. They're doing a Halo 1 remake in Unreal Engine 5 coming out next year, part of Xbox. That makes sense. I mean, like, I think that makes sense. Like, I'm not upset with remakes. Like, I'm really not. But I take that same energy for all remakes. The only time you will see me get like, why did they remake this? The only time I'll do that is if they just did it. Right? So here's a great example of a game that's they've remastered, not remade. Rudix, if you're out there, you know what I mean. Darksiders 2. Right? So you have Darksiders 2, the original. Then you have Darksiders 2 Definitive Edition, which is like they remastered Darksiders 2. And then just last year, they came out with Darksiders 2 and they like upscaled it to like 4K 60. Right? I'm not mad about that because like they've actually brought a game that was on the PS3, Xbox 360 era. And it looks like a pretty solid game in modern day. I'm cool with it. And it still plays best Darksiders ever. I'll fight you, simpleton. I bought Little Nightmares Enhanced Edition, Little Nightmares 3. You could play in Battlefield 6. So I bought Little Nightmares 3. You bought the Enhanced Edition? It came for free, Paul. Paul, if you had... Oh, I know why. Because you didn't have Little Nightmares 2 before. If you have PlayStation, it came automatically with the upgrade. But if you didn't have it on PlayStation, I get why you did that. Sometimes when things evolve, they don't end up being good. That's fine. That's fine. Like it's fine to criticize, but at least they're trying to evolve it. You have to kind of learn, like, not everything. Yeah. Sometimes, like, what evolved, and I don't think Jurassic Park. Like, I think every Jurassic Park after the first one is like, I'm just not a fan. But I'm not upset with them for doing that, right? Obviously the first two Ghostbusters. I'm not upset with the other ones, but I understand it has to evolve. Like it's for another generation, right? And I'm gonna support it. And then I can be one of those people who's like, like this is what I enjoyed about this one, and someone else can be like, well, this is what I enjoyed about the new one, and it's like, cool. I hope you like it, right? I've seen this cycle multiple times, especially in gaming. Like, if you've been gaming since like the 80s, like the early 2000s gaming, people were saying like, oh, this isn't as good as like the gaming because the platformers were different. Like back then, like in the 80s, especially the late 80s, like the action platformers were very different, right? And then you get to like the early 2000s. So this is literally like 15, if you're saying the like 20 years later, it's a totally different, like that's totally different. And that's why you see like this resurgence. Was like one of my favorite games, like, right? What is that game called? Prince of Persia or Shinobi, or like, why am I like into those games? Because that reminds me of like what I like they upgraded the graphics, like they went back to like a simpler game style, but I like it. Right. But then when I hear people talk about, oh my goodness, Spyro, Ratchet and Clank, like your 3D platformers, Mario 64. I'm like, no, that's not I don't like it as much. But for some people, I had to throw in Mario 64 for Ambi. Some people, though, that is to them, that is their like, oh, that's like the best time in gaming, blah, 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 blah. But it's the same thing. I don't know. Not on Switch 2, it doesn't. I know, yeah, Paul, I just realized that. I have it on, I bought it on Switch. I don't have the enhanced edition on Switch 2. I have the enhanced edition on PlayStation. I have it on PC, so get the free upgrade there, but I wanted it on Switch 2 also. They claimed they couldn't give it on for free on eShop. I thought they said it was coming, though. I believe you. I have it digitally on Switch 2, but it's not the enhanced edition. The newer Park movies, what's a Park movie? Jurassic Park movie? All of them are. If you're not talking about the first one, they're all bad. Darksiders series is the best one. I'm still not over the betrayal. Oh my simpleton. No, it's not. No, it's not. What betrayal? Oh, you're saying like the Oh yeah. You thought, oh, the ending though, simpleton. The ending in 3. Oh, but the ending in 2 is so poetic. You're telling me the ending in 2 is not poetic? Like his last line, so good, is the best in the series. Thank you, Paul. Thank you. I love the one new Ghostbusters that I've seen. Which one? The one with the snow or the one without the snow? That's the way I separate those two. The one with the snow or the one without the snow. But gaming has evolved with a lot of issues, though, compared to back. I miss the days when gaming didn't have patches. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know what to tell you on that one. That's a new one, but like a lot of times, like the ones that, I just got a freeze warning here in New York. That's crazy. Sunday was like 88 degrees, and now it's like a freeze warning. It's like my community warning. It's like, where did this come from? Are you just affecting Mario? No, I'm just saying it's not as good as the other platformers. That's all I'm saying. Like, you're not going to convince me Mario 64 is better than Mario 3. You're just not going to convince me of this. Like, I don't know how in the world anybody's going to convince me Mario 64 is better than Mario 3. Like, you're just not. You know what I mean? I'll fight you on that. I never got through Jurassic Park 3. Oh, which one's Jurassic Park? Okay, so which one? Okay. Oh, Wit, we watched all these, didn't we? Wit and I had like a movie series that we would go. Jurassic Park 2 is 3 with the pterodactyls. Did I say that word right? Is 3 with the flying dinosaurs? Because I kind of remember that. If 3 is the flying dinosaurs, I kind of remember that. Or is 2 the flying dinosaurs? No, 2 is the flying dinosaurs. 3, I don't want to ruin it for people. 3 is where they capture it and it's on a boat, right? That's 3. So 1, we know what 1 is. 2, they go to like the other island, right? And then 3, they actually capture one. Is that 3's they captured it? I'm pretty sure that's the one. That's how it works. I don't want to ruin the reason I don't like 3 is because I think 3 just ruined it. I think 3 just like kind of ruins it. Like when you're off the island. I just didn't like that. But I'm okay with it. I'm just like, yo, I still like 1 better. You know what I mean? And I'm still going to watch the other Jurassic Parks to see if they like, you know what this is like? It's like Assassin's Creed. Yeah, I'm going to go with Assassin's Creed. Assassin's Creed with Ezio and Altair. Is that his name? The first one? Best Assassin's Creeds, right? Then they go crazy. I don't know where they go with it, but they go crazy. But then they come out with Assassin's Creed Mirage. And I'm like, I like that one. But if I had just written off Assassin's Creed, right, after you had freaking Valhalla, or after you had Pirates, I know a lot of y'all like the Pirates one, so I'm not going to go too hard in that. But if I had just like written it off, then I wouldn't have enjoyed like Mirage. You know what I mean? That's how I look at it. Delta doesn't hold. There are different categories, Ambi. Like, I'm going to call you out, Ambi. I'm going to say you're doing exactly what Kubini's doing when he brings in PlayStation versus Xbox and the innovation. This is not about Zelda. We're talking about platformers like Mario, right? So we're staying within the platformer and the Mario franchise. We're not going to say like Zelda and not Zelda. I see what you're trying. I think you're trying to distract and you're being disingenuous with your commentary. You're going to get the Kubini treatment as well. See, Kubini, I'm not. If Kubini's still in there, he's probably rolling his eyes. Before online patches, there were replacement CDs by mail. Ooh, granted. See, I wasn't around gaming back then. I wasn't around gaming. Actually, if I was, it's because this was like the 4th Age of Empires 2 that I had bought. Like, I was so into Age of Empires 2. I've bought an Age of Empires 2 so many times. But I wasn't like gaming on a console at this point. Yeah, Zelda: A Link to the Past is my fave. Zelda's, yeah, Link to the Past. A lot of people, that's the super, as we found out, Simpleton corrected me about a year ago on this, year and a half ago. Link to the Past is not the same as Zelda Link's Awakening. Not the same thing. Not the same thing. Link's Awakening. No one likes that one, by the way. No one likes that one. I don't know why. I like Link's Awakening. But yeah. Yes. But see, Neos, that's the thing. Like, so you had that battle, right? But doesn't what is the new ones called? Jurassic World? They're not Jurassic Park, right? It's Jurassic World. I felt Jurassic World try to take like the best hits of like Jurassic Parks 1, 2, and 3 and create Jurassic World, right? Because doesn't Jurassic World have like a dinosaur versus dinosaur? Isn't that like what is that fighting game? Oh, what is that fighting game? Primal Rage? No, that's not it. Primal Evil, that's not it. Primal Instinct. Is that the name of the game? Where it's like dinosaurs and like gorillas fighting each other? I believe Assassin's Creed should have been ended. And as a fan, I can admit that this is at least should have ended in Assassin's Creed 3 or Odyssey. But a lot of people like the new one. Both Zalik and Ambi have platinum that or whatever. They've done everything. So I don't know. I'm okay with Mirage. I'm okay with exploring different times in history. I just, y'all know I don't get along with the stuff. All right, we're gonna do this last trailer, and I'm gonna drop the link while the last trailer is playing. How about that? All right, here we go. The last trailer. I actually haven't seen this one, so here's the last trailer. Where are my Lamote fans, my puzzle fans? Where are you at? I got you covered. So Orvis coming out. Yeah, I'm kind of excited about that. I'm not gonna lie. Y'all know I geek out. I geek out on like puzzles. Like this is like I know. I'm a nerd for puzzles. But you're like, Purple, there's no story. Yes, there is. You just can't see it. There's definitely a story in that. There's definitely a story. You just can't see it. But no, I geek out on puzzles. I geek out. If it definitely has like some solid ambient music like that, it's gonna be hard. It's gonna be hard to take me away from it. What? I know, Ravalica. Cherryman has a puzzle. Purple be showing game that I would not sell to see for. Why? What do you mean? What do you mean? But yeah, Ravalica, it's coming. You know, I have to represent the puzzle games. Gotta represent the puzzle games. That's why I game. So obviously like Little Nightmares, puzzle game. This is gonna be super interesting for my puzzle game of the year. I'm adding that category this year. Puzzle game of the year. Yeah, I saw a little bit of Lamote influences there. I saw a little bit of oh my goodness, why can I never think of the name of this game? The one that's a bug. It's like kind of a short game. It's like a bug, and it takes place in like a different world. Why can't I think about this? It came out 2 years ago. Either way, I saw like a little bit of those influences, and then you have a marble. You know what I mean? Like taking it way back to like puzzle games. So I'm excited about it. I just had to clean up a mess of laundry detergent. Oh no. At least it smells good. But laundry detergent is expensive now. You know what's also expensive? Trash bags. I had to go buy trash bags today. And those are expensive. That's all I'm gonna say. Those are expensive. I mean, I did get enough that I think will hold the family for like a year. Nah. Let's say I think it'll hold them for like 6 months, 7 months. But I thought it was a good investment. Portal a bit too. Portal, interesting. Portal's one that I never really got into. I think it's because of the why didn't I get into Portal? I think it's something like when I play Portal, it kind of gives me a headache or it makes me dizzy or nauseous. But that's, again, I'm not mad. Just like, but a lot of people got into puzzles because of Portal. Like, I think that's how I look at it. Like, here's what I say about that. I would rather someone like Portal and I not, but they brought them into the puzzle genre. So potentially the next puzzle game, there's an incentive for somebody to make a puzzle game, right? And I guess that's how I look about Assassin's Creed. I would rather they make one, even if I don't like it, that someone else gets into it, because they'll make it. They'll make more of them, right? Or like I said, Ghostbusters. I'm excited for that. Yeah, like Little Nightmares, perfect example. I don't think it's gonna get better than Little Nightmares 2. I'm being very honest. Like, I thought Little Nightmares 2 was very dark, very much a lot of like deep like emotion into. You know what I mean? But I'm okay with like the lighter color palette. I'm okay if these two characters, if there's a happier ending, I'm okay with that. Because I want to see the franchise continue to live on. You know what I mean? But maybe I'm different. Is he? I never talked to Granny about Portal. It's all the times I play with him on Orcs Must Die. Orcs Must Die Saturday, y'all. I know y'all continue to play. So y'all are like, yeah, Purple, we play every Saturday. But no, I should not. I don't think I have anything going on Saturday. I had, and I just saw Zalix PAX update, our YouTube thing. Watch that. My daughter was doing her laundry and she was trying and a top cap came off and somehow Portal. Oh no. And the thing about laundry rooms, hopefully it spilled in the middle and it didn't get underneath the washer machine. Because that's the worst. Because then you have to move the washing machine. Then you have to worry about potentially unplugging stuff. Or worse, if you have to move the dryer. Because if you have to unmove the dryer and you undo something with the gas connector, like that's huge. I didn't realize how big that of a deal that was until I had a house and they didn't hook up the dryer correctly. Like that's like, if they don't hook up the dryer correctly, this is for anybody who gets a dryer. Some of y'all already know this. If your dryer does not get hooked up correctly, by law, they have to shut off your entire gas in your house. And when I mean they have to shut it off, like they take like a tag and it shuts it off, at least in the United States. And then just to get it turned back on, you have to pay like $500 because it's a safety hazard because of natural gas. And because of how much like gas like a dryer actually takes. Like dryers are really like the washing room in general is like a huge liability. I don't think people realize that those two appliances, a lot can go wrong in a dryer. Like, do not skimp on the value of your washers and dryers. If you take nothing away from this, do not skimp on those two things. Because it is going to cost you. Whether or not it's from like them being they're gonna cheap, you gotta rebuy it. Whether it's the appliances are gonna like the gas bill and the water bill is gonna get out of whack. Your clothes are gonna get damaged. It's just, do not skimp on those things. Don't try to cut somewhere else. Cut on the microwave you buy, right? Cut on something else. Do not skimp on your washer and dryer. Electric dryer here too. Well, don't skimp on it. That's all I'm saying. You can still do electric drying. Just don't skimp on it. Just don't skimp. Rouster is not that great. We got an expensive pair like 15 years ago. That's where you have to do it. It lasts you. It lasts you. It's just one of those things you just don't want to like. It can go. So I got a good, a solid washer and dryer. It's actually purple. True story. It's purple. It's like a purple blue color. And so it's like super cool, right? And I got it at Best Buy. All right. I know some of you are rolling your eyes, but no, it was like it's really solid. Got it at Best Buy. And I had them. I bought the package where Best Buy would install. Right. So I think I'm good, right? I'm like, okay, Best Buy is installing it. But it wasn't Geek Squad, which I didn't realize this. Best Buy has 2 installation people. They have Geek Squad and they have like where they contract out. This is where they contract it out. Now, when they contract out, what sometimes they do is they contract out to the people who are going to deliver. And these are just delivery people. These aren't necessarily like install people, right? If you get Geek Squad, by law, they have to do it right. If you get the other group, technically by law, they have to get it right as well. And so when they messed it up, I was super upset, right? I was like super upset because I'm like, I got to pay $500. You know what I mean? So they refunded me like the $150 or something that I had spent. And then they actually gave me a gift card. But I'm telling you all this. Because learn from my thing. They gave me a gift card because I complained and they said, hey, here's a gift card. And it's so they refunded the $150 and then they gave me a gift card for $150. All right. So I thought I was doing well. However, once I got it so I had to get it reinstalled, right? Because they didn't do it the right way. And then I had to get the gas tap put back on, which was like another $500. So altogether, this ended up being like $900, right? So I was really upset. So I called Best Buy again, right? Or interacted with them and said, like, I need more compensation for this. It's a huge spend of time. And the girl, she was super nice. She's like, I can't give you any more money. I said, why not? She said, because technically when you said you were going to be okay with the $150 gift card, she said, that closes your case. She said, what you should have done is you should have asked us for the absolute max. And I was like, well, what's the absolute max? And she said, because theoretically by law, that they did not hook it up by law and you were theoretically, your life was in danger. That's the whole thing. Because it wasn't a gas. They didn't hook it up correctly. So that's the whole thing. So my life was in danger. She's like, you technically could have not just got a rebate. She's like, you could have got serious compensation from Best Buy. Like, I'm talking like several $1,000s. Like, I could have got the whole thing set up for free. But she's like, you took the $150 gift card. So like you took the first option. You didn't fight for it. So this is to anybody else. If someone does something really wrong, like a major retailer, definitely ask for like the most. Don't take the first thing they tell you. Actually, don't even talk to the people who are going to offer you something. Don't talk to customer support. Go directly to like corporate, like there's a corporate like customer group. That's who you need to talk to. Because they have the ability to give you more than like that frontline people. I didn't know that. Actually, I did know that. I didn't think of that in this situation. So don't do like Purple. Ask for the most, especially if it's something like that. I replaced the heating element of my 7-year dryer, hoping for another 7. Yes. Don't sleep. Don't sleep on it. Don't skimp on the embedded over the oven microwave either. So the over the oven microwave, I don't like microwaves in general. This is a true story. I don't think I've ever told y'all this. I actually, up until recently, I never used microwaves. I never use them. And the reason why I never, and y'all are like, oh, well, Purple, that's because you have like some like thing about like nuclear energy or no, it's not that. It's because like one time I took a cooking class and in cooking, like cooking courses, like they break things down like, oh, your starches and your proteins and your sauces. And like you learn how to cook like that. And the instructor, she had us cook a meal, right? And then the next time we came back, she had us heat it up. Right. So it was like a 2-day type of thing. And it was a protein. And so she had us heat it up in the microwave and we ate it. And it was like, okay, yeah, like it's decent. But then she had us steam it. And when we steamed it, it was like way better. So ever since then, I always steam. Like if I need to heat something up, I always like would steam it. Like this is when I lived in New York. This is when I lived in Seattle. This is like when I always would steam it. And it worked. Like it takes longer, but it just tastes better. And it doesn't come out super hot. Like, you know, sometimes you overheat something in a microwave. It doesn't do that. Now, some of you are like, well, Purple, what about popcorn? You're right. You can't do it with popcorn. But that's why I do air pop popcorn. Like I don't do like popcorn in a microwave. And then you're like, well, Purple, what about like breads and stuff? You're right about that one too. But that's usually when I just do the oven, right? Like, so for the longest time, I didn't do like microwaves. And so my mom, my mom and dad would freak out about this because they would come to my house and they want to heat something up and they would turn on like I didn't have a microwave. Like in Seattle, I didn't have a microwave. In New York, I did, but like I was like, don't turn the microwave, and they were like freak out. They ultimately won the battle because they're like, no, we don't want to wait 25 minutes to get this thing heated up. But I'm like, then just plan, you know. So note to self, or take this note: if you want it to taste better, steam it. Steam it. Invest in a steamer. Our laundry detergent. Oh, that's cool. I have blue and white laundry detergent. I don't have purple laundry detergent. Geek Squad sucks. Oh, that's funny because it's Geek the Sneak saying Geek Squad sucks. I don't know why I think that's so funny. That's how it goes. First to 12th goes so fast. Oh, wow. My cousin nearly lost his whole house from the dryer catching fire. I had to go kitchen laundry. Oh, my goodness. I'm telling you, don't skimp. Microwaves are good for warming up food, but not so much for cooking. Yeah, no, I wouldn't. Yeah. Like I said, if you're going to do it, I steam. If I can get away with it. But I'm telling you, for about a solid 12 years there, I just steamed. it. Like every single time. I excited for vegetables because they don't come out as good in the microwave. So much taste. Steamer makes everything taste better. In my opinion, steamer makes everything taste better. I'm not against you saying yes to a gift card protects them from further damage, but I can see them being jerks about it as you described. Oh yeah. Well, I didn't push it, but she said, because what happened was because they have you actually sign it. It like closes it out. They're like, have you been satisfied with us? Blah, blah, blah. And they close it out at that point. And so I think they're taking that, closing it out as you're being satisfied, and then you coming back is like you asking them, it's like you double dipping. And so I think you're right. I think I could have argued for more, because especially in this situation, because it was like a major safety hazard, you know what I mean? But at the same time, I mean, I still have the letter, like I still have the exchange, and the way it's worded makes it, because I went back to look at the way it's worded because I was pissed. And like, this is like some girl in like some call center, right? But she's like, no, like your situation, you should have asked for more initially. But because I've had issues with some other people, like, and they weren't really issues. I had like some restoration hardware. I had some issues with like a table. And in that situation, I was like super, like I went to like corporate because what they were telling me at the showroom didn't make sense to me. And then that's when it started to click, like any of these friends, like just go higher. And a lot of times the higher people just have higher authority. It's not like the phone people. She just knew for a fact. She's like, I didn't give you, like, you did not get everything you could have gotten based upon what she had seen. She was just telling me that. But then what I know now is corporate has even more than that. That was my fault. I think for me, I was just more or less, I was emotional. So that's another thing. Try not to get emotional. And that's why I always think, like, try to see it from their perspective, because if you can sometimes see it from their perspective, it'll help you ground and help you like negotiate better. That's the second thing. Don't get emotional. That's funny because I was just saying that. I use the Instapot for steaming. That works. I made some broccoli and cauliflower earlier in the steamer. Yeah, yes, those are actually amazing. Cauliflower is amazing. Cauliflower also really well. You probably already know this. Y'all already know this. This is for anybody else who's like learning to cook. Neo's take notes. Take notes, Neo. Really good treat is to do your cauliflower like normal, then put your favorite seasonings on it, like on a tray, and then heat it up in the oven. That is like so good. Like that is so good. Now, granted, you like take some of like the nutrition out of it. Don't worry, but it's still like a really good snack. You mentioned cauliflower. I've gone with cauliflower for a while. Cauliflower is like so versatile of a vegetable. Is it a vegetable? Like I can imagine when you're gonna be like, purple, it's not a vegetable, it's something else. Okay, great. But it's in that category, okay? It's in a healthy food category. And I just think it's like super versatile. Like you can ground it and cook with it ground. You know what I mean? You can eat it like raw. You can like throw it in like broccoli to a degree, but not cauliflower. Like I just think cauliflower is underrated. I'm just gonna say like cauliflower is underrated. Should have been born in the night. It's what do you mean? I love it. I have an electric Ninja Foodie air fryer oven. I haven't used my microwave oven in forever. What are those things called? The air fryers? Air fryers are solid. Now, if y'all are like, purple, I don't have money for an air fryer. Let me tell you. I'm going to tell you another trick. Your oven can do what an air fryer does. It's true. I didn't quite understand that. Like when air fryers first came out, I didn't quite understand that. But it's true. They can do the same thing. Air fryers are just designed for that. You know what I mean? But your oven can do it too. Then melt butter in the microwave. Oh, why would you? Why? out of all the things you're gonna melt in the microwave, why butter? Why butter? Like that's easily one you like. That's one that I don't know actually melts better in the microwave. Why not just put it in a pot? Like I don't know that one. I don't like. Why would you melt butter in the microwave? Or maybe I'm just wrong. Too paralegal to write a letter. Maybe this was like 2 years ago. I don't. It's like long gone. Like but it definitely happened. I get free food from McDonald's all the time because I claim every time they mess up. Oh my goodness, you're that person at McDonald's. I had this thing at McDonald's where, or not McDonald's, Burger King, and it was on post. This was like way back in the army, and they had this thing. Like, this is how like bad I was. They had this thing that if you did the survey in the back, like you could buy whatever Burger King has, like a Big Mac. You could do a Big Mac and they would give you this receipt and they'd be like, hey, how did we do? And I would take the survey and you would get a free Big Mac. You would give like a free meal, a Big Mac and a free meal. But like the fine writing, like it wasn't even fine writing. It was just like, you could get a free meal if you bought another meal, but it said free meal like on the part of the receipt. And you had to write a code. Like after you did the survey online, they gave you a code to write on the receipt and you would give it to them. And so this Burger King on post, like this is like I said, this is about 15 years ago. The guy was like in high school, right? And so I gave him, it was like his first day or something. It had to be his first week. And he's like, oh, I haven't processed one of these. And I was like, oh, well, it's a free free Whopper meal, right? That's the one from Burger King. It's a free Whopper meal. And he like looks at it and he's like, oh, okay. And then like, he didn't know how to ring it up. So he went to the manager and the manager was like, maybe out of high school by 6 months or something. And the manager is like, oh yeah, just ring it up like this. You'll have to give her like another receipt. So I was like, cool. So then they gave me another receipt and it would say the same thing, like free, Whopper meal if you did this. No joke. The entire time I was at Fort Lewis, I did this twice a week. I'm not even kidding you. And it was always the same guy. Sometimes but it's the same guy. And I got all these free meals. Like I easily got over 100 free Whopper meals. Easily. Like this is like over 2 years. And then finally, it was like literally the month I had already like put my paperwork to get out. It was literally like the month for me to get out. And they saw and they're like, Captain, because I was a captain at the time. They're like, Captain, I can't give you the free Whopper. And I'm like, why not? Like now I'm like, because this is like, it's ingrained into me that I get a free Whopper every single time. And he's like, because you have to buy another Whopper meal. And I was about to get mad with him. Like, are you kidding? And I could tell he was like, so like, hurt that he had to tell me this. And then like I caught myself because I felt like I ripped off Burger King for like over $1,000 over 2 years. And so I was like, oh, never mind. But true story, I haven't been back to Burger King since then. So note to self as well. Sometimes they don't know the discount as well as you know the discount. I've never told people that story. Maybe I've told like 2 people that, but it's true. Man, that was good times. Good times. It's just an oven. I got an air fryer toaster oven combo. What the? That's crazy. My oven has a fan. I'm a fan of your oven. Okay, yes, roster. There you go. Yeah, our oven has air fryer function. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. Whopper, not big. Yeah, that hurts. Uh, yeah, I'm sorry, Curl. Yeah, it was a Whopper. It was a Whopper. It was a Whopper meal. But I was so like, it was the last month. It wasn't the last time I was there, but it was like the last month, and I was like, let me just buy this meal. But I just remember his face. He was a big kid too. He was a big kid. You could tell like he was super proud. Looking back, I'm like surprised he kept the job for like, I guess it was right around 18 months, maybe not 2 years, looking at when I started that little scheme. But yeah, I would do the exact same thing. I would just take the little receipt, go on, fill out the survey, come back, fill out the survey. Like, yeah, great times. But that's how and then I invested all the money I had, I invested in Bitcoin, and then I became a millionaire. I'm joking. It didn't happen like that, but if it had, it probably could have, because it was around that time that it first launched. I should make a story like that. I should write a book like that. Ripping off Burger King, investing in Bitcoin. That would have been cool. But all right, y'all. I don't know if we're gonna do another. I don't. Usually, if I have like something else to talk about, we'll send people over to a member stream. Let me know if y'all want to do a member stream right now. If you want to do a member stream, y'all want to talk about like other stuff, we can do it. But I know it's getting late. Always appreciative for y'all to come here. But yeah, I'll give it 5 more minutes. If you say a member stream, we'll do a member stream. If you don't say a member stream, we won't do one. But yeah, Sweet Carol launch day today. If you enjoyed it, Little Nightmares 3. I think for Paul, it might already be launched. Paul, let me know about that if you're still there. And then Battlefield 6. Told you I'm kind of interested in this game. I think that comes out soon. Maybe. Is Battlefield 6 coming out tomorrow? Did I get that right? When is it? Is it tomorrow? Yeah, Battlefield 6 is tomorrow. Wow. I didn't know that. It's tomorrow. It's tomorrow. Battlefield 6 is tomorrow. Wow. I didn't know that. It's tomorrow. Okay. It's tomorrow. You need some Bitcoin now? Go get some. You can buy it. Frank, just put $1 in. I don't invest in crypto. I'll be very honest. I don't invest in crypto. I think that I think crypto's gonna have its there's gonna be eventually a crisis on crypto. I just don't know when. But I don't invest in crypto. Yeah, but I need to go to bed. I'm okay either way. No worries, roster. Yeah, launched at midnight. We need to get the kids to bed so we can watch Peacemaker. No worries. What is Peacemaker? Yeah. Tomorrow's only a day away. I know. My mom's birthday's coming up. But I don't think we're doing anything for like I ordered something. She used to watch these all the way through. And I used to be like, oh, she's got to see what I did, blah, 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 blah. But she doesn't anymore. I ordered something from back home and I had it overnighted. Back from Texas or from Louisiana. My dad's family's originally from Louisiana, but so I ordered some food that she doesn't know is coming. She doesn't know it's coming. But I got it, so I'm super excited about it. I like giving food in restaurant, like going to eat at restaurants, because then I get to enjoy the birthday gift too. You know what I mean? Like, talked a lot about food today. I think it's a DC show. Really? Pacemaker? Oh, Peacemaker. Peacemaker? I'm the peacemaker. It sounds like a very ominous thing. Quick fact: the tallest water isn't the tallest water. What does that mean? Like what do you mean the tallest water? What kind of riddle is this? The tallest water? What kind of riddle is this? You like over the top comic book TV shows, a bit bloody and funny. Oh, Ambi will like it. Spin off of Suicide Squad, I think. What streaming service on? Yeah, I'm reading Roster's thing. I'm curious. Like I told you, Task is about to end. It's Halloween, so I watch Ghostbusters. Like Halloween is all about Ghostbusters and scary movies and like horror movies, pretty horror. So like that's what my time is going to be spent on, as well as Little Nightmares. Oh, Water Tower. I was like the tallest water. I didn't know that. Oh my goodness! Don't tell Rebolica and Granite's son. Peacemaker Zishio on HBO with John Cena. Like the wrestler? The wrestler? Which one's John Cena? I can never remember the wrestlers. I know The Rock. Which one's John Cena? I don't even know that. I don't even know that person. You know what I saw for the first time? What movie was that I saw? I just saw a movie. And, Cabin in the Woods. I think it's called, it's an old one. It's with Thor. The actor who plays Thor, he's in this movie. I thought it was pretty interesting. Wait, we need to watch that. Wait, I need you to watch Cabin in the Woods if you're still out there. I need you to watch Cabin in the Woods, Wit. Because if y'all didn't know, Wit and I have like a totally different like movie, TV show. Like we go like the way I did Little Nightmares, we go super deep into like movies. And so Wit, if you're out there, Cabin in the Woods. I got you. What are you doing, Neos? What do you mean? John Cena is a wrestler. Yes, you haven't seen him. You probably haven't seen him. So he's not like a famous wrestler, like a movie wrestler. Right. Like he's not like a movie wrestler. I can't see him. What is he like? Invisible? Is his character invisible? That'd be crazy, right? If there's like a wrestler who's like the invisible, that'll be so crazy, right? Like there's a wrestler, but you can't see them. But the other wrestler is reacting to like the invisible man. That would be crazy, right? Like there's only one wrestler in the ring, but there's this other wrestler called the Invisible Man, and they're doing things to the first wrestler. That would be like, I just have a concept. He's just like The Rock. He is? I've not seen this guy. I love how Purple won't get the reference. About what? Where's Paul? What did Paul say? He's the one you can't. Okay. So he is the invisible. Did they already do this? He's famous and you can't see it. You can't see me is his catchphrase. Like, can you smell the rocket? Oh, I don't know. I don't watch wrestling. How many times have y'all heard me talk about wrestling? Y'all are like so into this stuff. I mean, Vince did wrestle good. Watch the horror movie Weapons. Is it pretty horror? What is it about? I'll watch it. Weapons? Okay, so I have Weapons and I have the John Cabin the Woods was mid. I think it was mid, Neos, but I like the references. All right, Neos, if you're what are your tell me your top 3 horror films. Is there anybody in chat? Anybody in chat who's into horror? Tell me your top 3 horror. Okay. I don't think we've ever actually done this, but I think it's Halloween and I want we have enough time. It's October 9th. So I feel like whatever's said in chat, like if you've seen every single thing in chat, then you're already going to be ahead of it. But if you haven't seen everything in chat, top 3 horror, right? Put out your top 3 horror. And if you haven't seen one of those, try to see one over the next week or 2 weeks so you can come back and say, okay, like, what did you think of that? Right? So what I'm going to say, I like pretty horror. So my pretty horror that I'm going to put out there, Midsommar. The other one by the person who did Midsommar, which I can't think of the name, but I know exactly what happens in it. And The Witch. Those are the 3 I'm going to put out there. So let me get this other name for let me get this other name for the movie. Let me get the other name. I cannot think of it, and I don't want to get up to I don't want to get up to like go look for the name. Hereditary. Okay? Midsommar, Hereditary, and The Witch. Those are the 3 I'm going to do. Those are the 3 I'm going to do. Ari Aster. Yes. Yes, Wit, you got it. Mine is The Conjuring, Saw, and Sinister. Okay, Saw 1, the first Saw? You can't just throw out Saw there. Conjuring? Okay. Okay. Oh, and Candyman was... Which one? The original? Demons, Dawn of the Dead, 1978 version, and Zombie Flesh Eaters. Okay. That's cool. We'll have to see. Okay. I have a couple here. Conjuring, I believe I've seen Conjuring. I know for a fact I've seen Sinister. But I think I've seen Conjuring. Let me think, because I remember too many of them like that. Candyman for sure. If this is original, I've seen Candyman. Dawn of the Dead. I've seen Dawn of the Dead. So, but I've not seen Zombie Flesh Eaters. All right. I got that. I got it. Well, I like all the Saws. You do. You like all the Saws. Interesting. Bram Stoker's Dracula, Buffy the Vampire Slayer, and The Covenant. Ooh, that's an interesting one. Robolica, that is like an interesting grouping there. I can kind of see where Neos was going. I can kind of see a little bit of Paul is giving us. I feel like Paul's giving us similar to like Cabin in the Woods, right? Where it's like almost a not a spoof, but I see where Paul's coming from. So like they're not necessarily horror as much as they're like kind of like commentary on horror, which I like. I can see that. Shining, Silence of the Lambs, and The Descent. Okay, The Descent. Which one is that one? I feel like I've seen this one. For sure, Shining. Like next week, I'm going to probably tell you all The Shining. These are, the first 2 are classics, like genre-defining movies. But Robolica is going very, very interesting. So I see a vampire theme, but then you have The Covenant. Is The Covenant witches? Or are you going straight vampires? I think we've seen and discussed both Candyman. We've seen and did we? Did we, Wit? The original one for sure. I think I would have seen both. But 2 was my favorite because it definitely had me like, he got to say, oh my God. What? This is where we go, Neos. You're saying 2? What? How is this even possible? I also like one called My Boyfriend's Back, 90s B comedy horror. I think I remember that. Is it when he's dead and he comes back? Is that the one? If it is, I have not seen it since it came out. This is a lot. The Sin is women stuck in cave. Yes, I've seen it. I've seen The Descent. Is it the one where like it ends, but it ends on like kind of a cliffhanger, like it ends, but it doesn't end? Is that The Descent? Like they go in this cave and like the ending it's like the ending's ambiguous. Is that The Descent? Because if that's The Descent, I may have seen it. Mostly vampires. Rabalik is a vampire. Okay. You like vampires. Yes. Okay. Yeah. Oh my goodness. I do. I vaguely remember this one, Rabalik. This is like old. Oh, and I remember What You Did Last Summer was good too. It wasn't like the scariest thing, but was good. I Know What You Did Last Summer. So that's an interesting. Did we analyze I Know What You Did Last Summer? I feel like I Know What You Did Last Summer would be a really good one to review with Friday the 13th. Like that's like this is why I like horror, because like horror is so like meta, like it is so like if you understand horror, you understand the social commentary of the time. So that's actually why I'm kind of excited about the horror that's coming out right now, because I think there's a lot of social there's a lot of like social conversations going on, I'll say it like that. But when we think about I Know What You Did Last Summer, like it takes a lot of inspiration from others, right? And I think I Know What You Did Last Summer, coming out in like the mid 90s, really takes a lot of inspiration from like the moral panic of like the 70s, like the late 60s, like coming out of like the sexual revolution, going into the 70s and the early 80s. And then like the late 70s, early 80s, there's so much like that moral panic horror. So, but then I Know What You Did Last Summer, like retaking that and putting it into the current lens of the 90s, I thought was cool. Yes. Okay. Then I know what it is, Ambi. Apparently the new Interview with the Vampire TV series is pretty good. I haven't seen it. Like I said, the Interview with the Vampire from the early 90s, like the last cover of Sympathy for the Devil, probably besides like the actual Rolling Stones like hit, probably my favorite cover. I think it's a cover. It may not even be a cover. It might be like just a different version. It might be the Stones who do that one. One of my favorites. Last Scene. I don't think we did I think that would be a good one, right? I think I Know What You Did would be a good one. I have a couple horror movie checklists. I'll actually scratch off posters. Do you? Okay. We're going to have to talk about it. I like vampire shows because I read a lot of the Anna Rice vampire novels. Oh, you're a vampire type. So vampire people, I think vampires are an interesting, like, it's really interesting, right? From Mary, like just the idea of vampires is a pretty interesting concept of a horror. Like the fact that it survived over centuries and the way it's evolved, especially over the last decade to 2 decades, to show that, like, how should I say this? I think the mechanism of using a vampire in literature / in art. So let's just say in art as a whole, whether that's the art of storytelling. So yes, the utilization of vampires in storytelling has evolved. And this is what I mean. Like if you were to show, like, remember we were talking about IP evolving? Like people who really love the original vampire, like that idea, would probably not like the modern day vampires. You know what I mean? Because they're totally different, like mechanisms for what they represent, but they're kind of the same, but it's evolved. I like Arsenic and Old Lace. Okay, I'm gonna have to see Old Lace. The whole Conjuring universe, Annabelle, The Nun. Oh, I think I know what The Conjuring is. Okay, Neos. I think I got what you like. So you like Saw and Conjuring. That's what I'm gonna remember. You said Saw, Conjuring, and Candyman. I see Rabolica and Rouster are vampire types. I think Paul likes comedy vampires or comedy horror. Ambi is so this is interesting. So Ambi's saying The Shining, Silence of the Lambs, and The Descent. That's kind of different, right? Because Shining is very psychological. The Descent is slightly The Descent is more like like your traditional claustrophobic, like horror being chased, like a chase horror. And Silence of the Lambs is kind of this, again, genre defining. You have like this crossover of detective and horror. Like, would you even put Silence of the Lambs in horror? You got to, right? It's kind of like suspense horror. I guess it's suspense horror, right? So I don't know what I would consider Ambi, what the through line is. I mean, you picked an interesting list. So yeah, I have a couple horror. There we go. Friday the 13th, Hellraiser, and Elm Street is what got me into horror as a kid. Okay. Friday the 13th over Halloween. Really geek. Insidious, man. Niels is just going all over the place. Niels is just going all over. So you like Candyman too? All right. I like psychological and tasteful gore. Yeah, I saw the gore. Paranormal Activity, I love those. You're picking like entire, like, Niels, if I were to take entire franchises, which is cool. Because like if someone was like, okay, I want to, between Saw, the Conjuring series, Candyman, Insidious, you just gave people, how many movies is that? 20? You just gave someone 20 movies. Wow, Silence of the Lambs is my favorite movie series. Cowboy, you're here. I don't watch horror movies, so I have no favorites. Oh, Crow, you got to. You have to. The only Paranormal I like was the original. I watched the original. I don't watch either, but I do like vampire stuff. See, I think horror, like, you don't have to watch like scary horror. Like if you took the ones that Paul picked, those are not scary horror. Those are actually like commentary on horror. And so, like, I have respect for that as an art form. I also think horror could be like Interview with the Vampire. That's not horror, right? But they took a character that's traditionally in horror to tell a different story. So because horror is such like one of the original storytelling mechanisms, if you think about like storytelling from like way back when, the idea of using horror or using characters from horror is quite old. So I'm okay if someone's like, yo, I'm taking this character and putting it here. Like, the Addams Family, right? Or the Monsters, which I don't think the Monsters actually get as much credit. Like, I think it's a better TV series than the Addams Family. But ever since like Wednesday came out, everybody's like, the Addams Family. But I think the Monsters are like just better writing, better acting, just better all the way around. But maybe I'm wrong on that. Maybe it's just me. But I like them better. But I think I'm confused gore with horror. Yeah, no, gore is a subgenre. So if you're thinking like Saw, right, or anything that's like Centipede, or anything that's like body horror and gore probably go along, but like that pure, like Cowboy would probably be someone who likes the monster and the gore from when he talks about horror. But I think if you're like the others, like there's the suspense, there's like, I put all of that in there, like where the emotion is, like it's a certain type of emotion. I should say like that. Lock Chuck onto this day. Geek the Sneak. So I just watched, what's it called? Final Destination. I watched the first and the second like 2 months ago. And so anytime people would talk about the log scene, I had no idea what they were talking about, but I saw it. So now I understand what the log scene is from Final Destination 2. So I understand what y'all are talking about from that. And then from Final Destination 1, like, yeah. So I think that's an interesting series too, right? Like the themes of that, which is kind of like fate. Like what is fate versus what is not fate. So like the theme of it, I have an appreciation for. All right, so let me see. I need to catch up. Queen of the Damned is my favorite vampire movie for reasons. Oh, stop it. But Jason is my favorite slasher. I haven't played Destiny in years, but I'm going to play it, just unlock the Jason outfit and buy the Jason outfit in Fortnite when it comes up. So you like Jason? Really? I mean, slasher, like I like some of the slashers that came after it. Like for some reason, like I talked about this, I never can remember the name of the slasher. But it's like this other older one. I said it like maybe a year ago on the stream. Like I had to look it up, and then but it's actually like it's like a rip off of a slasher. Wait, if you still have our list, you'll know what slasher I'm talking about. The one where it's at the hotel or the motel. I thought that was like a campy, but I thought it was creative. I don't like being here, but I enjoy the supernatural part of vampires. Yeah, like I still put that in horror. Like I don't think you have to be scared to like let me give you another. Would you say Aliens horror? Oh my goodness, he's here. We couldn't have a conversation about this without him.
Whoa. Hold on a minute. I just popped in. I went and got some dinner, picked Sierra up because her car is still getting worked on. And listen, hold up. I hear horror. I'm like, well, first of all, I hear Silence of the Lambs. So I think I told you this before. Crazy story. I make it real quick. I always got a story. So when I met my wife, at the time was just a friend, right? And we started talking, right? I remember we just started dating, and at the time, it doesn't matter. I won't even get into that. But I remember going to her house. And so I was like, well, what do you got to watch over here? She's like, oh, I got my movie collection. I'm looking through her collection. And I'm like, well, she got Silence of the Lamb. And I'm like, hold up, she got Red Dragon. Hold up, she got Hannibal. Wait, hold. So I was like, yo, you got all the Silence of the Lamb movies? She's like, yeah, that's my favorite. I was like, yo, stop playing. You got them all? And that's my top, like, at movies, like Hannibal, like, I love him because he's a brilliant serial killer, right? Like, he's like, I love, like, brilliant, and it's funny because also, like, Jason, which is stupid. But yeah, Silence of the Lamb is my favorite movie series of all time. Like, I just love that character, and like, even though he's bad, but like, he had sense of good and humility, and he killed for like his own little reasons, and like, like if you watch like courtroom dramas, like a lot of thinking. So first Silence of the Lamb, it was just like most of the movie he's locked up.
Right.
So it's like, how do you get a movie with the main character pretty much is always in the same set piece, right?
But he's not the main character though in the first one.
Okay, well, Starling is, but yeah, but I feel okay.
Like I think like that's what I'm saying. I think it's because he's not. He's like the sidekick.
I guess. Right? Yes, you would.
And then his character is so strong that then they make Hannibal.
Correct. Now, did you ever see the series?
I think I've seen part of it, but not all of it.
Yeah. So they did a great job. Here's the crazy thing. The series got canceled, but this was crazy. I think they did 3 seasons. By the time it ended, it's like you ever watch a series and it get canceled, you're like on a cliffhanger. They literally end the series like put a bow on it. They got a chance to put every one of the movies like in the movie.
Oh, that's cool.
Like in the series.
I like that. I like that.
It played off everything.
I like that.
Well, Hannibal Rising, the one that was the prequel, when they showed him when he was a kid, and reason why he started killing, because I think it was his aunt, and he had like a little sexual fantasy with her or whatever. But listen, good stuff.
Oh my God.
So Purple, what about you? What's your favorite? Wait. You like beautiful horror?
Oh yeah. So I gave my list, and I want to say Rabolica Alien's like one of the greatest movies of all time. You have to watch it.
You know what's crazy? I'm currently watching Aliens Earth.
Really?
Got it. Yeah, it's if you like aliens and sci-fi, because all right, so you know how like the Whaling Corporation in all the aliens is always a cyborg, right? Aliens Earth is so future. Like their whole thing is about a cyborg. Okay, we always heard of a cyborg. They're half human, half robot. Then they're just like straight robots, and then they got these new beings where they took a human personality and put into a robot's body. So they're technically not a cyborg or a robot. It's really, but then the aliens is kind of like Hannibal. The aliens isn't the main thing of the show. It's kind of like the side piece of the show. It's pretty good.
I'll definitely give it a shot. So I said my pretty horror, the ones that I would do. So Aliens Earth is getting a lot of stuff.
Okay.
The pretty horror, I said, you know who should be in this conversation? Mr. Urban World. Because he watches a lot of stuff. But if I had to say the 3 I said, because so the challenge was everybody put your 3 favorite horrors in, unless you're Neo's, he put like 20 movies in there. But everybody put your 3 favorite horrors in. Like, if you're into horror, pick one of those 3 to go back and watch, and then come back next week and we'll talk about it.
Just a standalone movie or a series?
You could put a series. So Neo said Candyman, Saw, The Conjuring series. He put like all these franchises, which like 20 movies.
I'll say the last time I think that I watched a movie and was like, as an adult, actually scared was The Conjuring Part 1 when it first came out. Like that movie was like, it was creepy. Like they did a great job. Like Part 1 when it came out, like a million years ago.
So Wrong Neos, that's actually interesting. You would pick Wrong Turn because you're like from Ohio, and you're kind of like, usually a lot of people don't like Wrong Turn because it's like stereotyping, like rural, like that. That's
West Virginia.
Yeah, right. Yeah. Same thing you could say about what's the one that came out and they were like, it's about the hillbillies. It's a 70s movie. It's like actually one of the scariest movies of all time. Because of the subject matter. It's like Squeal Like a Pig.
Yeah,
you know which one I'm talking about?
Texas Chainsaw Massacre. No.
It takes Texas. That's Texas. This one's like it has a dam. The dam they're about to flood the valley, and it has like these guys. They go out in the woods, and then they run into like some hillbillies. Oh my goodness! It starts.
They're like
It's like 74. It came out in like 74.
Yeah, but they're like the people that they run into, aren't they like they like mixed breed or whatever?
No. These aren't mixed breed people.
Okay.
Oh man, it's like one word. Oh my goodness, I can think of it was like when previews were like Deliverance. Crow got it. Deliverance.
Wow.
A lot of people I think Deliverance started that entire genre of like stereotyping. Right. And then like you have like, that's what I mean. There's so much in horror that like explains so like about stuff.
I'll tell you this. Here's one. If you've never seen it, have to watch it. Brilliant movie. It's a French movie. and it is English dubbed, or was it their real voice? But amazing. If you guys haven't, I'm gonna say the name, and if you haven't seen it, it's Halloween time. You must see it. It's one is gory, but two it's a psychological horror. It's brilliant, and it's a really good payoff in the end. Have you guys heard of High Tension?
High Tension? No, I haven't seen it.
High-
But see, I'm not a gore fan. I'm not a gore fan.
If you've seen the trailer, you might have been. But trust me, if you could get through that, it's psychologically. Trust me, people in the chat that's seen it. It's a really good one. You might have seen the trailer. It's the one where it's this girl with short hair and she's with her friend, and they're like, and I guess they're in Europe. And they're driving in the country, going to her mom's house, and then this killer just start killing people. And it's kind of like the girl is trying to escape, and everywhere the killer go, whoever he run into, he kill them. And I can't say anything because I would ruin it, but it's like, mwah, it's a chef kiss. It's like, if you like horror, that is like
High
a
Tension.
really good one. Yep, High Tension.
I mean, so all right. So the three I said, because I like pretty horror. So I use pretty horror as the three I mean, I could throw out a lot.
Now remember, I did watch Midsummer because of you. I always wanted to watch it, never got around to it, and you literally made me say, "Okay, let me watch it." It wasn't bad.
Yeah, but it's I think you like gore. You like gore. You like monsters. Like you like.
This is true. Yeah, you can throw me in a werewolf, throw me in some supernatural.
It's like if I give Rouster a puzzle game, and I'm like, Rouster's probably not gonna like a puzzle game. Like there's certain and so like if I give you like pretty horror, I don't think you like pretty horror. But the three,
but I think was kind of pretty. I think you would like. I think you did say you've seen Green Inferno, right?
No,
you see Green Inferno.
You told me.
Yeah, Green Inferno. I think you like. It is like they're out in the jungle and stuff. It is pretty. The colors and everything is just wild.
So the three that I said were because pretty horror could also be the camera angles and like that aspect of it, right? So Midsummer, you got that. Hereditary, which was the guy's first one who did that one, and then I threw out another one, The Witch, which I thought was interesting. What they did there. So those are the three I said. Okay. But I think, but again, like maybe next week I'll come with another example. I think what's a good one that I would classify as horror, but other people won't, because I have a broad category. Like I would put scary movie series as horror because it's commentary on horror, right?
Right.
But it's not like, oh, I'm scared. The one that I think is kind of scary because of the subject matter.
Okay.
No one really talks about this movie, but I think it has such a huge place in film. One Who Flew Over the Nest with Jack Nicklaus is not horror, but I put that one in that category of it's a classic.
Got my Whataburger.
Oh my! Look at him with the Whataburger. But One Who Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest, y'all. Not horror. Not horror. But I think it is an original.
Right.
Like if you see how it ends, you're like,
right.
It's like a horror within a horror.
So old. I'm trying to remember that. My problem is I rarely watch movies twice. So.
No worries, Rebecca. Take care. Sorry, we ended on a horror. We'll end on a happy one next time.
I will say this before I forget. Hereditary had one of the craziest or most shocking kills in a movie. Remember
which one?
In the car?
Oh yes.
I was watching that and I was like, oh my God. Because I didn't expect a kill like that in that movie. I expect something like that in Final Destination. That messed me up.
Holtz is here. We haven't seen Holtz in a while.
Holtz popped in my stream yesterday. I was having technical difficulties. Well, not with the stream, but with my life. And so when I came back, I was like, oh, wow, Holtz was here. But he already left at that point. But so what's up, Holtz? Thanks for popping in.
Yeah. No, I thought, to your point, yes, that scene in
Hereditary. Whoa.
That scene in Hereditary was, Hereditary, there's a lot going on in that. Like the way it ends is another one where if when you watch it the second time, you kind of can see like, oh, I see how they got here. But the first time, yeah, I thought that was a pretty interesting plot. Like how should I say? I think that was a pretty interesting like mechanic they did to just shift everything, right? Because it didn't.
It is a weird movie, but like you said, I didn't never watched it twice, but it is a weird movie. It is good though, but it's like you're watching it like, wait, what?
Yeah, like I think that's why it's like, but you gotta understand, like the way I like movies, like how I like Little Nightmares, right?
Mhm.
I like to look at the layer under, like, what is the layer underneath it, right? And I know what you said about TK9, where it's like maybe it's not there. I like to think that there's something there just because I'm like, it's too out of the order. There was some type of driving force behind making it.
I think it's kind of like, you know, you watch a movie and when you
All right,
read the
Night
movie,
Simpleton, Hey Zalek.
you know, when you watch a movie and when you leave the movies, you just talk about so much of the movie, but stuff they didn't show. So it's kind of like that with Little Nightmares. You were in so many levels of and drawing conclusions. So one of the horror movies that I was the most obsessed with. I mean, I've watched this movie so many times. I've seen every one of the movies. I actually purchased, I think part 2 was the one on the disc. This is back at DVD, and it had like a bunch of different like different cuts that didn't make it. But I was obsessed with this movie. So you ready? I was obsessed with The Ring.
Ah,
I was so into The Ring because the first movie, they never really explained where she came from. They said the family was trying to have a baby and the mom couldn't get pregnant, so they went away one summer and came back with a kid. And you was like, and the kid had these powers and she was somehow able to, they was videotaped. It was like they came up to like, where did the videotape even come from? And in the little scene, they showed a real quick, you hear the little noise, like, and it show all these little scenes. And you're like, wait, it went so fast. And you never knew where she came from. You didn't understand how did they create the video? Even in the movie, they was like, where did the videotape come from? Like that movie had me pondering forever. And then they made part 2. And then you still was like, they didn't really get to it. And then part 3, they finally was like, okay, they took it back some and kind of explained a little more.
yeah.
But I was obsessed with The Ring. Obsessed.
So The Ring, I actually saw Ringu, which was like the Japanese, the Ringu, right?
That's how it started.
I mean, man, we're going like way like 20 something years. Like I remember like 20 something years back
like
when
early 2000s, right?
Early 2000s, right? Like that was, I mean, there's just so much you can tell with horror. And for anybody who's like, I don't watch horror, but I want to be part of the conversation, I'll give you another one that I will put in the horror category because it deals with like ghosts and it deals with stuff, but it's a comedy. You already know where I'm going to go with this. Y'all know anything about me? Ghostbusters, not a horror, but if you want something to be, you know, I had to give people something to, if they want something.
I thought you would say that, and I'm like, nah, she's not gonna say Ghostbusters.
You know, I'm gonna have to. I can't say it. I got to. Look at that. You know, I gotta like.
Ghostbusters is a classic, you know, and I thought they did a great job with the newer ones. Like when they brought it back with the first newer one, they did a really good job to bring everybody in the cast back, and that was brilliant. That was smart. Let me ask you this. I don't think this is a horror movie, but it's probably the movie I've seen the most out of any movie. I probably watched this the most, and this is my favorite ending of a movie. All-time favorite ending in a movie. So yes, it has creatures in it, but Stephen King's The Mist. The Mist.
I've seen The Mist. I cannot remember The Mist. I've seen The Mist. Right, because I can remember paying for The Mist.
Yeah, do you remember the ending without ruining it for anybody?
No, this is going to be one I'm going to have to review. So I have about 5 movies. Miss will be one of the 5 I'll come
Yeah.
back with.
Yeah.
But so I'll have to.
The ending is one of those endings where you like, no.
I'm gonna have to watch that. Yeah, I'm gonna watch it. I'll watch it.
Yeah.
So
It's good.
so there's like I said, it's Halloween. So we don't geek out on like movies that much, but I was like, it's Halloween. Let me kind of put this one out there just because there's enough time that you can still like maybe you can't do it by next week, but maybe in the next 2 to 3 weeks, like, and there's something that was talked about on here, whether it's Neos's franchise, whether it's Geek or anything Crow said or anything, the vampire movies, Ambi's movies, Wit's movies. If there was something there that you're like, okay, let me at least have something so I can have something that tell that person when they come back, you can go back and like, you have something. And that's where like I said, I just want things that we like, you know what I mean? Like it doesn't always have to be about gaming, especially here. I mean, maybe next week we'll talk about horror games. But you already know like where I'm gonna land on that one. Midnight Tonight, Little Nightmares 3. But yeah, so like pretty horror, but I also like comedy horror. I like horror that has a very solid social lens to it.
Right.
And so that's why I said I'm really interested about the horror that is what is going okay, so like and I know you say like TK9, y'all had this conversation where y'all push back against like the Jordan Peele horror movies, right?
Right.
You like pushbacks on it, like whether that's Get Out or
So,
all those.
you know what? So he reminds me of M. Night Shyamalan. When you say either of those directors' movies, people either gonna be like, I like them, or they're gonna be like, because M. Night movies are kind of like, I think the issue with his movies are maybe they feel low budget. I'm trying to think of why people don't like.
So I would say, so M. Night. Here's the thing: I actually put M. Night in the pretty horror category.
So you know what? What was my very first Blu-ray I purchased?
The Village.
Nope. I was just talking about The Village. I am mad that, you know what? I had no interest in The Village. And when I end up finally seeing it, I already had it ruined. And I was like, years later, I was like, this would have been amazing. So if you guys never seen The Village, wow. But no, on Lady in the Water, pretty horror. Well, is it? I guess it was trying to be.
I mean, pretty horror. Lady in the Water. I could see it. I mean, you know what is that guy's name? The Spanish director. He also does pretty good. There's a couple of them.
Gil. Yeah.
El Toro. Yeah. That's a good one. What is his first one? Who won?
Oh my God, I can't forget. Do you remember the guy grabbed the bottle and I was like, yo, just seeing.
Yo, what is the? Oh goodness, I'm gonna miss that name.
Ooh, what is it? I just always see that bottle scene in my.
He's Mexican. I said Spanish. He's Mexican.
Okay.
How did my namesake? How did my?
It's like Gil.
Have you? Yes. Yes, Labyrinth is what we're talking about.
There you go. Yes.
Labyrinth. Yes. Labyrinth is like
the creature put it with his hands up with the eyes in the hands, so he goes like that, and so he has no eyes.
Pan's Labyrinth.
Yeah, Pan's Labyrinth. Yes.
Yes, Crow and I'm having the same surprise by the six. Yeah, Crow surprise. That's funny. Pan's Labyrinth is also probably, if I had to do like a pretty horror, right. Man, that is so good though. That is so good. So I would say, what's that?
No, I was gonna say I think I've seen all of
his
movies. Yeah, so his movies are weird. So when I see them, I'm like, I want to see it because I might not like them all, but it's something about it. Like I feel like his writing is different. Like I feel like his writing and directing is just different. But they for some reason don't feel like the super big blockbuster movie, but they come off as they are. So it's like weird. Like they get a lot of hype around them, whether it's good or bad, and then you see it and you're like, the writing is good, but I feel like it's something about it that's not good, but it is good.
So I've not so I'm looking at his things, right? So the one I think that put him on the map is The Sixth Sense.
Yes.
That put him on the map, right? And then
1000%.
Then he comes out with Unbreakable, which I don't know why that entire series, some people don't like it. I actually like Unbreakable, Glass, and Split. I liked what he did there.
So,
but I guess it was already a comic series, maybe.
So I didn't know I didn't think it was a comic series. I don't know. You have to look it up. Not that I knew of, but I didn't like Unbreakable. When I first seen it, I watched it, and it was like it was like nothing really happened. Like I was like, it felt like an origin movie, right? And then many years later, he added to it. I was like, okay, well, if he didn't wait so damn long, but yeah, it was like, I don't know. I didn't like it at the time. But then what he did was amazing. And I think probably one of my favorite actors, what's the guy that played as the dude with all the personalities in Split? He is amazing.
Oh, what is that actor's name? James McAvoy? No.
Yes. Yeah, that's
James McAvoy.
Yeah. He did a horror movie where they was like over in Europe, and him and his wife end up being like crazy people that would invite people over and kill them. And like you have to remember the trailer. The little boy in the trailer, he goes to scream, but he got no tongue, so he got his mouth wide open, and they're looking like, I forgot what it's called. It came out last.
Oh, you're talking about it takes out in Britain in Ireland. I know exactly what you're talking about. That is actually, oh my goodness, what is the name of that movie? I saw that within the last year. That was a good movie.
That was a good movie. Yeah.
Oh, you're talking about, what is that? I know exactly what you're talking about. Yeah. You're right. He did a good job in that. Yeah. Oh my goodness. Yeah, let me see.
He's good.
Let me see. I'm gonna, as soon as I see it, I'm gonna be like, Speak No Evil.
Yeah,
is that the one? Was it that? No, wait.
No.
Yes, it is Speak No Evil.
Speak No Evil, okay, yeah.
It is Speak No Evil. That means they meet the family on vacation. He invites them.
Yep.
They come. And
the part that's crazy is when he said he's a doctor, right? When they met. And so when they're in the house, this is all in the commercial. I don't like spoilers, so don't mind. I will not. I hate spoilers. So this is all in the trailer. So they meet, and then he's like, "Oh yeah, he's saying how he's a doctor." So eventually they decide to come to their house and everything. And then the wife gets cut or something, and he's like, "Oh, is it bad?" And he's like, "How would I know?" And they're like, "You're a doctor," and he's like, "I'm a doctor," and they're like, "What?" And he's just started laughing. And you're like. It was so sinister when he was like, "I'm a doctor."
Oh my goodness, that is so. I remember that. Yes, no, like but his acting. There are. So I was just talking to someone about like, you're right. He is a actor that his like looking at the story. The story is unique, right? It's unique enough. His acting takes it to like that next, like the subtle facial movements, subtle like you're, and then you see that like, I don't want to end it, but there's like that point where it's the quiet tension. Like if you want something about tension building in a movie to where you are like, there's no like sudden, it's not sudden, right?
It's the build and
the build, and it just keeps coming. It keeps coming.
Yeah, and you know the thing is, it's one of those movies where you know that people don't just get away early in the movie, but they make you feel like they're just good. It could be the movie can end.
No, that's what makes it so great.
It's not. You're like, how do they write this in the movie that it's like you
Yes.
felt like, because you feel for the heroes or the underdogs, and you're like,
Speak No
yeah,
Evil's a good one. Speak No Evils. If you want to see a solid like suspense, solid great acting, which I don't think we've a lot of times horror
yep, bad acting.
depends on the camera angles and the setting and the music. You don't really hear about acting as much. That's one that builds
Yeah.
suspense and yeah, totally great call. Great call out on that. I thought that was solid. But yeah, I think man, there's just like I said, if the whole genre, like I have a broad umbrella of what that means.
Yeah.
And there's just so much you can play with it. Like I said, there's the pretty horror, like I talk about. There's the suspense, there's the comedy, there's the social commentary, there's the slashers, the gore, the sci-fi.
I got one.
What's that?
So, did you ever see The Ruins?
The Ruins. It sounds like something someone would have taken me into a date on.
So
Hold
there's
on.
always those certain movies where I'm like, that stand out, where I'm like, not many people talked about it, and it's just like it. I like a payoff, right? I like when you get to the whatever in the movie without saying it, and you're just like, what?
I haven't seen it, but it looks like
Without
something.
ruining it, did any of you guys see The Ruins? It's people, they're in another country. They're pretty much going to look at like the Mayan ruins, right? And they see like kind of like the pyramid or ruins, and they go to the ruins, and they start to get that some people start to die, and you don't, and the trailer never ruins it unless they got newer trailers. So you don't know what's doing it. And when you find out, you're like, stop playing. You're like, stop playing. This is
so let me, I'm going to have to watch it. Like, it seems like this is one, it's like kind of a lower, you know, like it seems like one of these films that like will build a cult following if I see it.
Yeah.
Like it
came in, not many people talked about it, swept it under the rug, but it's like whenever I talk about this stuff, it's certain movies that I'm like, okay, anything I said to any of you, if you could stomach it, High Tension is on the apex of the list. That number one is not an American movie, all right? So other countries, they get crazy. Like it's psychological. Like when you were saying the tension in Don't Breathe. Yeah, that's what it's called, right? I think no, not Don't Breathe. Don't Breathe was the one where the dude was he couldn't speak and he was kidnapping the women and keeping them in his basement.
I remember. Yeah.
Yeah, that was good too, though, and they made a part 2. But yeah, High Tension is. If you guys get anything I say, High Tension is the top of your list. All right, if you can find it, I don't even know. I used to have it on VHS, but definitely wanted to see. But yeah, there's certain movies like The Ruin is. You might see it and be like, okay, but the twist or whatever, you're just like, really? And I like when a trailer doesn't spoil something. And so you go into it like, okay, what's going on? And then when you get that, you're like, that's crazy, right? It's just the writing is like, wow, I can't believe they went there. Like that's interesting.
So High Tension Swan. There's I love how, because I'm going to be able to go back, watch the chat. There's a whole bunch in there. Your commentary on High Tension is probably the one I've taken away. The Ruins may be one I take away. But yeah, like I said, I look at it from what's the horror, like first I categorize it, then like I really dissect it. Wit knows, like Wit and I have like another show. I say it's a show. We have like these weekly calls, and over the pandemic, she and I started this thing where we would watch a movie and just like the way I did like Little Nightmares, we'll do that for like 2 hours on a movie. Right. And so since then, like I just like look at like all the different angles and what's it's trying to do. So I'll definitely give it a shot, especially the suspense, or if it's suspense. I just think that's really interesting how you build suspense. I love the call out you did. Speak No Evil. Great way to do it.
Purple, you actually mentioned a movie. So when I was listening before I jumped on, you mentioned my favorite sequel of any movie ever.
What's that?
Final Destination Part 2.
Really?
Really? Now, did you know that scene with the logs and everything? That took 11 days. It took 11 days for them to shoot that whole scene.
So I like so many people are like, yo, Geek said something, Wit has said something, Ambia said something about that scene.
Right.
I watched it. And maybe it's because I've seen it older. So many people talked about it. I just recently watched it, by the way. I'm not like a final. Like this is like, yeah, because like this was like the time I was in the army was when those were coming out. So I was like, I just wasn't watching movies back then. So so yeah, so I could see why it took so long, right? Because you have so many different camera angles and you have such an action sequence, and then you have to shoot it twice, right? Like because you from different angles.
And back then, a lot of that wasn't CGI. Back then, a lot of that was actually like stunts, and
it takes place in New York, I think, if I'm not mistaken, or somewhere in the. It looked like New York.
I think it's New Jersey.
Yeah, Jersey is like it looked like something. Like I was like, that looks familiar.
Yeah, I think the highway was New Jersey. Now, the reason why it's my all-time favorite sequel is when you watch part 1, which was cool, and you watch part 2, you end up finding out on part 2, everybody who's in part 2 was originally supposed to die before everybody in part 1. So you're like, wait, what? Like when they start saying like, oh, well, I was a school teacher and I couldn't go to work that day.
Oh, I see what you say. Yeah. See, I didn't dissect it like that, but you're right. Yeah. I don't want to ruin it, right? You're right. You don't want to ruin it. But yeah, now that you remember it, then there's the connection to part 2. There's connection to part 1. So like, I think that's an interesting way to tell a story because there's nothing that gives it. Let me use a non-horror movie that does something like this that I thought, oh, they wrote it like that. And why I think Final Destination did not write it like that.
I don't think they did yet.
Right. Because like they kind of implant it and then they can be like, oh yeah, that was me, blah, blah, blah. But I always talk about this movie, The Illusionist. Right, that's the Edward Norton one, Jessica Biel.
Yeah, we've had a big conversation because I said
you like the Magician or whatever.
Yeah. The Prestige.
The Prestige, right?
The Prestige was better, but we went back and forth.
Yeah, no, and most people would say the Prestige is better. I just like, but what I like about The Illusionist is you can go back, even though it's the same movie, so it's a little cheating. But you can go back and say, oh, that's how they inserted that, and that's why it makes sense later on, blah, blah, blah.
Right.
When the Final Destination does it, it's like, you just connected that. Like, it's an interesting...
So reason why I thought that was so brilliant is because I feel like they didn't think about that. And so they decided to write a script of a movie and tell a story of characters that's after the movie, but these characters should have been before the movie, but they never showed it. So it's like, and so they had to get everybody's story to line up with the movie that you already seen to make it make sense. And it tells a tale of what, like maybe 9 different people. So
no, I thought, and with the Prestige. I understand the Prestige from the aspect that it has again. Solid act. The one thing I don't like about the Prestige, I'm not going to ruin the movie if you haven't seen it. Solid acting, decent story. I've said this before. I do not like it when a movie is living in one genre and then at the very end it switches genres. I hate to explain it.
I can see that, but you know what I don't like using? So I'm one of those people where I don't like anybody say anything, right? Because my mind starts going. And if I could figure out, I don't even like using the word twist because I don't want, like when I do my movie reviews, I avoid saying that word because not many movies have twists, but some of them do. And if the twist really gets you, it's great, right? Like The Mist. At the end, you're like, bro, stop playing.
Okay,
right?
I gotta watch this.
So for me, The Prestige, you are 1,000% correct, and I agree with you. Like that's what bothered me so much. And when I say this, people will get mad because some people love this movie. But Sinners, I felt Sinners was great, and then they throw something in Sinners. I'm like, bro, that is just the dumbest thing ever. And I don't care. I will die on this hill. That was stupid.
Oh,
Now-
whoa. Sinners?
Yes, Sinners. I was so mad at people.
Whoa!
would be like,
Oh
that
my
was
goodness!
amazing.
I wish we had started
I
another
had
stream.
almost I had a whole show. My
I
friend
wish
didn't
we
like
had
it
started a
before.
new stream. I feel like we need to start a new stream on this one. Like, cause I don't want to like.
But you like the Sinners, right?
Yeah. Well, I thought Sinners. So the scene.
You
You're
know what I'm
annoyed
talking
with.
about. You
No,
know
you're
what
saying
I'm
at the
talking about.
end, or are you saying in the middle?
No, I think that was the end. I'm talking about the music.
That's the middle.
Is that kind of the middle?
Yes, because that's when they come up to the barn. He sees the music and he's like, "That's the thing."
No, not the Irish, right? What is he?
I
Irish?
know, geek. I know he's no. That's the middle. You're upset about
No,
that whole sequence.
That was dumb. I'm talking about the scene. Yeah, it was after that, right? The scene.
The one where they're in a
inside.
circle and they're
Not
outside,
No. Inside.
and it and it goes like all through
Yes,
different times.
yes,
That's
yes.
that's like the middle. That's
No,
like the middle beginning.
Okay, I don't care middle and beginning. That bothered me so much.
Oh
And the
my
people
goodness, stop.
Who don't have a
Stop.
problem with it bothers me. And then you just said,
Stop.
You whoa. Now you gotta eat this. You just said you don't like The Prestige because the whole movie is one way.
No. Okay, we're about to go in on this one. We're about to go in on this
I'm
one.
saying.
If you've seen both of them, okay. Oh my god.
Same
Well, I
thing.
gotta take off some glasses on this.
Okay, I'm about to go put my glasses on. Where are they?
All right, here we go. All right. Here we go. Okay. When we're talking about The Prestige,
Yes.
no, that is at the very end.
It is at the very end.
That is at the very end that they have these loose strings, and then they're like, "Woo." The entire universe is different.
But see, that made me like it even more because that was the word I don't like to say, but that was the twist. So you
Yes, I
have
know.
to do that.
You
like
can't-
if you alluded to it any earlier, it would have gave away the whole
A twist is what you see in The Illusionist. It's the same universe, the same story, and they're like, oh, a twist is what you see in like detective movies or detective shows where they give you this red herring, and they're actually like, no, it's the priest, or it's this. It's the same universe.
Like Seven?
Huh?
Like Seven?
Seven, you could say it's the same universe. Okay?
No. Listen,
The Prestige
that's your preference.
changes. The Prestige changes like it's like this.
It had to. And what I don't like is you're literally, it's the same exact thing.
Okay. Now we're gonna go to Sinners. Now, if you have not seen these if you have not seen this, I forgive. We're not going to ruin it,
Right.
but you know there's a twist. The scene you're talking about,
It's not even a twist.
Ha- the scene you're
That's why
talking about.
Sinners is even worse. It's not even a twist. They
No,
just elaborated on.
Yes,
on.
because the opening. Okay, so the opening when the main, Irish dude. I don't even want to get into what we're watching, right? The main Irish dude is being chased by the indigenous, the Native Americans, right?
Native Americans, yes.
Right. You already know. Okay, something ain't right with this scene, like this little household, right? Right.
That's cool.
So you know that. So that's early. That is early that is like literally introduction to character.
That's fine. There's nothing wrong.
Then you have like Michael B. Jordan and his twin, right? They're all doing their stuff at the club. They're everything. They have this nightclub. They're bringing it back. You understand that they have some backstory from Chicago, whatever.
Right.
They come there, and then this kid, right, starts playing his music, right? And they are visually showing like how music transcends like time.
That was terrible.
How culture, and I thought how they filmed that was unique. Now, I don't understand how that scene is because it is a visual representation of music.
Now I'm going to tell you the same thing you said. You're in a certain timepiece. And then that part, I'm not going to spoil it, you're not. Very, very not in the same time period. That was terrible.
They literally showed how culture, they visualize culture.
It was purple. It's what you don't like. They did
what I don't like is like, oh, we're chasing a serial killer. Just kidding. It's aliens. That's what I don't like. I don't like, oh, this is like, what's another like sequence of this? Like, oh, we don't know what is breaking the thing. It's a mystery. Oh, it's a ghost. Like, you weren't a ghost story to begin.
This is what I can't stand. Two things. I can't stand when I watch the whole movie and at the end it was a dream. That does bother me. I'm like, bro, so I watched.
Yes, that's a dumb one too. That's a dumb one too. Yes. Like, if you're like, oh, that's how you did that, is you woke up. Like,
I can't stand it, and I do get what you're saying, but I feel like this, they had that was the twist, Purple.
That was not the twist.
Not.
Yo, that was literally.
That was the brilliance of the movie. The opposite of the sinners.
Okay, so no, all right. So he's visualizing music, like music that is that strong, connects generations, connects people to their path, which I agree. Music can do that because of the rhythms, and then you also have the ability that the music of today will inspire the music of tomorrow. We saw that. The visual, like, how do you visualize that? I don't know. That was a visual representation of what the music did.
Purple, listen, what movie have you ever watched? And it's like,
you're upset. Now, you can be upset. Now, look, you can be upset, which I totally get. You're upset about how they represented that. But there is nothing in that, like, if they just had taken away the thing you're pissed off about is the characters shaking their butts. Like, that's what you're upset. That's what
conversation. But no. So
that's what you are.
No. I'm more upset that we'll say a different movie. Oh, this could be 1942. And then all of a sudden you're showing scenes of 2025. You're like, and the whole movie's 1942, and then you got scenes from 2025.
So when we talk about the Truman Show, when we talk about, I don't want to do so then we talked about this M. Night Shyamalan movie earlier that kind of does something similar to that, right? Which I want to talk about.
Yes, let's be quiet.
That's right. I'm not gonna say, right? So
but that's that thing I was talking about. That's different.
No, that is different. That is different. That is different.
Because in my explanation of when it's done right, like The Prestige, it's like a good joke. That's called a punchline. That's like that, oh snap. The thing you like was just like, this had no, like, it made sense if you wanted to show what, I feel like that should have been like a deleted scene. That should have been like,
that's what I'm saying. You are not happy about the scene.
Yeah, because it didn't fit the movie. The movie was like a good straight line, and then you had like this like blip in the movie, and it goes back. You're like, wait, why would you do that? It ruins the movie. Like, the movie was great character development, good story. You wonder what happened in Chicago. You wonder what happened in the beginning with the Native Americans. Like, oh, okay, they end up leaving, or before the Native. But this part, you're just like, and again, and that's like I said with.
Now, I'm okay. Like I said, you're tied to your pick.
Listen. That reminds me. It gave me that feeling of an M. Night Shyamalan movie. It gave me a feeling of I'm telling you, those directors, they do this left-handed. Throw something in there. You're like,
for one, that scene is technically, I think, in the first half of the movie. So it's not the same as.
Not at all.
How is it not in the first half of the movie?
If you look at that scene, and the other scene was terrible too, but it wasn't as bad because it was at least during the time frame. The scene with the circle, that was pretty bad too because it went on for. I remember, I actually counted the time of it. When I was complaining about it, it's a lengthy scene. The
initial scene with the music is literally the initial scene of the music is literally like probably because of the way that the story's framed. That is the last beat of technically the first half of the movie, because now we see, because at the end of that scene, what happens? You see the antagonists. They're looking at the club. And now, and that is why the antagonist wants to get into that club. That's why the antagonist wants that guy playing that music. That is literally an element, a device.
If it was the beginning of the movie, end of the movie,
then you have an issue with this. That is not the same thing. Then you have an issue with the way that scene. You have an issue with that scene.
So here's the thing. Both scenes was terrible. The one scene was really bad because we're watching a movie. What kind of movie would you call it? I mean, you could say it's a horror, but it's more like suspense drama, right? So anyway, you're watching this movie, and then all of a sudden it's a musical. You're like, wait, what?
He's out of control. Okay, guys, he's out of control. He's out of control. Cut him off. This is the last shot, man. Cut him off, y'all. Bartender, he doesn't need any more. Bartender, he don't need any more. He doesn't need any more.
Listen, who's seen the movie? I need some people to chime in. Let me look in this chat. I
know Ambi's seen it because he told me he watched it with his sister. Neos has seen it. I think Wit has seen it. I think Geek has seen it.
And Neo said the scene did fit. You know what I like? I like when I talked to TK9. He loved the movie. But you know what he said? I remember you and me talked about it. He was like, I can't stand when people, because remember I put up the screenshots. He was like, I can't stand when people try to be the smartest people in the room. And they were like, oh, this scene was so intellectual. He was like, just say the scene was bad. The movie was great. Just say the scene was bad.
No, I'm not saying the scene's intellectual. I'm saying they literally had to represent music. How music connects people through generations. When you listen to music, you are literally listening, especially music from your culture. You are literally listening to music that transcends times, beats, and rhythms.
Let me ask you a question. Now, I wouldn't have so much of a problem with it if you didn't just talk about The Prestige, because you said you don't like.
No, that is not the same thing.
So here's my question for you: you didn't think, all jokes aside, you didn't think the scene inside the club with the music represent? You didn't think that did not fit the movie? You didn't feel like, okay, that's a little strange, but I like it. At no point did you say that's a little strange, but I like it. You felt like that fit the movie.
What I am talking about with The Prestige.
No, I'm talking about The Sinners. Answer my question.
You want to know why I don't have an issue with what they showed? Because the end of the movie, I'm not going to say anything about I don't want to ruin it.
Right.
The end of the movie is the other part of that scene, right? That scene goes back in time where the antagonist explains what makes sense of that later on about, okay, that's why I want it because of XYZ about time in the past.
Right.
But then when the movie ends,
I got it.
So it's it's a bot, it's all part. It's part of the movie.
I will say this: that's probably the best way for you to say it, to where I will accept. I just don't like the scene because it messed up the timepiece. But you do have a point, because they did that, what you just said, that it fits. I'm glad they did that. I'll say that. I never looked at it that way, but that, I'm not gonna say it justifies it, but it makes it.
It explains it. It's
It does
part of
explain
the.
it, and it feels like it's a baton, right? It's like we just showed you this, like you said, it's a little more earlier than I feel is a little more later. But at the end of the day, it's kind of like you're gonna hold on to this, and then later on, I'm gonna pass it on, and so to a point.
And then what do they ask? What do they ask when they come into the club? When I don't want to say it, but
right.
they literally said, "What is your favorite night?" And he explains why it's his favorite night, right? And then they say, "Hey, can you?" And he literally, it ends on that beat of him taking him back to that night. Yo, man, I just explained without saying the end of the movie. I just explained.
I love it.
I just explained what the poetic nature of that scene was without ruining it.
Now that was great. That was good. That was good.
So now let's look at The Prestige, though. Okay.
It was amazing. So the thing is, I love, again, the word I don't like to say. That's what that was for me. And so I felt that was a brilliant joke. You had this joke that made you laugh a little bit. Okay, it's a good joke, but where's it going? Where's it going? And where's it going? Where's it going? Okay, it was good parts of the joke. Okay, I'm laughing. It was like a stand-up. It was like Eddie Murphy Raw. Funny, good. Hey, listen, you're not as old as me, but you know.
Oh my goodness. Here we go. So
it's like Eddie Murphy Raw. And then at the end, you're like, man, he ties it in. Everybody's laughing. The Prestige. I'll say this, Purple, and you might hate me for this. Whenever I say, what's the best movie you ever seen? For me, in my memory of watching movies, and I love movies. I go to the movies so often. I had the movie pass before COVID happened. I love movies so much. When COVID happened, all the Regal shut down, and I stopped using my Regal movie pass and got AMC movie pass because we go so much, right? The Prestige. If I try hard to think what's the best movie I've seen, I think Prestige, for me, I loved the story. I thought the actors was great actors, and
the acting's good.
Yeah, I mean, they got some top-notch people, but I feel like what you don't like, trust me, I get it. The whole thing, like with Ghost, you all of a sudden, oh, it was a dream. I hate that, so I get it. At the end, you're like, bro, are you kidding me? But for me, I felt like that was an amazing punchline. That made the joke. Here's why I felt like, look, I'm gonna give you Hugh Jackman and who's the other one? Christian Bale, but knocks it out the park, right? And this is kind of before Christian Bale. This is 20 years ago. This is Hugh Jackman. Like, they were good, but this is like defining. Yeah.
Cinematography, I'm going to give you special effects and everything. Here's why because in the movie, they reinforce something and then they break it at the end with that. Okay. Do you remember the movie? They show all the magicians of this time frame, right? They show this lady and they show this old man and this old. It's kind of like after they're showing the magicians, because they're trying to one up each other, right? They're trying to like do that,
right?
And so it's like this one up, and I think it's Christian Bale who's trying to catch Hugh Jackman, right, or something like that.
Yes, well, yeah.
Yeah, I think that's how it is, and they're all just trying to one up each other, right? And he can't figure out this one thing, but there's these other musicians, right? And in the other musicians, I'm going to tell this one scene because I don't think it ruins the movie. This one scene, they show this old guy. He's like this old Chinese man of a magician, but he's actually super, super. He's able to do something that old people can't. He's like super strong, right? And that's like his power, right? Do you know what scene I'm talking about?
I don't remember that.
Okay. Anyway, okay. So if you go back, you'll watch it.
Yeah, I have to watch it again. I mean,
Yeah,
you
that's
clearly
it.
did it more recently than I did. But
No, I just remember because this is what frustrates me. And so what he says is like, oh wow, the trick is he's able to hide. The trick is how he's able to basically hold something. He's so strong, he's able to hold something.
okay.
Then Hugh Jackman says, no, that's not the trick. The trick is actually he's able to make you believe he's old. And so
Yeah.
it's like, okay, he's like playing into this world of like this deeper meaning of what magic and illusion is. What is the show of illusion, right? So then this whole entire time you're seeing Christian Bale trying to catch it, but Hugh Jackman is always just a step ahead. Then you get to the end and maybe that's the thing. Maybe the thing is what you ultimately realize is you are trying to catch the impossible, right? Because what technically happens, you know what I mean, is not in the history, is not in the physics of the world they created. Which then in that way makes it much more poetic and artsy. And maybe I'll give you the shot at that. But the story, I did not like how they did that.
So here's the thing you're forgetting, right? That helps play into it. So they take reality, and I'm not a big history person, but they take reality and they make it sci-fi. So remember.
Yes, exactly. They created it.
Remember they mentioned Tesla and all that, right?
Yes, Nikola Tesla.
Right. So it's kind of like, what if back then, what happened at the end? You know what I'm saying? So it's like,
I get what. Okay. Then I'm just saying. I'm saying why. As a storyteller,
I got you.
I feel like that is kind of like a cop out.
Okay, I love movies, and what I can't stand is when cop outs. I like to word it as, I can't stand poor writing where they don't know what to do, so they do something else. So what I call that is the Marvel Universe now. I can't stand multiverses. I feel like it's poor writing. Oh, we don't know what to do, so we'll just make like Deadpool. It was one of the Deadpool and Wolverine. It was one of the most action-packed, dumbest movies I ever seen. Right? So I don't like the Marvel Universe fell flat because everything is like, oh, we'll just make the multiverse, and you want to add a couple more Spider-Mans from the other universe, and it's like, so nothing means nothing. So trust me, I get what you're saying, but I think the brilliance of it was, it really is super sci-fi, and it really more has to do with technology.
If that's fine. Like I said, I understand why people like it. Like I said, most people like it, but I think most people like it most because of the acting and like kind of like you have to dig deeper and like. And if I dig,
think about it, hold up, Purple, without ruining it. Think about it, right? You know, you watch a movie where the stakes is high or something big happens, right? Just remember with one of their wives, right? That was like, and that literally compelled the one person to be like, I'm stopping at nothing, right? So like, it also was like, yes, I get. So you know what's cool is you do give the movie credit, but the very end. So what would you have made happen at the very end? What would you to get rid of?
I don't know. Like looking at it. So like, okay, so if I look at it from a different lens,
right.
And the lens I'm looking at it from is like, okay, I'm digging deeper here. I'm not saying I'm going super deep, but I'm digging deeper from this idea of you're actually chasing by getting to how good Christian Bale becomes, right? Because he becomes really, but he can never do this trick. He can never catch Hugh Jackman. And he's just like, how's he do it? Right. And so, but by doing that, because Christian Bale starts off not that good. So if I had to think, if the story is about how chasing the impossible actually leads you to become the best, even if you never actually attain the impossible.
Right.
If that is the story, which is not what you said, but if that is the story,
See, I think.
then I can
me
say
ask-
like, okay, I can kind of see the story.
Okay, so let me ask you this. I think this might be the issue. What type of movie is it for you? Like, what genre of a movie is it? For you?
Initially, I would have said it's like some type of like the reason why I say it switches is because it goes from historical fiction to
Sci-fi.
sci-fi.
Yeah.
And I
I
don't mind if you stay sci-fi in a historical fiction, time machine, whatever that game I played where you're shooting people, Order of 18. I don't mind if you stay in the sci-fi. Okay, I understand we're in a sci-fi universe, right? But I didn't like it. You took
So
historical
I
fiction.
think
So.
because it's just like you said with Sinners. They start off in the beginning and they talk about music. I feel like what you're missing is the whole Tesla was a big thing. Technology in that time period was a big thing, but it was so back in the day. I think if you don't never let that go, because that was a big part in the beginning of the movie. Just keep that in the back of your mind. When it hits at the end, you'll be like, oh, snap. They was kind of they inserted all of that in there to make you not be too mad at the end, because the movie still was yes, it's an old timepiece, but because they constantly kept bringing up the whole Tesla thing, and it was in the very beginning of the movie, it really does help.
Yeah, I'm not saying, I said, I just think, I understand why, I understand it. I'm just saying that in comparison to The Illusionist that doesn't do that, and if you're someone like me who likes story, I play dumb video games because of story, and I will insult prestigious games because of story, right? So at least I'm somewhat consistent on that, right?
Yeah.
To me, on that level of the story, I would have to say The Illusionist is better because The Illusionist actually creates a full loop of the story. I can go back in The Illusionist.
But The Illusionist didn't have a great punchline.
What do you mean? Yeah,
it's a difference. It was good, really good, but it didn't. And again, the thing that's hard is I respect your opinion, because what you don't like is what they did, and so it's never going to get the truth. You said, it got great acting, cinematography. You give it credit, but it's just your personal preference that what they did bothers you, and I get it. So, and that's fair, because you as a moviegoer, you have to have your certain interests in going into a movie, and so that's fair, you know.
Yeah, and so what I would say about The Illusionist, about the punchline, and why I would say oh, that's kind of, now granted, I've seen better movies that do this better. I've read better books that do it better. Right. What I would say is what they did, because The Illusionist would mean because he comes back, right? You see this in the movie, he does this thing with the projectors, and they're like, what is he doing? How's he conjuring these ghosts or blah 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 blah.
Right. They're on the stage and everything.
Yeah, they're on the stage. You're and that's the oh, he's the illusionist because he's creating this. He's a magician. But the reason when I look at the illusionist, the illusion wasn't actually Edward Norton. The illusion was Jessica Biel. And so if I go back and look at that, because of what because what happens, you remember what happens in the very beginning. You may not have seen it in a while, but what happens in the very beginning, he tries to, it's a classic, he's the pauper, she's the princess, she loves him, but they can't in the King's Guard or whatever is coming for Edward Norton. And then she has to do her thing. And then the illusion is this entire thing they created. But you don't actually realize it was all an illusion. That to me is why it's full circle. Because it maintains the central theme throughout. And so that's why
As you're talking, it's reminding me of the Monte Cristo.
The Count of Monte Cristo. So I read the book. I've never seen the movie.
Oh, okay. Yeah. You know what? You did say that. Yeah, one of
I
your.
read the book and I've never seen the movie. And I don't think I would like the movie.
Yeah, because you said in the book, technically, the reason for the movie it shouldn't have happened. Yeah.
Correct. Like if what he does, because the whole reason why this was such a strong thing, and if y'all have not read The Count of Monte Cristo, who's ever still watching, if you watched the movie or not,
Right.
there's a whole thing that you probably understand. The Count of Monte Cristo is about a person who's done wrong, who then seeks his revenge long term, right? In the book, long book, by the way, it goes meticulously through each of the people who does him wrong, right? And he gains empathy for the first one. But then he eventually gets these other people who took his wife, took his money, took all this because of jealousy, right? This is why they do him wrong. And so this idea of getting your revenge and being done wrong, there's this moral story of resilience because he's in prison, and you everybody can kind of feel that, you've been done wrong in a job, you got passed over, you know what I mean? But in the movie, the actual thing, he actually isn't done wrong. It's he actually does what he's accused of doing, he did. So that kind of changes.
Right.
And they've asked him they've asked the director about that, and he's like, no, exactly. It splits the audience.
Here's I'll say this. There's two things when you watch movies, right? There's a movie that's based off true events, and then there's inspired by, right? So we always have to remember that, because a lot of times people get mad, and I'll say, okay, well, did it say based off of, or was it inspired by? Based off of, if that was based off the book, then that's bad. If it's inspired by the book, then it's okay, because it's inspired by, so you can kind of change things. I will say this, what I left out earlier. And hold up, well, I'll say this, two things. This is how much of a fan I am of yours. I remember all of what you said, and I didn't even watch it live. I watched it back later on, and I was like, oh, wow. And I remembered all of what you said when I watched that episode. But, you know what's crazy? So people always say that books are, most of the time, books are better than the movie, right?
Yeah.
You know what's crazy? The last book I've ever read, I don't read that much. I love to write, but I don't like to read. The last book I ever read was Stephen King's The Mist. And when I tell you that's my favorite ending in a movie, and the ending of the book couldn't the ending of the movie was the book ends so pretty much so basic, and it's crazy, whoa, they really said, you know what? It was, and I don't think the movie's a great movie, by the way. I'll just say that, right? I think it's a good movie, but the ending had such a big, I can't believe it's so trivial at the end. And then you're just you ask yourself as a moviegoer, tell me that didn't just happen. You know, it's
I'll have to watch.
Yeah, it's like Alanis Morissette would have put that in her song. But the ending of the book is just so whoa, this was so much better. Because the end of the book was just kind of they get to this diner at the end, and they're like, well, let's just go inside.
You talk to me into it. All right, I'll come next week with The Mist.
Yeah.
And I'll come next week with High Tension.
Yes.
And I think hey, ISO, what's going on? We're just talking horror and scary movies and stuff. And I'm going to come in with one of Neo's, I think there's one in there, and I think someone else. So I have I have my work set up. And
what I'm going to do, Purple, is I am going to watch The Prestige this weekend.
You know what happened.
So long, and I need to watch. And my question is, who was the woman in The Prestige? I feel like it was Jessica Biel. Who was the wife?
Nah.
I'm like,
Jessica
yo, who was that?
Nah.
Yeah.
I haven't watched it that many times. I may have watched The Prestige twice. Hold on. Scarlett Johansson.
Oh, okay, it was her. Okay, thank you. I remember trying to watch it. I wanted my wife to watch it, and she just wasn't. It wasn't working. So
I mean, it has an all-star cast. If you're looking at, both of them between The Prestige and the Illusionists both have all-star casts.
And Edward
Uh,
Norton is my guy. He was the best Incredible Hulk. He was in Red Dragon. He's the guy who caught Hannibal Lecter. Like,
Edward Norton's underrated. I mean, yeah, Edward Norton. I thought he did such a good job. I mean, I can see why people would be like, "Yo, the cinematography between the two, Prestige. Yo, the acting, Edward Norton, Jessica Biel, and the Inspector. I can't remember this.
Edward Norton was in The Illusionist.
Yeah, Illusions. But even though the Illusions has an all-star cast too with Norton, Beale, the Inspector, and I think one other person, I would still say I'd still say like, yo, Prestige, you're right. This is one of the best performances. You have Jackman, Johansson, still they're up there. Yeah, let's go. I see that. So you have that, right? So I see that. Like I said, because I weight story so heavily, and like I said, the way I just explained it, like I can understand if that's the way I explained it. To your point, like the way you said, the way you explained, Sinners,
that was
right?
great. That was great.
You can kind of like see how it fits, right?
Yeah.
So the way I just explained the Prestige, like because I'm trying to how would I why does it make sense to me?
Right.
If that is the moral of the story, right? It's not really about catching Jackman, right? It's really about Bale's trajectory as a as a performer.
Right.
Then truly thinking about what makes someone great. And I would have to see this again to see if this is a theme that they're putting in there, but it makes me think it is.
I'll have to watch it again, but I felt like it was more of a revenge story.
I don't remember. I just remember he's like,
maybe to the wife. Just remember what happens to the wife, which really sets him off. That's the whole thing.
Yeah,
that's the whole thing.
Yeah, so maybe it is, but I think but it's still the same thing that he's trying to catch him, right? There's still the competition.
Well, so the whole thing is who's the best, right?
Yeah.
So because of what happens, it's a revenge to the end, right? And it's like, how can I get revenge because of what happened?
Yeah, and so that's my thing. But I think in becoming, that's why I said the way I could see it, right, is the because he becomes greater, right? He becomes greater than all of them, right? Because initially he's like kind of here. And then Jackman or whoever starts to say like, hey, what actually makes this guy great isn't necessarily his strength. It's the fact that he's able to pretend he's old, right? He's like telling him. And so what is actually making Bale great, like I could understand if that's the thing. What is making Bale great, he thinks it's his revenge on this other magician, but what is actually making Bale great is the impossible, right? Like Jackman he's actually not competing against Jackman, right? Because Jackman, at the end, there's a bunch of Jackmans. Right, there's a bunch of
purple. Come on, man.
Yeah, okay. But you get what I'm saying?
Yeah, okay. I get what you're saying.
Okay, I don't want to ruin it. This came out like 20 years ago. Like we're talking around this thing. Like,
yeah. It's like, bro, and you know what's funny? I feel like if you didn't see it yet, people like you probably not gonna see it.
It literally came out like 19 years ago.
Yeah,
came out like 19. Yo, this is almost next week. Next week is its 19th anniversary.
That's crazy.
That is crazy.
I want to pull up the cast. But Purple, this is why I always gotta give you your flowers. The way you helped me come to a better understanding of Sinners, the way you broke down the Prestige for yourself. I just think this is why we love you. This is why we watch you, because one, we didn't throw stones at each other and whatever. We had a great conversation, disagreeing, but you was able to beautifully take both parts, your own side and my side, and make it understandable for both of us. And so I feel like this is where this is that amazing punchline for me. This is why I watch it. This is that end where you're like, she just Eddie Murphy rawed me. Like this. Yo, this
No,
is
but you
great.
made me push to think about the Prestige. Like, I'm gonna have to talk this over with Whit later. Like, I'm gonna have to watch it again to see about that. But if that is the ending, then they actually are not competing like I would have. Because I think I've always looked at it from a story, but it may be more of a totally different story. I'm just gonna have to watch it again because it was like,
yeah, I'm gonna watch it again too, definitely. And what I can't wait to watch it again and say, since then, did I feel like there was a movie I watched that was better? And when I say better, again, better is in favor. So it's the same thing with video games. The Last of Us is the best game I've played because I played it when it first came out. So at the time, it had the best graphics, like the controls is perfect. The story in the first 20 minutes, if everybody know, you know, it's like, are you kidding me? And the ending, you're like, are you kidding me? But it's not my favorite game at all, right? Not at all. But it, you know, so again, Prestige is, I feel like acting, cinema, like you said, at that time period when it came, again, now you look back and like, well, it don't look that good. But at the time, right? So like people who play The Last of Us now, they're like, it ain't that great. You just had to be there at the time, right? So I feel like the Prestige, I still think in my mind, I have to think hard. I feel like, man, that movie was so good on so many levels. And again, the crazy thing is though, but the end could ruin it for some people. Like I said, like, have you seen Vin Diesel, Chronicles of Riddick?
yes.
Another good, decent sci-fi movie, but what I thought was cool was the first movie that started it all,
Pitch Black.
Pitch Black was like a totally different movie. It was like a horror movie. This became like an action adventure. But the end of the movie was like, this whole time he's fighting them, and he wants, I'll try not to spoil it, but he wants to stop everything they're doing. And at the very end, obviously, guys, he beats the bad guy. And literally at the end, he falls back. And he's and you thinking like he's at the main bad guys thing. They all could kill him if they want. You just killed the main guy. So
but it was part of it.
He falls, he falls back and realizes he's in the throne. And their motto is, you keep what you kill. And now he is the king.
Yeah, like that. Yeah, but that was so I thought that was that's it. That lives in the same universe as Dune. So that's what they say, right? That they live in the same universe.
I never looked at it like that. I don't think so.
I thought the whole thing about Pitch Black and that one was maybe I'm wrong, but I thought they were the same universe as Dune.
No, so they made Pitch Black. They started off. They made Chronicles of Riddick. They made Chronicles of Riddick Part 2. They made the game Escape from Butcher Bay, which is in the timeline. But no, it has nothing to do with it.
Let me see. I thought.
But that was just brilliant. That's another really good ending because he did all of this fighting against them, and then in the end, it's like, now you know you're the leader of them. It's like, wow. But then
it's not Arlington. It's compared to Dune. Okay. All right. They're not the same.
I can see they look similar though.
Yeah.
The color.
Yeah, they are. I thought they were.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I think, like I said, like I said, I'll rewatch The Prestige because, like, it's always been that little part, but I now just like had to think through it, like, because you asked a question, like, hey, what would make it? Right. And so then I have to now, like, but I might be feeling in certain things, so that's why I want to be like, let me rewatch it.
Yeah. And I want to rewatch it too because, in my mind, I felt like it was a revenge story. And now I want to watch it and be like, oh, and plus I was a lot younger too. Like, I want to know what my mind now, how does it perceive a movie from 2006?
Yeah, no, I'll give it a shot. Like I said, if you want to say, there's a lot of things to like about it. Like, I understand why people like I saw The Illusionist maybe 3 or 4 years ago. And of course it's aged a little bit. there's a part in it that's a little corny in my opinion, but overall I just thought it was like a complete story. And so I will go back. Because I'm in this new, I think I told you this. Like, I think I'm in this new thing to be like, I don't think people, because if people like something, I want them to like, I think the world's a better place that if what you like and you can enjoy. And even though I may not like it, I can still see why you like it. And that should be okay for people to like, right? You know, and I don't like to say like, no, you're wrong or something like that.
Right.
All I can try to do is like explain like, hey, here's why I think that. So like there's a big, like this whole week I've been going back and forth with this guy named Riskit the Biscuit or something like that. He's an Australian Xbox.
I heard his name, yeah.
Yeah, I've been going back. Doing well, Audi. Doing well. Thanks for coming by. Good morning over there. And so like I was going back and he's kind of like political, like, you know, I don't know what it is about these gaming YouTubers, and they'll switch to like just like wild stuff. And he's from Australia.
This is on Twitter, right?
Right.
So you know what's crazy? The other day, I don't mess with Twitter that much. I just kind of post stuff, but every now and then stuff will pop up. It was so crazy. It was something Doc Dark put up, and when I scrolled down, I seen this long thread and I seen your name, and I was like, Purple Haze, and so that must be what you're talking about. It looked like I looked at it. And it looked like it was a political conversation.
Yeah.
Like, and I was just like, okay, it's way above my head.
No, it was. I didn't know it started with Doc. Like this guy just like posted something.
With Doc, but I was on Twitter. It was a post Doc put up, and then you know how you could scroll, and I just went to the very next thing, and it was just this long thread, and I would have just scrolled by, and as I scrolled, I seen you, and I had to click on it and be like, wait, is my Purple Haze?
Yeah.
Purple Haze. Like, oh, yeah. It's Purple Haze.
No, yeah, like, and so I don't normally go on there. Like people will know this. Like I really only keep it.
I know that because I would message you and it take you forever to respond.
Yeah, like I don't go. Really, only reason I really stay there is like Simpleton's on there. I like to keep up with Simpleton. You know, like a few people are on there. And so like yeah, and so I guess Geek saw it. I don't know what you thought, Geek, but I was just trying to be like this guy says something like super wild. Like I was just like, what? And so, and then I know he talks like he has like an Australian, like South African, kind of one of those types of accents. And so, but I don't know where. And so then the more I saw, it's like, no, he lives in Australia.
Yeah, you know what? I see. Yes, I've seen you. What I read you wrote, you were like, why are you so into what the USA is doing, and you live all the way in Australia? Yes, I read that.
Yeah, and so it was like you're raising the temperature. Like you're actually saying these people are murderous people, and you're using that. You're like, I used AI, blah, and I'm just like, you're raising the temperature. This has like it's not your taxes, it's not your neighborhoods, it's not your politicians, and not your political parties. But you're adding this fuel. And so like it's stuff like that. Like there was a couple of people who like from different parts of the world who were like pushing back against this guy. The one person was in Great Britain. The one person was in the U. And so it was just like, we've gotten to a point, and Kubini did this earlier. Like if you go back and watch, Kubini actually came into the channel. He was a good sport about it.
Okay.
Yeah, he was a good sport. He didn't come on the show. He came in the
chat. Okay.
But we've got it as a society, and I think Kubini's a good sport. I think Kubini and I probably see things differently on a lot of things, but at the end of the day, I got to give Kubini credit for still showing up, right? But the thing is, I'm so far in like what we're talking about. I'll come back to Risk It. Kubini and I were talking about was essentially basically Xbox did everything that Lena Khan said they were going to do. Mm-hmm. Right? Like she's like the ultimate person who has the I told you so.
Yeah.
And so Kubini came back and said, but the other guys are canceling projects. The other guy, meaning PlayStation, PlayStation is raising prices. I'm like, Kubini, but that's not the point. Microsoft said they weren't going to do it. You know what I mean? And so there's almost. Go ahead.
You know what's crazy? I seen the So the new thing I see is people showing what she said back then. And literally, I try not to get into this stuff that much, like making videos with other content creators. But I literally, this crazy. I wasn't gonna say this, but you brought it up. I literally wanted to. I was thinking about making a video by my pool, and the title was gonna be Victory Lap, and it's gonna be about you. Because when I seen her say that, I was like, I'm pretty sure Purple Haze said all of this. Like I literally, and so when I started doing the one take, I stopped being as creative. But I literally was like, I should try to go back. It would take me a long time.
It would take a long time. I think it's spread out over several.
Yeah, it was, but it really hit me because somebody had put, because I guess right now she's been talking about it. And it was
she just briefly mentioned it.
Yeah, she did. So I was like, it really made me think of you. And I was like, yo, I should literally go compile. So, because so much of what you said ended up happening. And it was like, I remember one time when somebody was like, well, she was wrong. I was like, no, because Purple did say if they have to go back to the deal, and and I was just like, it's crazy, but you end up being right. And so you know,
but regardless, it's not about being right. Like I feel
like there's a moment, like some people want to say I told you so. You don't have to, but I do feel like if we give credit where credit is due, to be honest.
Know who gave me credit? And they messaged me about it. He's like, yo, Purple, you won't. He's just cracking up. He's just cracking up. It was about a week ago. He's like, so, like this is what this guy sent, and it was in Spanish. So it was literally like, what is his name? The guy debated on Crazy Louie's channel.
Okay.
Had said something like, he's like, I agree. Lena Khan should have stopped this or something, or Lena Khan was right. And so then, then Louis said, so Louis like, and you mean Purple too. And the guy was like, he was just like so burning. So Louis gave me credit like on that guy's stream. Right. So I appreciate it. But like, I think, and like I said, like I was telling, and like what I was trying to get to risk it is like, it's okay to feel what you're feeling. Right. But when you blanketly just automatically have a different opinion about the other side, and you're blanking everything, and you're trying to pivot to like Risket was trying to bring in like the UK and stuff. I'm like, what does that have to do with, just like Kubini's trying to bring in Sony? I'm like, what does this have to do? It's okay to say like, I still like it or I don't like it. And be a little bit more principled, because if you understand why you don't, and you're honest, and I think we have this, we were talking about this on your show. There's this weird, thing where people have tried to now say they're neutral. We're all new. Like, I'm the true neutral. I'm in the middle on this. I'm seeing it like this. And I don't know why we get here, because it's like, I'm not neutral. I'm not trying to say I'm neutral. I am Purple. Like, I am not neutral on the military. I serve the military. It's giving me a bias on how I see it. Right? You know what I mean? I think that's totally fine to say.
Yes. That's what I was saying. Remember, you and Energy was talking, right?
Yeah.
And that's the thing is, the conversation, you both came to the conversation on a certain side from the beginning, right?
Right.
So the responses is going to go a certain way. But the beauty of it at the end was him saying like, hey, you taught me some stuff I didn't know, right? The beauty was at the end of the day, you guys both had a conversation about a said topic, and it didn't have to, it showed like, well, I still believe what I believe or agree with what I believe, but thank you so much for enlightening me. And cool, good conversation. Somebody said this to me earlier. It was Dr. Spaceman. I was in this chat that Vet got with him and a couple people. And he was showing the new thing with what's the guy from PlayStation? Jim Cerny? Is that his name?
I don't. The new guy?
No. There's Mark Cerny. He's a guy that's kind of like the super tech guy. So him and a guy from AMD was talking about. He sent like this 8-minute video, and I didn't watch the video, but I said, you know what's crazy is people will hype these videos up, but it's marketing. Because Dr. Spaceman was like, oh, the future is so bright, and I was like, and it's going to be way light years above what the PlayStation 5 is now. I said, that's marketing. You have to, you're not going to be like, so I watched the video, and in the video, the guy was like, yeah, we started looking at this 2 years ago, and we don't know when it's going to be. And I'm thinking like, so Dr. Spaceman, you're getting excited over technology that was only 2 years ago was nothing to be researching something, right? So anyway, I was just like, at the end of the day, it's okay for you to like what you like, but you're going so extra, that you're saying I'm one way, but I was just simply being objective, saying like, hey, I didn't watch it, but you still are, what you're doing, like hosts would always talk about it, like, oh, people always fall for the marketing, but that's what they're supposed to do. That's what some movie trailer is for. They put a trailer together, whether you love it or don't love it. You might go into it like, bro, the best parts was in the trailer. That's what they're supposed to do, right? So I think the thing is with people like Chubini, because he popped in the other day, and his whole thing is like, it's projection, right? It's like, instead of just saying like, okay, you were right, or okay, that some stuff bothers me. Well, I'm glad I left Xbox way before and became a PC guy, or I like PC way before Xbox. Like you did, because you never said that. Or
you do, you still represent Xbox. Yeah, I'm like, yo, dude, like, but but I think it's like being on it, and maybe that's the thing that we got to start to exemplify. And this is a much deeper conversation, right? But that's the thing I think that we need to maybe start to exemplify is it's okay to have your bias so people understand like where you're in and to respect other people's bias. Now, like we said, I think Energy, like I gave that credit right at the end of that thing, and I still will do. He was on it for a long time, so he probably could have countered some of my points easier if he wasn't so tired. But what I think it was this actual what conversation is like, where are you, right? Because that's where all those questions were asking, like, where were you actually at, right? And then once what
research did you do?
Yeah, right. To form it, like what, and to his credit, and I will say this, right? He's Mississippi, probably not we're purple. Like we do not. It takes a lot to say. It either takes a lot or not a lot. It depends on how you look at it. It takes a lot if you have all your pride to say, I was wrong on that. Or like, you're right. Like my main point, I was wrong. It takes either a lot to say that, or it's actually really easy if you take it from the point of view of, now I'm informed, right? And it's okay to say like, even though that point's like that, I still don't like it. Because then it's like, okay, now we're getting to like, why is it you really don't like? The more we can understand why you don't like something.
Right.
And maybe you have a legit reason that I'm going to be like, okay, that's cool. You don't like these people because your sister was murdered by this person. Yo, what am I going to say like you're wrong? No, I'm going to be like, yo, that's then we need to have a different conversation. It's not me trying to defend something, right? But we lost that. We like, and I think the console war is if you think we're talking about gaming, you're right. If you think we're talking about something else, you're also right.
You're also right.
Yeah. The console war is a great example of that, where people are so much in their camp that if you had told at the beginning of this generation, had told people on Xbox, you're going to be paying $30. You will not have as many. You will have a lot of exclusive, but none of them will be like the big draw. Your prettiest games won't have good gameplay or whatever. You just gave them the objective what this generation has been for Xbox. Some people would say, no, I still like it. Like I the $30 or the whatever, I get a lot of things for it. A lot of people wouldn't.
Right.
But now because we're so siloed, we don't want to be wrong. We're now like switching our thing. And I think when you do that.
Let me tell you. So hold on. I got to say this real quick. So I watched this video and I was so compelled. I was like, and FCAT was trying to get me and vet. And I was like, it made me want to go into my old bag of pulling up old clips and stuff. But I said, nah, I'm not going to do it. Vet or yeah, it was Vet. It might have been Vet or it was FCAT. One of them posted a video of Doc, right? No, somebody else was on the show. It was like, watch this video of Doc. And it was Doc when the price increase went, and he went in on Xbox, right? Canceling my subscription, blah, blah, blah. And then somebody else came in the chat and said, no, you got to watch this video Doc put less than 24 hours later. And 1 minute into the video, I said, pause it. Said, I guarantee what Doc is going to do. I guarantee what Doc is going to do. He's going to say, because the title was like, why I'm keeping my subscription or something. I said, I guarantee what he's going to do. He's going to go from how many games he played, and he's going to divide them by a certain number, and that number is going to be close to $30. And he's going to say, this is why. And I said, unpause it. And that's exactly what Doc did. And I said, less than 24 hours. Now, this is the definition of fake outrage. I said, because Doc is brilliant. I said, trust me, Doc made that first video
knowing who's going to make the second
to get everybody outraged. And he made the second video to keep his viewers, to make sure, because I don't care what nobody says, he's not a PC guy, he's an Xbox guy. But he's this smart. He made the second video later on to make sure his viewers didn't want to jump ship. What happened to TK9? TK9 was all the way real, right?
Yeah.
I love Doc. Doc's my guy, but Doc is a showman. Doc, that's why he has magic. TK9 is just this guy that's just going to be TK9. And so when he said F Xbox, he said F Xbox. And all his people was like, but we like Xbox. He ain't give a damn. And so he said, now you know who your real friends are when you don't agree with them. Doc is smart enough to say, I don't like Xbox, but I'm still going to talk bad about PlayStation. So if you like Xbox, you're still going to be down with me because I'm talking about what you hate.
Yeah.
So, so it's brilliant, but at the same time, it's like, dude, so what I'm circling back to is I remember vividly, and I was like, it would take hours to do. I remember we had when Game Pass was the highest tier was like $14.99. And we had these shows. Well, when would the Game Pass not be a value? Some people was like, all right, if it's $20, and then it was $20, people like, it's cool. I vividly remember people was like, bro, if Game Pass is $30, I'm out. Lo and behold, years later.
Doc said it at 25. I remember he said 25. I think it's all on the same show, actually.
That's what I'm saying. People
I think it's
on
on
$30.
Yeah,
who would pay $30?
But I think it's again, I think Doc does it. We gotta wrap this on perhaps too. But Doc, I think he plays, he gets paid, right? He actually gets paid to where it's like, yo, you're kind of at side hustle level. You know,
and how Lono gets paid, right? So
yeah, Lono's like the next tier.
Yeah, you got to feed the beast. Like at the end of the day, it's like I always say, Lono made me understand that I wouldn't want to do this full time.
Yeah,
because my thing is, it's hard. Yes, I'm wearing a cowboy hat, but it's hard for me to not be me, right? And I love wrestling, I love acting, but Stone Cold Steve Austin, my favorite wrestler of all time, said, "Your character, the best character you could play is you, but you turn the dial all the way up." In order for me to make money on this, like they make, I couldn't be 100% me. There are certain things that I disagree with or that I do agree with that I'll have to act like I don't agree with or I do agree with. And that is hard for me to do. Like I could play a character, but I can't play the character forever because one, I show my real life. You'd be like, wait, I don't even match up with, I just seen you go to the dealership with your wife to buy a car. You know, like, so, you know what I mean? But Doc, if we get back to it, he's amazing, right? Because he, again, like you said, he's making a side income. And he's entertaining people. Regardless of what you say, he is giving people something to be a part of on a daily. Remember, he used to do one video a day or every.
He does like three.
Like three. You're right. So he cracked the code, and so you can't mess with him. You know.
Yeah. No. Like I said, I think I also have to realize that that's not. I respect Doc in that regard. I don't think I could do that. Right. I think you have to, and I don't think I would want to do that. Right. I think there's other, and so, but I think Doc would tell you yo, I'm getting paid. I think Doc has that mindset. I'm getting my bag and
he's having fun.
And he's having fun.
I can tell Lono sometimes is not having fun. Lono make me say, Lono sometimes like people are driving him crazy because they're doing all type of crazy stuff, making them lose money. He can't just do it. He'll have a show that's supposed to be at one thing, and he'll get so sidetracked because people are purposely trying to derail him and sidetrack him and get him to argue and debate. But again, he does it because it's paying his bills. You know what I mean? Like, so
Yeah.
that makes me say I couldn't do it because I would want to be like, hey, y'all gotta go F yourself. Like, I would be like, but you know what I mean? You kind of have to. I guarantee before his shows, he breathes and be like,
He's
all right,
online.
let's go.
He's on for 6. It's a full time job. He's on for 6-7 hours. So, I don't think. For one, if I wanted to do it, I probably wouldn't do gaming. Like,
Right.
you know, it's just because I don't think the women who do well in that I've seen
Right.
are literally like
They can't be smart.
they're anti woke. They build into that. It's a woman who's criticizing women. It's a woman who's punching down. It's or it's a woman who is showing stuff like
Right.
right?
That's why I was saying can't.
Yeah,
not to be mean, but I feel like the scantily clad woman.
Yeah, like you're doing that, or you're younger. You're not like women. I'm not talking girls. Like there's some girls who are really good at games, and I'm like, yo, you do you. But I think for me, like it's just not me. So I wouldn't do it in that regard. I think for me, it's like again, I like talking to the conversation we had about movies, right?
Right.
That's a cool conversation. I'm talking to people. I'm connecting with people. Like that to me is like where I think like I've kind of come to like
and that you can at least be so gaming. You know what's crazy? How you and me had a great conversation with movies, right? It never felt like it was gonna get crazy. Whenever you have a conversation with gaming, you could almost feel like the person I'm talking to is gonna take it somewhere it shouldn't need to be. It's like for some reason gaming is like a sport. It's like team. You have your team and you'll die in this hill. Movies are just so like, oh, you didn't like the movie? Okay, cool. Like, oh, what you didn't like about it? You know?
I do think that, like, so I think gaming. So I've been actually seeing that there are actually splits in the movie community, right? Mm-hmm. So like I've seen like the same thing we talk about in game, like the controversies in gaming between different platforms or woke, not woke. Right. That actually plays out in movies and TV shows too.
I know the woke stuff too. Yeah. I know.
Yeah. So
I feel like that's more on the political side, but yeah. Whereas games. So listen, politics is always going to be politics, right? So I get that part in movies because I feel like it's bigger. It's now starting to rear its ugly head into gaming. But I think there are like general gamers like me and even people who are not into politics like me that are like, what? Like goes over my head. But I feel like, so you're always going to have those people who are fanatics where they know a lot, right? They're, that I think that's how, like, I use fanatics in a good sense, but a bad sense just meaning you know so much that maybe you can't be quiet on everything because you know so much. So like you're just a little extra, right? It's like a person who you watch football and it's cool, and then you got the person who watches every football game because they like football, and then you got the person who knows every player when they started, they watched all their college games. And it's like, damn. And those are the people who might get extra because they just know it all. And they're not going to let you say one thing that because you don't know what you're talking about. And, they're a fanatic, right? So could be for good or bad, right? But to go back to like you always say, it doesn't matter what you play, where you play. My thing, you were saying something earlier, and I said this a couple times, but what I really like is when a gamer finds a game they love, right?
Yeah.
And that's what I love. Whether I hate it or not, I was messing with Cherry Man. I was watching his 21-minute video about Resident Evil being on the Switch, Resident Evil Requiem, but I'm a Resident Evil fan, and that's my guy. So I was watching it, and he got super technical, too. He was going into I don't know if you've seen it, but...
Oh, Cherry Man's really level. I mean, yeah, I'd love to see his content.
He got into, like, the specs of the Switch versus the PlayStation 5 versus, I was like, whoa, you know how the videos that show the brackets of like time, like, oh, you talked about this and this. It was like he talked about this for all the specs. I was like, whoa, he was getting serious. But at the end of the day, I just love when someone, you see their eyes light up because they really like this game. And who am I to say that game isn't good for them? You said something earlier. So it's one thing for me not to like it, but I don't want to tell you not to like it. That's
Yeah.
not cool. You know what I mean? That's never cool. That's never cool. You know? So
Yeah. But I think that's where we've gotten to. Like, I think that's where I just, I don't know. Like, we got to just continue to like call it out, like continue to like bring people up into game. Like, you can like it. You know what I mean? Or you have a friendly banter. Like, yo, I think this one's better. I think this one not. That's still cool. But I don't know. I think as adults in this hobby, I think there's a responsibility to like.
I agree, and I think it is
It's
on
not
us.
that. Hey,
It is on
Tarina
us.
Johnson, doing well. How are you? Just talking to horror movies and gaming.
Yeah, I think it is on us too as content creators, or they would call us influencer. By the way, I'm never gonna call myself an influencer, but you know, I used to do that in my real life. When I used to be heavy into the club, I had everybody going to the club. I was that guy. Like they'll call me up, yo, Ant, what we doing this weekend? I got you, bro. Hit me up. When I went from clubbing to churching, I had everybody coming to the church I joined. Right, it was crazy, right? So when I used to go to the movies, I remember one time when the Saws was a big thing. Every time a Saw movie came out, I would have a whole row filled. Like, all right, what time are we going? And I'm planning it. But I think at the end of the day, like, I don't want to influence anybody for anything. I just want to speak about gaming that I like, and I want to hear about what you like. And what I feel that's sad is we are quick to say a company versus a company. Oh, PlayStation, Nintendo, or whatever. I miss saying I like God of War. Oh, I like Gears of War. Like, oh, what do you think was better in Gears of War versus God of War? But we almost can't say that. It has to be the umbrella above versus the umbrella. You know what I mean?
Yeah. No. Yeah. Like, I totally agree. Like I said, but I think it's gotten to a point where, like, that's why I don't like pick on certain platforms. Like, I may say like, yo, this is what happened. Like, I didn't even say I made like hit, like I told you, but I'm not going to make a video about something anymore. It's like, what's that going to do? You know what I mean? Like, I think it's just like, all right, let me try to showcase, I don't know, like Little Nightmares. That was so fun to do. Like, I beat the games multiple times to like dig into it, to write. Like, that was fun to me. Like, and so, or like the horror conversation, like that's fun to me.
You know what's cool too? I'm happy for my maturity, because I always have these videos I want to make that I know is going to get a lot of views just because I'm pushing buttons, and I stop myself. So my recent video I was going to make the other day, with the increase, literally the title was going to be Xbox fan has poor judgment skills, or poor judgment. And I was going to go into like before, like, you know, you guys are poor minded. You want everything for free. And I was going to say how, you know, Call of Duty, everybody was excited because you were going to get Call of Duty for free. Oh, I get Call of Duty for free. And then the joke's on you, because now they lost $300 million on the last Call of Duty. And guess who's paying for it? You are, because you thought you got it for free. And I was going to make this video sitting by the pool, holding spits in my hand. I was like, you know what's cool with me is, if I react on something, I'm going to get into it. But I said, let me just think about it. And once a day went by, like, I'm like this. If I want to see a movie in the movie theaters, purple, if 2 weeks go by, I'm not seeing it in the movie. So you got to wait to come out. I gotta be on it. That's just me, right? If I wait, then what I don't like is, oh, this happened 2 weeks ago, and now here I am making the video. It's like, I always feel like people looks a little silly when you do that. Like, dude, the wave was then. Like, we are, yeah, duh. Like, the joke's on you for you making a video now. Like, we all know that, you know? So, but I really was going to make that video, and I was going to bring up Doc, but I was like, you know what? Like you said, what? Like, yeah, it's going to get some hits. People are going to watch it, but do I want people to watch me because of that? Like, I had a good moment in time where that's what I was doing. You know, it was part of some content, but it was fun, but some people don't see it as fun, you know?
Yeah.
Because we're playing on the people emotions that are like, you know, the pitchforks and you know, torches, right? Those are people that's really getting enjoyment out of this, and you just fueling fire, you know?
Yeah,
so
I think like, that's 100%. In Tarina Johnson's nowhere. There's plenty of time to play it. You know, I'm excited about. We're both excited about Little Nightmares. Cowboy's a Little Nightmares fan too. It actually, It actually went live 22 minutes ago.
Wow.
But yeah, I think that's where there's a point to where we talk about, like, I think it's obvious to see temperatures way up here. Like
Way up.
everybody's on this thing. Everything. Right?
Everything.
Console wars, movies,
Politics.
politics.
Right.
Everything's up here. And I feel bad for like Neos, you know, he's in chat. I'm actually really, if he's still in there, I think he left. But I'm super, like, he and I disagree on some things, right? Like probably like essential to some things. But he's younger. He's 22-year-old guy.
He's the guy that made the response video, and you said you would, you know,
Yeah, exactly. Right. But the reason why that I actually like respect him, because he comes, he participates in chat, he says it. And so I'm like, all right, like that kid grew up, he's a COVID graduate, right? Like they did not get the right, like, social media and all that. Hey, Whit, thanks for keeping him company in there. And so I'm like, it's up to the people to, like, we're not gonna get rich off of YouTube. You know what I mean?
Right,
like maybe we could. I think we both could see, like,
listen, if I was smart, and many people said this, I have a review channel. I just do my reviews, do great. But guess what? I just feel like I'm more than that. I like
or like I know how I could probably get over to like more, but it's like probably not worth the effort, right? It's not worth the extra.
Yeah. And you know what it is? Your heart wouldn't be in it, right?
Yeah.
Like when I see you on here, when you get like amped up, like the one video not that long ago, when you were just going in and somebody, what did they say? No, Geek was trying to mess with you. He was like, oh, here go Purple's upset. You was like, I ain't upset. You was like, what I'm saying, like that, your passion, you're enjoying this, right? This is something you turn on for you as well. A lot of people, I feel like to make money in this, you won't enjoy it the way you enjoy it now. Let's just say that.
Yeah.
You wouldn't enjoy it the way you enjoy it now, because once something becomes a job or a career, or once something, you tie your success to monetary value, you can't enjoy it the same way. You have to have like a microscope over your content, right? You have to say like I watched the video. Actually, it was this girl. You might have heard of her. She's the girl that got like tattoo on her neck, and her whole stick is to bash women. So her thing is like, oh, women are stupid and dumb, and why are women always coming at men? And I'm just like, oh wow, that's literally her gimmick.
She in gaming?
No, she's not in gaming. She's just always about that's her whole thing. She got like she's a white girl. She got a tattoo on her neck. And all her videos is like, she's on YouTube. All her things is like,
Girl.
No wonder why men can't stand women. And no wonder why I'm like, damn, you are hard on women. But that's her thing. Anyway, right? She had a video where she was trying to give people advice for content creation. She said, listen, if you have a video that doesn't do well, delete it. And I was like, oh, like for me, I feel like I make a video that get 14 views, but I feel like that's part of my artwork. That's part of my, at the time, I might make a video that took 3 hours that's to get 14 views, but that's my creativity and my expression, right? So for you to make money at this, you would be doing stuff like she said, delete videos, like, oh, put it out there. So if you put a video out and you delete it because it didn't get enough views, then you really have to ask yourself, what did you make that video for? And it wasn't because you enjoyed it. Let's be
right. No, you're shit. But I think, like, you know, I think in order to, like, so my thing is in order to, just like when you're talking, you have to admit, like, hey, you made a good point there. Like, okay, I understand where you have to come off, you have to release your pride, right? You have to let that go, right? And I think if we want to, I truly do mean this. If we want to have a society where people can talk again, we gotta have to let go of some of this pride of like, oh, let me chase everything. Like I don't know. Like, I think the internet is the weirdest thing. We are more connected to people in society now than ever before.
Right.
but we're more divided than ever before.
Yeah.
And the only thing I can think of is like, because people are trying to chasing algorithm. Because in order to do, you got to do what Doc does, but on times 10.
Times 10. Yes.
Right. You have to not only know what pisses people off, but you have to know the more you piss people off, like you have to almost thrive on that. Yes. Like you have to thrive, and it's not maybe pissing people. You have to thrive on how to amp people's emotions.
It's emotions. Yes. And the thing is, you have to, you know what it is? What the word I thought you was going to say, but people are chasing that W, right? We're in a world of L's and wins. And so what Doc does, right, or people like that, he decided to go for a platform, which is PC, which is open-ended, right? So it's kind of like how you say PC is losing or winning, right? So you can say whatever you want. But he's smart enough to still stick to Xbox, as I alluded to, right? Yeah. His whole thing is he's constantly making one thing take a L. What's up, Cherry Man? But he's also constantly trying to give something a W. Yeah. But he positioned himself to be able to say, hey, I'm PC. What could you really say about PC besides it's expensive and it doesn't get certain games? So he put himself in a good position to try to say he's the top echelon because PC could look better, but really no one really kind of cares, right? So because it shouldn't even be in console wars. He's really console warring, but he says he's a PC guy. But he's smart enough to keep both crowds, but he's amping people emotions up to defend the W. It's people who don't want to take a L and people who want to keep the L, and the worst thing ever is the people who want to give people L's.
Yeah.
I understand you want your team to win. But why are you preying on my team to lose? I get it. If your team beats my team, they won. But if in society, we're praying for your team to lose. It's like, why? If it just so happens that we make the bad decisions and we lose, cool. But why are you preying on the downfall? And that's
I agree. Like, I think that, but so all I can do is, like I say, all I can do is change how I do it, which again, it's not about the I told you so, right? Like, I think I could do that more times than anything, right?
Right.
All I can do is like, yo, you weren't like, I explained it. I don't know how to others, and at the end of the day, are you still enjoying it? Right? Are you still getting your value for it? And even if you're not getting your value, maybe it's everything. Like, I've always had this thing, and I continue want to have it because it reminds me of better times. Okay, what am I going to say? You're done. Like, and so I think that's the thing is, all I can model like is being honest. Like, what I tell people about, like, the only way you can get people to do that is if you yourself are honest and authentic. If you're not honest and authentic, how can you expect someone else to be honest? But if y'all are both honest and authentic, and you can both come to that realization, like, well, of course, I'm not going to be like Cowboy because Cowboy's Cowboy.
Right.
Like, I don't know how, like I said, the best way I can do that. And maybe I should start doing interviews again. Maybe I should, but I've been thinking about this a lot around, when I say a lot, like maybe on 2 train rides back and forth from work. But
right.
What can I do? Which is like, I think Purple's fully authentic. I don't tell y'all my name or anything, but I don't think that's like
correct. We don't need that.
Right.
Like, connect us to you. Correct. We don't need it. Yeah.
But as long as I can be like fully authentic, truly like embrace like whatever, give you my honest opinion on things and take it or leave it. Maybe also like if you give me like Kubini earlier, great sport again, kind of like, yo, this is how you think. It's okay to not do it, but like you kind of have to. At one point, you have to like be very honest with yourself. Why are you like? And some people, it's gonna be because I'm caught up in. Look, I've been doing this for so long that if I turn away from it, what's that going to say about me? Well, nothing. It means you evolved. Like, yo, like that. We need to.
One of the worst things in the world is people think they can't change their mind. People think that I got you because you changed your mind. So it's a shame too. People would rather save face, do whatever they can, turn a blind eye, whatever they can, just to be, instead of saying, wow, I changed my mind. Like even me, right? When I want to mess with Doc and I'm in his comments, I still call him Xbox. I'm like, you're still an Xbox. You never turn from an Xbox, right? But he legitimately changed his mind at some point. Maybe not. But he said he changed his mind, right? So I feel like it's a shame because we won't just say, okay, somebody changed their mind. Maybe, maybe you used to like cloud gaming. Maybe you don't anymore, right? Like people want to hold you to your previous self or your previous opinions, right? And it's like, dude, my opinions, my thoughts is a here and now. But is it gonna be a tomorrow and a month from now and a year from now? And I might just change my mind. And that's one of the saddest things, because again, that's the L and the wins. If I heard you say the sky was blue before and now it's nighttime and the sky is black, haha, you was wrong. It was like, okay, but at the time it was blue. No, you said it was blue. You said it was blue and it's black now. It's like, man, you want to win so bad. Like logic is out the window. That's what's sad.
Yeah. Like, and I think that's the like, because it's not good enough. And I think that's an interesting thing. It's not good enough for you to win.
Right.
You need to win and you need the other person to lose.
Yes.
And I
them to know they lost.
Right. To make you, but at the end of the day, it's like, does that really, like, what did that accomplish? Right. Like, you know what I mean?
All it is self-gratification.
Yeah.
That extra turning the knife is just for you. And it's like, did you need that? Because what's the cost, right? At what cost?
That's the cost. The cost is great.
Right. It's like, so you made that person feel really bad just so you could feel like, haha, you already won.
But then this is what happens after that. After you did that,
right,
and people saw you do that, well, you now the pressure's on for you to never be taking.
Right. You can't take that L.
You can't. So then you have to then you have to continue upping it up and it up and it. And so that's where I think it's like really important. Like I said, really easy for me to like all the people in the Xbox International channel, all the heat on Twitter for just literally saying like, yo, here's the deal about this deal, or to do that. I don't need like what's the point? Like people are paying more. Like I'm happy. You know what I mean? Or like, what's another thing I've predicted? Like people who are really looking forward to Xbox handheld hardware, who really wanted that. I made a video that said it's not, you can go look at, there's like 3 or 4 people on that video who are like, you're wrong, blah, blah, blah. Okay, well, they were going to be happy with it. Like, why am I? No, like, if anything, it's like, yo, let me give you grace and be like, at the end of the day, like, okay, what is going to make you happy? Like, what is it that's going to make you happy? Like, let's focus on that. What type of game is it? Maybe it's not a game. Maybe it's a movie. Maybe it's like something. Life's too short to be mad. Like, you know what I mean? Like to be angry, to be any of that. And so, but that's literally how we should approach this. And I don't know how to change it. Like I said, all I can do is change myself and how I do it. And hopefully people will realize like, yo, it's a lot easier to navigate spaces if I want to see Cowboy happy with his game or Cowboy happy finding what brings him joy. Yep. Like it's a lot easier. I'm telling you, for anybody, it's way easier to navigate life like that because you don't have to worry about you. Like you can be like, if you go out there, and I get it, the algorithm's not built like that. You're not going to make a lot of money like that. Right. But I think there's a point to where you have to ask yourself, what is the cost of that versus your own mental health and stuff. And
Yeah. No, I mean, it's funny you said that because I think 2 weeks ago, Rune wrote on my thing. He said, "Man, you look really mad during your show," and I blew up a little bit. Right? I just don't like grown men. I don't mind us debating. I don't mind us having a discussion. I'd rather discussion more than debate because debate means somebody has to be wrong, right? And people just can't take it. We already went over that. But I got a little annoyed because the guys was just like, everybody was screaming, and I was just sitting there like, dude, stop cutting each other off. Let somebody talk. So I made a poll and I said, do you guys think I should do the show and it just be me by myself? Do you think I should do the show and have one guest at a time? Do you think I should do the show and keep it the way it is? Everybody come on and some other option. So instantly FCAT was like, why are you trying to get rid of the show? I was like, I'm not trying to get rid of the show. And somebody was like, oh, you look like you was annoyed. I was like, I was annoyed. And FCAT was like, well, you let TPG on. I was like, no, you invited him. And I said it was cool for him to come back. But my whole thing is, I said it wasn't just TPG. Yes, TPG. He's getting better, and I have to pull him to the side. But I said, you know what? In the end, I'm going to keep doing the show the way I like it. I like anybody could jump on. But somebody give me a good, actually, it was Energy. Energy wrote on my poll, he said, dude, at the end of the day, you're the host. He said, you just got to be a good moderator. He's like, it's your job to be the moderator, and you just have to, reel them back on the rails when they go off the rails. And I like that. I love being a host, but it's my job to say, hey, guys, I'm either going to pull you off, you're either going to listen or whatever, and I'll bring you back on. Maybe one, because I like when one person is making a good point. And the thing is, because everybody want to give you that L, they're not even listening to what you're saying.
No.
They're just waiting to speak, right? And so it's like sometimes if you be quiet long enough, you might be like, oh, wait, I agree with them. But that's not what happens, right? So I had told myself, you know what? I'm going to do a better job because when you watch it or the shows, like, I really love gaming and I want everybody to bring whatever. And I know I always mess with people about Nintendo, right? That's like my little thing, right? But I love when a gamer loves a game, right? That's just my thing. And I love, like you said, I love being honest and just saying what I think. But I like discussion. So I want you to bring whatever topic. And like Vet was like, he was always like, oh, this is the Pony Show. I'm like, no, you just tune in when Microsoft just happened to be having a lot of bad news. Like, how do we not talk about it? And so now he's all about PlayStation now, which is crazy. But
he did. He gave it the very first stuff that's coming in here about PlayStation. I'm like, dude.
I was like, yeah, anyway, I got on him the other day, but in a friendly way. So my thing is for me to help, like you're saying, I want to just be the best I could be at. I like other people getting to have discussions on my show, but I want to stop it from when it sounds like it's a dog pile or what I don't like is when we sound not as intelligent. I don't want the bro. All right, bro, this is dumb, bro. This is like, come on, let's just articulate your thoughts and let's have a good conversation, So
yeah. And Audi, not yet. And thank you, Trina Johnson, for that comment. I haven't played it. No, I don't have time. Audi, I really don't play. Like I've played the last time I played. Actually, I played yesterday, so I'll try to find time, Audi. Yeah, no, I think that's what's gonna have to happen. Like I said, I think that's what we just have to because there's other people like that, and I think because we've been in other people's chat, and you said something. You can feel when things are like, yo, it's tense. It's tense. Yeah. You know what I mean? And I'm like, yo, it's going to be too hard if everything's tense. Like, it's just going to be too hard. And like, again, I kind of like relate it to, it's like some kids who used to like, what's a cartoon when we were, Johnny Quest. Let me use that one. Yeah. Johnny Quest, right? Johnny Quest is a cartoon, right? Me getting mad because Johnny Quest isn't growing up with me. Like, I'm like, yo.
That is true. Listen, I met with Mario and said, how Mario don't have kids yet, man?
Yeah, like, it's like me, man. It's like, no, man. Like, you can't, you have to enjoy, but maybe some people like totally get it. This is all they do. But that's a different thing. We shouldn't be egging those people on, right? We need to what is healthy? You kind of do something. You've talked about this. You've said, yo, like when I moved down to Florida, I don't even know if I'm going to be showing this stuff anymore because I'm going to be doing
Right.
Florida retirement stuff. You know, like in
Yeah,
showing.
I've literally this is crazy. I've literally cut my biggest stuff was live streaming. That I've cut 50% of the live streams I did when I moved to Florida. I've lost money. Like I used to make a check every month. Now I make a check every other month. But guess what? I want to be real, and I know I have more free time. I know the weather's warmer. I was swimming in the ocean yesterday.
I saw the video. I saw the picture where you're like, yes.
Yeah, like this is crazy, right? So at the end of the day, it's like, yeah, just be real. Like I said that in Jersey. Listen, when I moved to Florida, I'm gonna cut back, and I did. And so, but that's just being a human being and being real, right? And not chasing the algorithm.
Yeah, but that's balance, and I think that's like in people who have, like, I think it's interesting with women, right? Because women who have, like, I've yet to see a woman with kids get into like console wars because they'll be like, yo, you know how much stuff I have to do,
right? Like, listen, man,
you know how much stuff, like like I'll have Jaw coming on. She got a kid here. She's teaching a kid over there.
Right.
Tammy tries to get in it, but she's laughing too much to be serious. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's like, because they have other things, the priority is different. It's weird that, and I totally get it. Like I said, there's like, who's the one who dresses up as a banana? Oh no, it's Alex.
Oh no, it's Alex. Yeah.
Right. He has kids. He's getting paid and stuff like that. And I'm like, okay, I get it. But you're talking to all these younger guys who, I told you, if you're a COVID, if you grew up in COVID, you don't.
So the crazy thing is the people that grew up in COVID, I'm not being mean, but they made the term influencers for them, right? That's when content creators became influencers because they just influence you, right? They literally, they tell you what games you should play. They tell you what's better than what other game. Like, you're literally being influenced. Like, it's not, oh, this is my favorite content creator. Oh, okay, I like that video. I'm not watching this video. No, the influencers, that's like when things turn. It was just like, influencers. Why is it called influencers? Because it's,
but like I said, maybe because eventually they're going to get to a point. Some of them are going to stay down there, right? Some of them are going to be like, you need professional help. Like, there's another way I can do that. But a lot of them, like I said, Neos. Like I said, I'm not going to say he's way down there, but I would say he leans, like some of the stuff he says. I'm like, so you're 22 and you sound like a 78-year-old man who's been divorced 4 times, laid off. It's like, you gotta be.
You said something funny. You said some of them might seek some mental health or whatever, right? Listen, you remember live my stepdaughter crying because the puppy was cute.
Oh my goodness. I was like, are you
She's 20 years old. I have a 19-year-old daughter. When I talk to her sometimes, she just got her first job, right? And I talk to her, she's like, oh, Friday nights. I'm like, what? Yeah, because I'm working. I'm like, you ain't even in the world yet. What you talking about? I'm like you said, I'm like, how old are you? Like,
it's like, so I don't, some of it, it's like we got to show, how do you show adults how to be adults? Like, at that point, they're not, like, that's the thing. How do you show adults how to be adults? But we got to do it. We got to figure out some way. I think
it's a hard one because, when you're younger, you are so badly wanting to be older.
Yeah.
You want to be an adult, right? And the government say in the United States, you're an adult at 18. So then you're coming to be 18, and whether you get a job or a car or whatever, but you think you're an adult, right? Now you curse when you want, you could go out when you want, whatever, right? But the world still has this hold on you, like, no, you're not really an adult, but you think you are. So it's crazy the consequences. Like, you know, so I put a lot of my life online because I'm happy, right? I'm a free spirit. I'm always happy, right? Why not show happiness, show, you know, places I go, whatever. But some stuff I don't talk about too much, like my stepdaughter engine went, right? And it cost a little over $5,000 to rebuild the engine because she's young. So she don't have a lot of money. So she couldn't just get a brand new car, right? So she's young, so she couldn't afford to finance a car and have her car insurance go up, right? Okay. So the only thing to do was to rebuild the engine, right? Okay, fine. A week later, stuff I don't talk about, she got to a car accident. And she's fine. But a week later, after the engine was done, car accident, right? And ended up being her fault, right? So now what are we gonna do? We just sunk $5,000. So okay, it ended up being the axle and stuff. Cool. Right. So you ready for this story? All right, that ended up being $1,900, right? Well, we're already in it, right? So the guy was like, you know, you got lucky because the way the axle broke and it pushed in, and her car is a Veloz or whatever. The car's like this big. It's a Hyundai, right? It's like this big, the little 2-door or whatever. So, and she hit like a SUV or a minivan, right? And the damage was so bad on the other car, and the side of her car is messed up. I said that the axle's done. I knew it, right? So literally, I said that, and Sandy wrote back, like, "Oh yeah," he said the axle. I said, "Yeah, like that car that small, it has to be more damage than what you see, because it looked like she made out kind of good, but that bigger car looked that bad. So the undercarriage, right? Some of that stuff.
Oh, it got messed up.
Right. So crazy enough, the way it was broke, he said, man, it looks like the, you got lucky with the transmission, right? The way it aimed at it, whatever. So how do you know, right? Okay, fine. It looks good. Put it together. Man, this thing's making noise. And it's like, oh, snap. It damaged the transmission internally.
Oh, wow. It's total.
So you already put 19. Now what do you do, right? Now, if we knew in the beginning, we'd have just said, okay, you take like $9-10,000 and then whatever, you get a used car, right? So now she needs a transmission. So now she's going to get a used transmission that is, sorry. It was $1,600 for the axle stuff. It's $1,900 for the transmission. Now we're almost $9,000 in. But I say that to say this. With all of that, it's like you're still only 20. We'll be 21 in January. And yes, the government call you an adult. You're
not an adult. But now you get, you remember when we were talking with energy.
Yes.
Remember, and we had this conversation about 18 to 22-year-olds.
Yep. And you know what? You were talking about something in gaming, but it took me back to your point. So you were saying that, influencers, we're adults, but they're talking to younger people. And it took me back to, I won't get into the whole thing, but you're an adult and you're talking to people who are 20, 21, 22. You know what I mean? Like that's the people you're talking, so it's like they think they know so much, but they don't. So it's easy to influence them.
It's easy to influence them. It's easy. You have experience. You have, even at 30, right? The guy who's already 30, 31, I would still say
31.
I would still say 30. I think 30, you're not 20.
Right.
So you're confident.
Right.
And maybe it's a little different for someone who's a founder and they lead a movement. So I'll give you credit there. Right. But I was 30-year-old.
I agree.
It's probably not till your mid 40s, you start to then.
I was 34 years old when I had this aha moment. So I grew up inner city, didn't have much money. And my mom, my dad lived in Jamaica, never came to the United States. My mom was pregnant with me in Jamaica, moved to New York, had me in Brooklyn, moved to Trenton, New Jersey, right? So I grew up not much money. My mom did everything she could, right? I had my grandfather. He was like my hero when I was little. And I always felt my mom was so mean. I didn't get that she came from another country. And the last thing she's going to do is you're going to embarrass me in the United States, right? So my grandma moves to the country, to America when I'm maybe 9, whatever. She's super mean, but she, I was her heart, right? She was really close to my dad, right? So I grew up kind of poor, right? So like I'm like big on like I don't like when people get stuff for free. It drives me crazy because you're not going to respect it. You don't get it. It becomes an entitlement. So anyway, the crazy thing is when I see like just growing up the way I am, right? And I see like people feel like if they feel they know so much and they did so much, and it's like no. So let me get back to my mom. I I think I was 34. I always thought my mom was so mean. Like, oh, she's so mean. I got to go in the house. I'm the oldest one out of my friends because I stayed back in first grade and then I stayed back in third grade and I got skipped from fifth to sixth, right? So I got caught up on one grade, right? But I was always a year behind. So my friends are like younger than me, right? Almost all the, I was always kind of older. So, but I was like the oldest one and I got to be on the porch when the street lights come on. So long story short, I always thought my mom was mean. And I'm always like, my mom is mean. My mom's mean. And then I have kids. And then my kids drive me crazy. And my son must have been, I don't know however he was old when I was 34, but he was like a teenager. And I remember he was pissing me off. And I had this aha moment like, damn, my mom was right. Now I think I'm an adult. I think I'm an adult. I got kids. I'm on my what? At 34, second marriage. Like I know. And even at 34, married twice, kids, house, it hit me like, I don't know nothing. I didn't understand the lessons my mom was trying to teach me until I was well out of my mom's house, an adult with my own house. And I'm like, and it just goes to show, like, you might think 20 is grown. You might think 25. You might think 29. You might think 34. But I think you're right. You get into your 40s, that will start to go like remember when you was younger, you thought 40 was old? You're 10 years old. Somebody said it's 40. You're like, damn. And then you get to your 30s, right? You get to your mid 30s. You're like, I mean, 40 ain't that old because you're kind of close. And then now I'm like, dude, what I do for a living, when I talk to older people, and they're like, I hear some sharp 71 years old. So I'm like, wow. And I think like, I mean, you really, and like my neighbor, matter of fact, my neighbor, right? He's 63 now. And he's always like, oh man. And I'm like, bro, you're really not that old. Like, I feel like 63 really ain't that old. Like,
Yeah, you're right there. You're
right,
like,
right,
you're like,
right?
like, you're like, yeah, I'm right there.
Yeah, it's a different perspective, but you won't know that until you get there. So
Until
like,
you get there.
the younger people think they know so much, but it's like, whoo, you don't know. You don't know.
Yeah. I mean, I'll never forget. Like, there was one time I was sitting at a table. It was in New York. It was like about 6 years ago. Was it 6? Yeah, it was about 6 years ago. I was sitting at the table 6, 7 years ago. Lady, she was talking. And she was up on stuff. Like, she was like really good. And she was older. I was like, oh, this lady's like, she's about to retire, 60, blah, blah, blah.
Right.
That lady, and I'm just overhearing their conversation. And she's like, oh, y'all are young. And the people she was talking to looked older, and they were like in their mid 70s.
Mm-hmm.
And so then, and I'm like, well, how old is this? Lady was 87 years old. And I was like, wow. Like I think you're always, but there was something, like an older person, I'll say it like that, told me she was taking care of VA benefits. She told me something. She was in her early 70s. She could get around, but she had a walker. So she was like, and she goes, the secret to staying young, and I think 70, like when you get to 70 something, like you are now, like depending on the demographic, you're past the demographic. If you are I know this because my dad, if you're a black man without formal education, life expectancy is like 65, 66. I know that because where my dad died, right? He's right there. So like I always like, why did my dad, not make it? So, but the thing she said, the secret to staying young is just to continue to be curious, right? And I think that goes back to what we were saying earlier about some of these kids. It's like they're not. Nope. They're so old. It's like social media has made them.
Yeah.
They took it away. It's like, nah, man, you gotta like.
It's literally like that bubble, and I think it's even like the term influencers. It's like how am I going to think for myself if you're just influencing me for what you want me to like?
Yeah.
Right? You tell me how to react in society. You tell me if this is down, that should be up. But it's kind of like, it's even like now, like, we got technology, so it's like it's easy just to, hey Google, you know what I mean? Like nobody's, wow, it did it, but nobody's like trying to research and dig, right? Like Obi, whenever Obi comes on, it's crazy. Like whenever we start bringing up religion, and he goes so in and he's spitting this and that, and what's cool, he'll say, pull up the Bible and go to this chapter and read it. And so everybody has to go, oh, okay, let me at least the G word, Google it, and pull it up. And then he wants you to read it back to me, read verbatim, read it to me as we're talking. Don't just let me tell you. And it's like, oh, wait, because that's when your brain is like processing stuff. Because instead of I just told you, he made you go find it, read it, and recite it, right? That's a lot, and it lets your brain, work out that problem in itself, And so, yeah, now we get stuff so fast, right? Even when you look at the kids in high school and they're just cheating on everything, right? They're literally not learning because they're just pulling up the answers. So you didn't problem solve at all. Like if you're going to school, the whole thing with school is to learn something, meaning you do not know it. And so you discover the answer, right? Because getting to that answer, now if you retain it, that's what the hope is, you retain it, then you learn something. But it's like easy come, easy go. If you just gave this to me and it was full and I dropped it and it broke open and, oh, damn, well, let me just go buy another one. Well, because you didn't care because I gave that to you, right? It didn't mean that much, right? So easy come, easy go is a real thing. That's why I think now, even not to switch it, but I feel like I would be afraid to be single. I know me. And now we got this thing that wasn't popular with last time I was single, which is dating apps, right? So you just swipe left. Man, if I was, talking to a chick and she kind of bothered me, man, I'm just going to swipe and find, oh. So I feel like, man, how does anything be really tangible anymore? Where you feel like I can reach out and touch this? It's kind of like nothing is really, I don't know. It's a crazy world we live in. It's a crazy world.
No, I think it is, but I still think it has to. I think still just being able to like to truly be Socrates. Remember we kept talking about Socrates about that.
Yeah,
to truly be like that is to be curious about something, even if you disagree with. Hey, Spartan, what's going on? Thank you for that, Spartan. 10 gifted. Thank you so much. And it may have broke. Don't worry, Spartan. You'll get that back later. But thank you so much. I think to truly be curious about people, even if they disagree, like that should be the thing that you're most curious about, right? But we're not. Like to your point, like it's like I'm listening to you so I can set you up to slime. So I can make you lose. I can make you win.
Imagine if we spoke and instead of me saying, I can't wait for you to be quiet so I can say what I have to say. Imagine if I listened and I said, I'm listening to see why you think the way you think.
Yeah.
I'm curious on why you disagree with me. Imagine how amazing that would be if you were so curious to know, how could you like this and not this? So I'm going to listen.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
Yeah, I think that's what we have to. I think that's that's gonna like create that curiosity again, right? Like if you think about the early times of the internet, it's like there was a curiosity. Like you would go look something, or maybe for guys it's different. Like maybe you are looking at porn or whatever. But I would say like maybe that is even a curiosity. But I think it went from the curiosity and the excitement of like that, and I think AI, if you use it right, provides that. Like you could have full conversations to be like,
yeah,
like, oh well, like let me do that, and it's like, but instead it's like you said, it's almost this. It's such an instant, but it's such a short-lived. Like I don't even have to win, right? Because I just need to know you lost.
Yep.
I don't even have to know I won. I just need to know how you lost. It's like that binary. It's a very up is win, down is lose. You are going to take more downs than I'm good. Like, and
It's
therefore,
like you skipped winning and you went straight to instant gratification of your opponent's loss.
yeah,
Just think of that, right? You said, I don't even want to be at the championship and hold up the trophy. I just want to be standing in the hallway when you walk back with your head down.
yeah. But if instead it's like I said, is what is so much easier that, and I probably would have to get someone who's like super argumentative, but it's just so much easier to say, yo, you didn't like, it may look like you lost, but what did you learn? Like how, like, I know that sounds like super corny and cliche,
Right.
but I think that's really how it has to be. Like, yo, I don't even know what a console war loss is. Like, the game didn't
Right.
perform as well.
So this is crazy. So I was saying the other day, and I always get on Murder because I know he's one of the people that say, I'm a grown man. I don't like to be lied to. Microsoft says 4 games. Then it turned to more. So the other day, he wasn't on the show, but I said it, but I brought him up an example. I said, technically, at face value, if you was a console or Microsoft, if you was an Xbox console person and you didn't know anything about the ABK deal and all of that, what did you lose? And what I mean is, you would have always been playing Xbox games on your Xbox. Okay. Now, whether 4 games went to PlayStation or 84 games, that has nothing. Microsoft didn't take anything from you. Now, if you get, because his stance was just like, I don't like to be lied to. Now, the better stance would be like what I said. I was champion Call of Duty was going to be free or in Game Pass, and now Game Pass increased because of the ABK deal. That makes more of an intellectual argument. But just to say, like, I'm a grown man, I don't like to be lied to, you told me 4 and it ended up being more. It's like, but those 4 games or 84 games still came to you. Like, you didn't get them later. You, like, nothing really changed for you in that instance. Yes, we did, and again, yes, it ended up increasing and all that. But in that instance, you're still a fan of those games on that hardware. Yes, they're putting games on PC simultaneously, though, right? They're not. So you're not losing anything. Now, what I was going to say in my video, right? Aside, not to make Xbox fans have poor judgment. I wanted to say that what they lack is foresight, because you want things so cheap. At the end of the day, it ended up making the horizon darker. But still, in all, gas goes up. Eggs went up.
Everything.
A lot of things go up, right? So at the end of the day, if you was just a gamer and you just loved your Xbox for whatever reason, and you loved the games they got and what they added at Game Pass, at the end of the day, really, the price went up a bit. But other than that, they didn't really take nothing from you. So people are so upset by the extra stuff, the money and the stuff. Listen, regardless of what deals they made, you at the time, you wanted more. And you did. Listen, they said, no, you're gonna have 75. You're gonna have 75 day one games. There you go. You got Call of Duty. There you go. So I feel like it's crazy that we again, I don't like when we want something for nothing. And then on the other end, again, like you said, you want to see that the person lost more than you want.
Yeah.
It's great.
Yeah, and that's about. I think just with the whole thing, I think, I also, look, I'm gonna be the last one to champion like $1 trillion companies and stuff, but at the same time, you have to also understand like things change for them.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like you gotta like, it's the same thing. Like you kind of have to say like, I'm sure if they would love for all the gamers to be there and everybody be happy. Things change for them. And so do you want to go down here's a great question, right? We've lived through this.
Yeah.
Would you rather have a price increase or would you rather have a Stadia shut down?
I'd have happily pay have Stadia Pro go to $19.99.
Yeah, exactly.
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 It was like, look, Stadia Pro is gonna double, but we're gonna add more to games you want. And I'd been like, hey, listen, I mean,
Yeah, it would have been like so super cool. Like, right. And so it's like almost like in it. But to be very honest, like back then, so many people were I think there for sure, like, were we really honest with ourselves about that? And some people would have been like, if you asked Jeff would say, like, well, Purple, no, you went on. There is a thing to be said, like, well, I eventually tried all this, gaming PC, Xbox, PlayStation, I'm on Nintendo. Would I have done all that? Would I have played all those games that I did if I stayed on stage? Who knows? Like, right? It's kind of hard to say, but I think I don't think there was one person who was playing for Stadia who was not hurt for like 6 months.
Right.
I don't think there was one person who, and so that's not a good feeling. So,
no, not at all.
So I say all that to say, like, yo, that they're still trying, and, I'm going to criticize them on it, but they're still trying. They're still trying to navigate those waters at the same time. To your point, what did you lose? I think there is an argument to say about potentially you lost titles not coming out.
Right. We could think of Perfect Dark for Doctor.
Yeah. Potentially you did. You are now, if you were paying for it, you're now versus $180 a month. Now it's $360 double because it was 15. Now it's 30. Potentially you're paying more. And so you could say there is something there, and for some people that's going to turn them off, right? But a lot of people, it's like that's still where they like to be, and if that's what they're getting.
Yeah. So I want to do what you just did. I want to jump on, play devil's advocate. I did this on Tuesday on the show. So to be fair, right? To be fair, my wife and I last year we got super into Fortnite. It was crazy, right? Because Primo, you remember Primo? He was from Hawaii. He was doing a birthday stream, and I was like, he was playing Fortnite. I was like, oh, I'll play with you guys. And when I played with him, everybody had skins. And I always mess with my nephew when he used to play Fortnite. Like, playing these stupid skins, they don't give you nothing special. So I was like, dude, I'm gonna get a skin. So I said, what characters I like? And they had Incredible Hulk, my favorite comic book character. Bought the Hulk skin for whatever money, and then I got addicted to buying skins. It was the weirdest thing. So I'm gonna tie it back in. So my wife and I was gonna get the Fortnite crew, right? It's like $9.99. I feel like it's more than that, but let's call it $9.99. And what it does is all the skins they come out with, the stock Fortnite skins, every month they're included. Now it won't be like the specialty skins, like they're about to come out with Friday 13th. Jason's gonna be in it. Like I wrote in the chat hours ago, I'm buying it. I don't care how much it costs. I got a list of skins. If these come in Fortnite, I'm buying it. I barely play, but I'm buying it. Anyway, it's just, I got to, right? So when you think of it, it's like, okay, I would easily pay to get this skin because it's something I want. But it's kind of like with Xbox, I feel like I'm losing my point here. Where was I going? I was elaborating too much. What was I originally saying?
Devil's advocate.
Yes, thank you. So to play devil's advocate, so the crew cost $9.99. My wife and I, we were so close. We were like, then I realized more specific gamers. So if I paid $9.99, I get all these skins. I don't really want those skins. I want the rare skin that's on my list. So to play devil's advocate, yes, Game Pass went up by 50%, right? It went up $10. It was $19.99, but they did add. They add the crew is part of that, which is if on Fortnite, on PlayStation, whatever, that's $10. They added Ubisoft Classic, which I don't know how much that costs, but that's built into, I know, PlayStation Premium. They added EA Play, right? So they added 3 subscriptions.
But EA Play was already on it. EA Play was already on it.
I think, I guess EA Play was in the highest.
Yeah, EA Play is better.
Okay, so take that out. But they added 2 other things in there, right? That both of those things is definitely more than $10 a month. So you were saying, which was a great point, it was fair. You was like, I'm sure things changed for them. So to their point, they're saying they're giving you more value, and they are, because there might be some kids who's like, Fortnite, I could cancel the crew because it's included, right? I mean, technically you're still paying for it, you're paying for the extra $10, but you could cancel it from there, pay for it in this thing. But I guess what it comes down to is what I think is they probably should have just added the $29.99 tier with these other stuff. And if you felt that was a value, then you can go to that tier. But again, at the end of the day, play devil's advocate, you are getting more that you wasn't getting for $19.99.
Yeah.
So you are. And, if they do stick to, the promise of every year, you're going to get like 75 day-and-date games. That is more than what you had before, right? I don't know what these 75 games are going to be, but still in all. So they are giving you more for that extra $10. The thing is, do you feel it's a value? Because, again, I didn't get the crew when I was this close to getting it. So then that wouldn't be value for me. I was like, I don't care about the crew. I could have got that before, and I didn't. So, but at the end of the day, as a company, they have to show those numbers. Like, hey, how much does it cost for this and that? And they're like, bro, you're getting the crew. You're getting, Assassin's Creed, not Assassin's Creed, but Ubisoft Classic. So
Yeah, no, I think, like I said, my thing is like there's still people who get a value out of it. You still have it, I still think I'll talk about gaming and business and stuff like that when it comes down to it, because it's easy for, like, again, if you think I'm talking about gaming, you're right. If you think I'm talking about something else, you're also right. Like
Right.
I can obviously point to a lot of things through that. And if like cool, like it doesn't mess with me,
Right.
So that's, I guess, however it comes from. But Calvin, I gotta go.
I'm gonna walk in the room. Sandy's gonna be pissed. Technically, Thursdays is Thursday used to be my Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday was my days. All right. When I said I moved to Florida, I was gonna give her.
Don't get her mad at me. I did not know.
No, not at all. But she's probably gonna be like, what's crazy? She went to walk the dog again because now we're having this new issue. This little mother. We did the wrong thing. We put a pad in his cage, right? We got this giant thing. I gotta put the video out, but we call it the octagon. It's huge, right? So it's like his little like playpen, right? But It's like where we put him when we go out. But then I put pads around like in the living room.
Oh no.
So the problem is this mother effer won't go to the bathroom outside now. Like you'll walk him and walk. He'll eat, drink. You walk him and walk him and walk him, and he's like, nah, bro, I go to the bathroom in the house. And now we just can't get him to go to so she was walking him forever and then took him back out. And I'm sitting here like, well, Purple's live and I've been listening and I see the link to join. So real quick, I ran to here. So whenever she came back in the house, she probably walked in like, where's he at? And heard me in my room.
Oh no, don't get her. Well, Remy used to have that issue when I first got, but he's a shelter dog. So like we think there's the reasons why he did that, but
he stopped?
He stopped when we got to it's like we got a bonus. I know it. I meant to take us to the member one, but so it's because Neil watches these. Neil's in Internet of Games watches these, and I feel so bad when they're 5 hours. I feel bad when they're more than an hour and a half.
Yeah.
So I like
sometimes on Tuesday somebody come in my chat and make my thing like 6 hours. And I feel bad, but you know what happens.
Oh my goodness. So yeah, it's my bad. So I feel bad because I'm like, don't like a lot of the conversation after the game is just like catching up and talking about something else. And so I'm sorry, Neil, Internet of Games, because they do watch the streams on Fridays. And as well as anybody else who watches it. I just know those two also watch it. So when we got to the house, he started to see the other dogs. And it just like a natural, like he does. I mean, he still has like accidents sometimes in the house. I think all dogs still sometimes have accidents in the house. But I think what it took was like him getting a little older. Now Spitz is like 6 months.
No, not even. He is probably 4 months now. Yeah.
So it's probably The benefit is he's a male, so they're gonna want to mark everything,
Right.
and so like he's eventually
I
gonna.
don't know because you know how dogs lift their legs up. I think because he's a puppy and he watched Josie and Josie's a girl.
No, he still squats.
Yeah, literally. I'm like, is he ever gonna not?
Yeah, he is. It's a. They're eventually gonna do it. They're eventually like Remy still squats sometimes. Marlo, my brother's dog, who's really big, still squat. Like I still, but no, I think like especially if he's smaller, sometimes they don't. But eventually, like he's gonna see another dog, or he's gonna be like whatever. But it is gonna probably take him to be at least maybe when he's like a year to 18 months.
When we got Josie, we got her from the kennel, so she was a rescue, and she was already trained. And like she only ever had accidents when like we left her in the house for a long time or whatever. For the most part, she was like the perfect dog. She only ever tore up one thing. So we got lucky, but I don't know. He watched her go to the bathroom all the time outside, and he's still not.
No, because it's a female. He has to get a male. Like as you walk around, it's just gonna take some. Because like Remy was like that in the apartment, and it was cool. Like in New York, it's like super cold and icy. I'm like, like it's cool because it's like, oh, he's just gonna go out there and we don't have to like do anything. But and even down here, I still have like where like the studio is like
right.
There's some pads right outside the door, but he's kind of like, I guess he just grew out of it, and so. But that was a thing. That was definitely a thing. Probably for the first year that I had him.
I don't know if I could take. Oh man.
But that was different. I was in the apartment for a lot of that. But once I got to the house, it was maybe a few months, and then he started. But I had to be like consistent. And then once we saw him go out one time,
okay,
take them to the door, and they'll learn how to type. Yep, there you go, Spartan. Yeah, and Spartan's still thinking about you and your guy there. So definitely know you're still grieving that. So, but yeah, I think that's the thing. You just got to get them to the dog park. Would probably be good, just because I'm sure you've taken them to a dog park.
So Josie, again, we were on the fence of getting Spitz because Josie just don't get along with animals. I mean, we took her to the dog park. We would have to have the muzzle on, and she's trying to bite dogs through the muzzle. Yeah, we'll have to take Spitz by itself. Yeah.
Well, I would take Spitz because I think there is something to be said. Now, he has Josie, so that's a little different.
Right.
But I think there is something to be said for dogs to learn doggy manners.
Okay.
Like, you know what I mean? Like, because my brother's dog, Marlo, he's never been on. Y'all have seen, when I did Obi Rose's channel, we saw Lola, and y'all have seen Remy. My brother's dog, Marlo, is big dog, but he's what they call a singleton. He was the only dog in the litter.
Oh, wow.
And so because of that, he doesn't actually have doggy manners. It's like a lot of trainers actually don't take singletons because of this. Because they don't know how to like interact with other dogs. And the same thing happens like if you have a dog that only knows a certain group of humans. So definitely take him to the dog park or to the doggy daycare,
right.
For a little bit, because it's just like a kid, like you don't want them to be spoiled. Oh, nice, Ali. That's super awesome. Yeah, it's downloaded. I played the demo yesterday. I'll probably play it tonight. Like I'll play the game tonight. And like I said, y'all, sweet. I showed it earlier, but this game launched. By Sweet Carol launched yesterday. I guess today's Friday. It launched yesterday, and that's the Disney horror looking game. So that's a cool one. All right, Cowboy, I gotta get ready.
Herbal, thank you so much as usual. It's always great having these conversations with you. It's just an easy conversation. I love it. It's stimulating. It's like it's just great for me. So I appreciate it. But I hope you have a good night. As usual, I'll talk to you sooner or later. And chat, you guys take care as well.
All right. Thank you, Cowboy. Thank you all. Yeah. And I will, and I'm so sorry again for the thing going so long. Just talking, talked about a lot of stuff. And but we'll be playing Orcs Must Die on Saturday, as well as Mario Kart this Sunday. But in a Sunday after that, we will be doing Sonic. So if you're someone who has Sonic Racing, you want to get Sonic Racing, or you want to do a stream, it is cross-play. We will be cross-platform play. We will be doing Sonic Racing, not this Sunday, but the following Sunday. So you can, they will smell this in high on the tree. Yep, exactly. Good, exactly, Spartan. So, but with that, I don't care where you game, how you game, why you game, what you game on, how long you've been gaming. As long as you're gaming, you're good with me. And as always, it's Purple Haze, and the proof is in the plane. All right, y'all. Thank you again. Later.